Yeah, no. Let me just say I agree with state power. I agree with what the Freedmen Party had to say. And I love the way you broke it down because yes, as our population moves, we increase the number of congressional elected officials that we have in these states. Not only that, we also increase the federal appropriations. That's something that happens with the census. Part of the reason why they do the census so they can figure out how much money is going to these states. But as our population increases, so does our federal appropriation. So it really is the best of all worlds in terms of us protecting and prospering our population. We can codify the Black American freedmen lineage into our state constitution. We can rewrite the state constitution. Um, there's just so many things that we can do, and so thank you so much for speaking on it. And DJ said you're up.
Yeah, I was just piggybacking off of you, Black Majority. The Freeman Party. I hit Black Majority with the same thing. Stay in the city. We mainly in the cities already. Yada yada yada. He threw the book at me just like y'all. You and State Power was just having a back and forth, and Black Majority just closed it out right there. So can't even argue the facts, unfortunately. You know what I mean? But for Brandon Perry or whatever, you're still on the mic or whatever. Since pretty much arms training or whatever, and you go to the range and you see, how these white folks with their kids, and their families, and they training them very young because we see the videos online, World Star and all that YouTube. Are you doing it? Not to criticize either. I'm just saying, I'm trying to be more like about solutions. So, is there any way I can help you try to start up like some type of black gun training facility? So black people come in and train. Learn about arms. Get their gun license eventually. Even become a member of NRA. Let's take that shit over. You know what I'm saying? Or start our own gun association of America or whatever. You know what I mean? Whatever how we want to do it. You know what I mean? Just be about our own shit. You know what I mean? But go ahead.
Yeah, and I know the government sees all, but I try my best to disassociate it as much as possible. But I have another handle that specifically for things that I do online, guns and stuff like that. And it's more or less, kind of side hobby. But just from my personal life, I do take people to the range with me to teach them how to shoot. I haven't taught a younger person, like a kid or anything like that. I don't have kids of myself, of my own. So, but when that day does come, that definitely will be something that will happen. Boy or girl, they will learn how to shoot guns and definitely shoot them accurately. As far as an organization, I personally, I mean, like I said, if that's something you want to link up on, I'm all for it. I wouldn't know how. I mean, sure, there's, people I can say, hey, come get this training, come get that, come get that, come get that. But I don't think I would really know how to facilitate it to be consistent, if you will. But I'm definitely open to something like that. About Birmingham, I guess I can say in the city, and some of you guys may know it, and if not, I don't mind educating. But in the city, of course, you have city laws, so you can't, shoot firearms within city limits. That's pretty much just a crime, basically. Well, in the county area, which coincidentally most of the Caucasian white people, things like that live, they don't have ordinance like that. So you can literally go off your back porch if you got a house and enough land, and you live far away from the nearest neighbor and the closest street. You can just fire off in your yard and get your training in there. You don't have to pay a gun range fee. You don't got to pay whatever. You just pay for your doggone ammo, and you're good to go. In the county, they have laws where you have to be so many yards away from the nearest house and so many yards away from the nearest railway, and that pretty much gives you a green light to just do what you want to do. Pretty much, the sound is the neighbors are told to emit the sound. So if you just have a home out in the county and you're just banging all day, bang 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 bang. Well, as long as you're a certain amount of yards away from the street and a certain amount of yards away from the house, that notice ordinance there is non-existent. You can just shoot all day. But to get back to your topic, I mean, yeah, it'd be fun. I like teaching. I'm not a teacher, and actually, I wouldn't call it sad because I do have the skill, but I actually learned how to shoot from white people just from going to the range. Because initially, when I first got into guns, and I'm still going to try to keep this on topic, I don't want to stray too far away from the unfortunate incident today, but going to the range as much as I did, I didn't know how to shoot guns. I was just buying them because they were cool. You know what I'm saying? I'm legal, and I always thought it'd be cool to protect myself. But one thing black people, we really have to learn is with guns, it's not just walking up and shooting somebody. Well, it is to a sense. If you're close enough to somebody, yeah, you don't have to aim. But if you're really trying to take someone down or defend yourself against someone, it takes a little skill. It takes a little skill, and that's skill that can easily be learned and well obtainable if you just put work in. I've been to the range, and in the course of maybe 40 minutes or so, someone who's never picked up a gun before, I got them on target, man, like legitimately on target. So, yeah, I do have another account and different things that I do, you know, all specifically for guns that doesn't have this tag at all, and, you know, just my paranoid side. Now, I think the universe is maybe connected somehow, but if you do reach out or specifically want to try to do something like that, I don't mind. I just don't honestly know how to facilitate it, but that may be where the help may come from. So yeah, I'm always open to that.
Okay, so I'm going through the timeline of the victims, and I just want to let everybody in the room know that's still here. There were 2 white males that were victims. They appear to be employees. I believe they said 4 employees were victims in this shooting. So they're like, they look like mid-30s white males were also victims. I believe they said 2 of the victims that were killed were white. So these may be those 2 victims. DJ Sedge 1.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of Brandon real quick again. So with that being said, you know, like you said, you got the knowledge, you got the training, you got the data behind you, right? So have you actually ever thought about going back to school to get your teaching associate's degree to start advocating for gun training, you know, inside of the school system? Because, you know, if we could have wood shop and sex ed, why can't you have gun training? You know what I mean? It's part of your Second Amendment rights. So, you know, and I understand 100% about the ordinance situation too, because, you know, I don't had to put pressure on people right here in my neighborhood just for selling CDs. You know, they don't had the police run down on me, dog, like I got dope and guns on me, you know what I mean? And some days I wish I had a camera on me that day, you know what I mean? Because I put all of them in their place, even the chief of police. Only thing he could tell me to do after that was, you know, just pack it up for the day and go home, because they was doing some type of training exercise, but they ain't got nothing to do with me. I got the owner phone number in my pocket while I'll be in front of the building, you know what I mean? He my neighbor, known him for 30 years, you know what I mean? So, you know, this is the level of vitriol that we get from actual black politicians. Because I'm in a black neighborhood, and it's really our own people that be doing this type of stuff to us, writing these ordinances saying you can't get a peddling license, or even if the ordinance says that you can't get a peddling license, it's them that says they won't give it to you. Even if you file the application and pay the application fee for a fishing license, gun license, peddling license, they won't give it to you. So, you know, you got to apply pressure to these people. It got to the point the judge kept seeing me come to court so much, like, why you keep coming back here? Because they won't give me a peddling license, though. You know what I mean? I'm not doing anything wrong. You know, he threw it out of court, and that was the last time I heard of that. You know, I'm still out here doing what I'm doing. You know, the police, they know who I am. So they don't even mess with me no more. And the mayor know, the ex-mayor know, all the council people know. You know, this is what I do for a living. But, you know, it's really our own people that do it to us, too. So we got to come with, like, some type of solution where, like, you know, you're going to have to start doing the work of writing up the manuscript of black gun training. You know, I'm currently working with some people that, you know, checking your county, see if there's an economic development corporation in your county, being that you got an idea now for a business. And, you know, like you said, you know, try to get yourself back in school, incorporate yourself, get an LLC going, call it, you know, brand is Black Gun Training, whatever you want to call it, right? You know what I mean? And LLC it, so that people know that you're serious. You know, start looking into business, information, business choice, and it's real easy too, man. But we'll talk behind the scene. I know there's another time, another place for that. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's cool, man. I'll definitely reach out to you for that. As far as the school thing you mentioned, like, yeah, I agree. Heck, you got everything from sex ed to wood shop to teaching kids how to be mechanics in school. I think that would definitely be. I mean, it'd definitely be cool with me, but I think the stereotype would drive a lot of people away just because you'll be associating school age kids and guns. And again, them like the black parents, they can't see that they need education. Because let's be quite frank, how many school shootings you think would really be successful if certain amounts of kids had guns in school? Almost just like similar to the air marshal on the flight. Well, you're going to get less violence on the plane when it comes to deadly violence, because there's an air marshal on there likely carrying a gun. You know what I'm saying? It creates or puts a less risk out there. So the actual school part, and I may be taking that out of context, you probably actually meant like school, like training, and not like K through 12. You know what I mean? But yeah, I have my degree actually in criminal justice. So I mean, it's not too far from dealing with guns and stuff like that necessarily. I know it's more or less a social kind of degree, but yeah, man. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it just takes putting heads together and getting stuff out there. I follow a couple of Instagram posts where actually black females actually, they're doing what you're kind of referring to. And I can't think of the names right off the top of my head, but I follow one thread on Instagram, black gun owners, and that's pretty much what it sounds like. It's all black gun owners, and they do training, they got videos, and they're pretty much doing the things that you're discussing with me as far as the education goes and things like that. And there's another lady that I follow, two ladies that I follow actually, both of them black, and they're all in it. They're knee deep in it, man. The same things we're talking, but yeah, I think it's more out there that needs to be discussed about that, because they still got a head start, man. They still got a head start. At my old job, I don't work at my. I used to do landscaping for a living, and let's just say I was one of the minorities there. And so you get into those conversations with white people about their hobbies and things. They hunt, they're outdoorsmen and stuff like that, man. And I try to take everything as a learning lesson. And so I worked with them for years. And some of the stuff that they do, and some of the stuff that I guess they were taught by their fathers and all that stuff, man, I'm telling you, man, like if it gets to a race war or something like that, bro, we gotta come up, because these dudes on some stuff, man. These dudes on some, dang, man, I didn't even think about that type of stuff. These on some like climbing trees, camo, like accurate with a doggone bow and arrow from 150 yard type stuff, man. Like we got to get there too, is basically all I'm saying. And it starts with us starting young and not waiting until we're 21. Hey, I'm 21. I can get my gun permit now. No. You got that one start when you're 6 years old. But again, it takes someone to put someone out there, because obviously a 6 or 7 year old is not going to be at the gun range by him or herself. So it takes the men, it takes the women in our community to root it, man. To root it. We run the streets, we do what we do, and I heard people off and on say they got the history. Hey, that's life, man. Everybody got skeletons. I get it, but at the same time, we got to come back home and make sure the soil is good. You know what I'm saying? Make sure that soil can grow new trees to put it out there, and that's pretty much what they've been doing their whole lives. Is making sure their soil is fertile, so when they're gone, their ideology can pass on. Not just guns, but the same way they think. It's kind of hard for me to believe. One thing that I think I seen at the beginning of the guy's manifesto was, and I'm paraphrasing, but something I would start off, blah, blah, blah. I just want to let you guys know I didn't grow up in a racist household and my parents aren't racist. Garbage. You cannot tell me that this dude did all that today and his parents were just walking a straight and narrow. You know what I'm saying? Like, I find that very hard to believe. And one thing people don't understand is that you don't have to be a just bona fide racist to be racist. You know what I'm saying? You could see something on the news, a news article, a news interview, and your kids be in a room watching TV with you, and then you just make the slightest comment. They're up to it again. There they go again. No good. Man, kids pick up on that. You don't got to use the N-word for that. Kids are smart. They know what the negative comment means every time the news reports a black man doing this or black man doing that, black man in trouble for this. You say one negative comment, they get it. They're smart. And that's how I believe they pass along their racism through generations by not just being blunt with it, but just kind of making subtle comments. Because now's the day, hey, if somebody find out you're racist, you're liable to lose your job, liable to lose, money, depending on what kind of position in society you have. So I think there's ways to pass it along, in my opinion, than just coming out and calling somebody N-word. Yes, you got people that do that, but I still think the families are smart about passing racism to their children because, quite frankly, it's in elementary schools. I got a friend, and I heard you got some of you guys mentioning California. I got a friend out in California, and she has a son, and her son got sent home from school because he used the N-word. Now she's like a Vietnamese person, like Vietnamese and white is basically their nationality. And the kid got sent home, and so she called me. She asked me, and she's like, "Hey, do you think that's fair?" And I told her, "Yes, that's fair for several reasons that we don't have to go into tonight." But it's in households. The kid said he learned it from his friends who are also in elementary school. So it goes a long way. But I'll yield the mic. Thank y'all.
Hey, yeah. Next time you tell that mother, 2 wrongs don't make a right. That's the old school saying, man. You know what I mean? Just because you heard it for somebody else don't mean you repeat it.
Indeed. I told her the exact same thing, and I even told her, I said, hey, if you want me to talk to him, we need to have that conversation for multiple reasons that I don't have to explain here. But if you would like for me to talk to him, we can have that conversation. So yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. I kind of wanted to just. I see if either co-host it's saying with me that there's 5 people who want to speak, but I can't see them at all. And if they are here and they want to speak, let's try to bring them up if possible.
I accept them all.
Thank you very much. Truly appreciate it. We'll give some people an opportunity to speak, just to see what they can add to the discussion, just to reiterate the events of today. An 18-year-old white male drove 200 miles from what we understand, relatively cushy life in a relatively nice area of the country with a nice family, and live streamed Mr. Cross on Twitch, which is a platform that is used to show video gaming. I don't know who has their mic on, but it's a platform that's used to show first-person shooter, extremely violent video games, which are designed to desensitize human beings to essentially carrying out these heinous acts. They come out of the military. They were designed for U.S. military usage to desensitize soldiers who would go into battle.
Hey, Black Majority, fix your mic, brother.
Okay. Man, I may have to jump out the room if it does not clear up, because I'm right in front of it. Just let me know if it's sounding crazy or anything. Sometimes the speakers can't hear as well as the people in the audience, but so he's on Twitch. He's playing these video games. He's training. This is actual training. And then he buys all this gear, this weaponry, these weapons, and he documents everything. On top of that, he had this very long 100+ page manifesto. He idolizes the Christchurch shooter, and I think that occurred in New Zealand, if I remember correctly, a few years ago. So he wrote not only racial slurs on the barrel of the weapon, but I'm seeing that he actually wrote names of people on the barrel of the gun, and some reports are saying these are victims of that I think they were having a parade somewhere in Wisconsin. This was right, and this maybe it was Minneapolis, because this is right after some events that occurred up there. I think this is after the female cop killed the young man, the young father. She claimed she pulled her taser, but it was the gun. And then they had this parade somewhere up there. And at any rate, people are speculating that it's the names of the victims who died in that tragedy. So this man, again, this guy's fueled with hatred. He's trying to retaliate against a soft target where he knows there are going to be innocent black people that are essentially unarmed. He does anticipate there may be an armed security guard. It looks like there's a drawing of the store where he pretty much maps the store out and knows where the security guard should be. He's typed this out every step of the way of what he was going to do, what he would encounter. And then he sets on, this trip. Again, they say it takes 3 to 4 hours, 200 miles. As soon as he gets to this location, he jumps out of his car and immediately opens fire on the first innocent woman. Now, I'm reading through the posts, and I already just stated that there were 2 white males that they're saying these are the deceased white males. Someone is saying that this woman's white. I really don't want to watch him murder this person. It's kind of blurry. It's a little hard to tell. She could be a light brown skinned woman, but it's very, very hard to tell. And I was trying to see if I could see if there's a victim list or somewhere where they're posting pictures or anything like that. But so far, every victim, and we've put, I want to say 3, 4, at least 4 pictures up in the Jumbotron, and 3 of them were elderly black grandmothers, 77, 86, in their late stages of life, and the security guard, who was also an elderly black gentleman who was a former police chief, or not police chief, but a police officer. I'm sorry. So the one grandmother, her son was like a fire captain. He's up there mourning. They're having vigils up there, from what I understand. They were having vigils there. So this is essentially the scene. He walks through the store. He's shooting anybody he can. I saw a report that the manager, who's a black woman, was able to get past the shooter, but she did witness him shooting people as she was trying to escape. There was a report of an 8-year-old girl and her father who escaped into a cooler. Later, there's a video where the father says, yes, we ducked into a milk cooler. We were hiding behind the milk. We could hear just endless shots going off. And they eventually escaped out the back of the building. When confronted by the police supposedly got there within a minute. When confronted by the police, the shooter, the terrorist, put his sidearm pistol up to his neck, from what I understand, and essentially, was in a standoff situation, but should have been taken down in that moment. He was a threat to the public. He had a weapon in his hand. They let him bend down on his knees. He was able to drop his weapon, remove his ballistic helmet, which had the webcam attached to it, and then take off his body armor before they went in to softly, kindly, nicely arrest him. And I'm being extremely sarcastic when I say that, because he should not have survived that incident. There's just no way he should survive. So,
and if I may add, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was there, and on that mixed woman, you were correct on that mixed woman. She was mixed.
okay, so we got Crystal. Let's give Crystal the floor, because we've had people who are from Buffalo. We had a lawyer. We just had a black woman who was from that area. We've had another black woman who had relatives there. But let's give Crystal the opportunity to give us some insight on what occurred from his point of view.
So, if I may, I'm so sorry, sir, to interrupt, but from what I saw, they came in, the cops came in from the front, if I remember correctly, and we got escorted out to the front. I was hiding with the dad and the daughter in the milk cooler because I'm only 16, and the dad told me, if anything happens, make sure you get my daughter and run, because before the cops actually came, he was wanting to go out there and try to talk the terrorist, sorry, not victim, terrorist, out of doing what he was doing to stop. But I convinced him not to. I said, look, I grew up without a father, and I said, your daughter needs the father figure in her life. So we went out through the back. The cops put us, as soon as they rolled up, if I remember correctly, the cops rolled up, put me, the father, and the daughter in the patrol car. We watched it, and as you said, they did let him take off the ballistic helmet, the bulletproof vest. Sorry, it's cold where I'm at. And they did kind of arrest him very nicely. So, and that's what I saw, but I don't like really remember, because I go to therapy, I get it out, and then I have like severe ADHD, and that messes with my memory. So that's what I remember.
Okay. So I want to ask you a question. I don't want to ask you a question about the person who did these acts, but I want to ask you about the father and the daughter in the cooler space. Can you give us any insight to? We understand that the father was concerned about his daughter, which makes perfect sense. But can you give us any insight into into the daughter? Was she calm? Some people earlier were posting that they felt that she may have gotten shooter training in her school at 8 years old. I can see how she, may have undergone some of that. Can you describe her demeanor at all?
I will admit she was pretty scared, but for the most of it, she was calm. Her dad had to calm her down for a little bit to quit crying, and whenever the dad was about to leave, she said, "Daddy, Daddy, no." And then I said, "Sir, you might want to stay with your daughter. I grew up without a father, and your daughter really needs you right now." And I used to go to school where she went to school, and I go back, help out with the kids, and they had about 4 or 5 police officers go up there and train them about gun safety and what to do if you're ever in a predicament where people are letting off shots.
Okay. Thank you. Your name is Crystal. Thank you so much for coming up and adding that to the discussion. I really appreciate it.
No, not a problem.
Okay. So we got Miss Daughter. I'm gonna let Latajia go after that, and then we got DJ Sejuan.
Oh, thank you so much. This is horrible. I'm in California and not on the East Coast, but it's just, I've been procrastinating about learning how to shoot a gun. I've never wanted one, but I'm just at a point where that is something that I need. I think we all need them. I'm not advocating for less guns. I just think that we all need them because you never know when you might be able to prevent something like that. I don't know. That's where I think we're at now. And also, I don't know if you guys, I've been listening in and out. I just saw a post a few minutes ago, and I guess Tariq Nasheed had posted 3 seconds of the guy's webcam, and he purposely did not shoot a white man. So if they try to spin this, there's no way they're going to spin this out of a hate crime, because he apologized. You can see it. It's 3 seconds. I can't post it. I don't know how to post in Jumbotron. And he was pointing at the gun, 3 seconds, and he's pointing at the white man, and he says, "Oh, sorry." I don't know if you guys have seen it or discussed that yet, but maybe you know.
Yeah, I actually have the video of that. If you guys want proof,
Okay, thanks. I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Now land my plane.
Hey, Daughter. Just to kind of give you a little resources on that. There are shooting ranges in California. Some of them are outside, some are indoors. I went to a shooting range in California, the indoor shooting range. But I do know that they have several outdoor shooting ranges, just because there's a lot of land out there. Obviously, you can basically kind of shoot wherever, and some of them are kind of regulated where they have like targets and stuff like that. But if you probably just Google California shooting range, I'm sure you can find one. Generally, if you go to one, try to make sure that there's a range instructor there, and that's just pretty much an officer or someone who's trained with guns, so you're just not out there by yourself, because there are a lot of things you have to learn, like, just training things. You don't want to hurt someone to the left or the right of you if you have the gun lateral or sweep someone, as they call it. But yeah, if you Google California shooting range or California with a gun training, I'm quite sure you can find something out there. I do know California laws to be really strict on everything gun related. So it may not be as available as something you would find in the South, but I do know that there's something that you can definitely do to at least get your hands or get your experience with shooting a gun, and that may open the doors to some kind of tactical training at some point.
Thank you so much. I'm going to do that this week. Thank you.
I want to thank Ms. Daughter for alerting me to that Tariq Nasheed video. I've been scrolling past it because I'm really scrolling past these videos. I do not want to see any, violence in that manner. But thank you I put it in the Jumbotron. I reposted it. So yeah, that is clear evidence of the fact that he was intentional in his purpose. So we must assume these two white males that I'm not going to post them. There are these two white males that they saying are the white victims. They were more than likely unintentional, based on this particular video. So thank you for letting us know about that, Latajia.
Good morning, everybody. I had to kind of take a break, because it was getting I was starting to get a little choked up, overwhelmed, quite frankly, by the situation. And during that break, I took like a 30-minute nap, and then I went right back to looking up the situation and learning a little bit more about the situation, and reading some of the manifesto that has been leaked or published, I should say, And one thing that really pissed me off, and that's why I kind of came back just really because it really made me mad, is this dude's name is trending here, and it really these white supremacists get up and shoot. Well, you know, they start shooting and killing people, killing black people, and then they get all this mass attention. I'm a firm believer in not using these people's names, not giving them. It's about the victims. It's about what they have done. It's about the crime itself to the black community, not about this person. And so I refuse to repost anything with this person's name. I will not use this person's name. I don't want to give this person any more attention than they already do have. Now, mind you, I don't mind knowing the person's name. Don't get me wrong, because at one point, I mean, they weren't even saying who this person was, which was very highly suspicious. And obviously, had this been a black person, we would have known right. I mean, he wouldn't have made it out alive, let alone to be, you know, identified. So that's fine and dandy. But I just do. I don't think we should be hashtagging this person's name. I don't think we should be putting this person's name any unless you really need to, unless it's something proving a point, you know. But other than that, I would not even use this person's name. That's basically what I had to say about that. I'm gonna land a plane there.
Thank you for that. I agree. And I was mindful of that. I know I went back and there is one post where his name came up. I think it was when someone first on the top, from what I could tell from my searches, his name first came up. So I did post that one post, but I've been trying to be mindful of it as well. I've looked at the pictures of his family, and I've seen pictures of him, but I agree wholeheartedly with that sentiment for sure. DJ Szechuan.
Oh no, I must have had my hand up by mistake. Sorry about that.
Okay, no problem. So we got Ross Hotep. I'm gonna give this person a chance to speak. They came up earlier, but just understand that we will remove you if we're not getting respect, honor, and just be civil no matter what you have to say. But please speak. Yeah, Raz Hotep, unmute your mic.
Yeah, so first I do want to thank you for having the space. Yeah, I've seen the video in this full length. It's hard to watch, but I feel like we as black people need to force ourselves to watch these things. So we have to understand how demonic these people are. And yeah, most of the time I'm here in Florida. I have myself a gun. I try to go to the gun range as often as I can. I wish I can do more, like form more training, but I think that's the response here. We need to form more gun clubs and need to, have more people educated on, safe use of firearms and how to defend our community and our family. And that's all I got to say.
Okay, thank you very much for that. That echoes a lot of sense.
Hey, I was not to speak out of term or whatever. I'm sorry. Stay up, Paul. I know you got your hand up. But Ross Hotep and Brandon Perry, once y'all click up and start, trying to form some type of, gun club, write the book on it, man. Y'all know the work. You know what I mean? Do the work.
Most definitely.
Yeah, thank you for that. That sentiment has been shared in the room. Really, I mean, since we opened up the space, and so yeah, absolutely, there are a lot of these black gun clubs and African American gun clubs, quote unquote. So definitely do a search for that and see if there are some people already in your area that you can connect with as well. So,
yeah. And on that note, anyone in Tampa, Florida who does that, please hit me up in the DM.
Man, I got my best friend just connected with him. I believe he lives Park Ranger. So I say that to say this: there's definitely people in your area that you can definitely connect with for sure. Absolutely.
Hey, I just want to throw out a little possible link real quick on my Instagram. If any of you guys are on Instagram, and they may have a Twitter, I don't follow them on Twitter, but they may be on there. But it's Black Owned Guns. That's what it is on Instagram. And basically their title is Your Source for Black Self-Defense Training, Black FFLs, Black instructors, training videos, things such as that. So, and there's several good instructors that I've followed from that particular website. And like I said, I don't know if they have a Twitter or or any other kind of platform, but if you guys go to Instagram, they're Black Owned Guns. You should be able to find them there. Thanks.
Thank you for that information. Yeah, let's see what we got. I just brought someone else up to speak. Okay, Black, what is it? Black POW. You can speak.
Yeah, hello, my name is Pam, and I'm an elder in my late 50s. I've been a gun owner for about 20 years as a Black woman, and my agency I'm with is called NAAGA, N-A-A-G-A, National Association of African American Gun Owners. And my daughter, she has several guns. The women of the house actually have more guns than the men in the house, unfortunately. But I like that one of you guys had complimented us Black women being on code. We're pretty much 50% of the last gun owners in the Black community have been Black women. And I don't even go to the mailbox without it. They are very dainty and they fit comfortably and they're very easy to handle. So I suggest that every Black woman, because it's very dangerous anyway, just being a woman, and there's so much chaos from all people and all over the world is in America right now. We are a melting pot of criminals, degenerates, prisoners sent over. And I suggest that the Black men, I'm not trashing on my Black men, because I got sons and I have a husband I've been with for over 45 years. I love my Black men, but I just want us to not hurt each other, not shoot each other, and just become as one on code. We need each other. We can only do it together. But there's so much us Black women can do. Women can fight, but men win wars. We can't win wars. King is a king for a reason. And we Black women, we ride or die with you guys, always. And we love y'all, but we need your help. As far as y'all camaraderie. And I'm not trashing on us because I hate it. It's always someone come and bring a negative to us when we're taking a positive. I'm saying this as a positive and an elder who has, my first grandson is a boy. And I just had him. I just know that we women just understand we Black women will never stop loving you Black men. And we're just trying our best to do what we can and hold on to our children and just do the best we can. But we can't do it without y'all. But I want y'all to love each other, Black men, and I want you to love your women and your Black women and your Black children. And I think everything gonna be okay. I'm a 60s baby, And I've been with my man for 45 years. I met him when I was 13. I'm 57 right now. We always gonna be there. We ride or die. We always been that ride or die chick. I'm an old ride or die chick. I love you guys. I love my people. And it's gonna be okay because you know what? We've made it this far. shit, we ain't going nowhere for real. You know, but we really got to get some cake. You know, everything, you got to get some dollar bills. So let's just push for federal reparations, cash reparations immediately. Right now, we have to put together. I have several ideas, you know, going to Congress more so than going to march on Washington. We're not doing no marching on that. We ain't got time for that. But we can go and meet in front of Congress, in front of the White House, you know. What? I don't know. I just know that we're going to be okay because I got energy. I'm a Virgo woman. And I know I have a guardian on my side all the time, always walking with me. And I ain't talking about religiously. I'm talking about spiritually because we are from the soul. And I'm going to tell you, our ancestors fought very hard. We wouldn't be here. We'll be extinct. But we must add words like genocide, Holocaust, extinction, all of these things because there's so many cases here. But we got to add more on the war because that's why I say I call POW. I don't call myself a slave or descendant of slaves. I say we are descendants of POWs, and we're still POWs. Look at the prison systems. We've been fighting the war for thousands of years here. So, peace, love, and we're going to be okay. Alan.
Thank you so much for spreading love into the room. I love the fact that you've been married for 45 years. That is a blessing. Thank you so much for coming up to speak. We got Mr. Young Crypto, maybe?
Yes, sir. Thank you for pronouncing my name right. Shout out to the host and shout out to the co-host for hosting this space. Appreciate you guys for hosting this space. Also, thank you guys all for being here. I know my picture's a panda, but I come from a different world than a lot of you guys, the crypto world. But I just want to say a couple things. I live in New Jersey. I live in Atlantic City, New Jersey. And I heard like bits and pieces of this situation like throughout the day, but I just heard like people got killed and I heard it was associated to Twitch. I didn't really hear the details. I'm going to keep this short, by the way. And I happened to, look on Twitter and see the Freedmen Party was hosting a space. So I hopped in and, my heart was broken, when I connected the dots and heard, the story that took place. And, I have a YouTube page. I stream. That's what I do. And my coworker does also. So we talk about Twitch all the time, right? He's a young black male, just like me, in his 20s. And I told him about what happened the second I found out about it. And his response was, oh, and like just kept doing whatever he was doing. And, that just like tore me up inside. I honestly don't respect that guy no more, And I told another one of my coworkers who was a young black male, he's like late 30s, right? And his response was, oh, And then I'm like about to clock out and I'm talking to this like one white girl I always talk to and I'm like, yo, honestly, I'm sorry, I can't speak. Like I'm overwhelmed with like anxiety right now. Like I don't want to talk right now. She's like, what's going on? And it was crazy because she gave a fuck more than both of them, And it's just like, yo, what do you care about? Like what lights a fire in your heart? Like what do you stand for? And it just left me feeling angry and sad at the same time. And it's like and it's crazy because like I walk through this world and it's like I feel like there's very few people I can respect because it's like I feel like people don't really stand for certain things they should stand for. And that's why I'm so happy that this space is here, where people actually give a damn about shit that matters, And I just want to end on this, like should I watch this video? Like, I don't know if I should be ignorant to it, or should I watch it out of respect for the people who lost their lives? Should I not? I'm conflicted on that part right there. So I'm gonna end on a question for the space. What should I do?
Hey, black majority.
Yeah, let me just I'll go first and you can go. I would suggest that you do not watch that video. Do not watch that video. If you can avoid it, avoid it. There is trauma there. These are elderly Black grandmothers. You know, if you can navigate this information and go around actually seeing the visuals of it, you will be much better off, in my personal opinion.
Thank you. No, I'm cool. I'm gonna slide down. That's all I really wanted to contribute. And you know, I'm gonna just end it on one more time. You know, I'm just confused at like, what do people care about? What moves you? You know, because this moves me. The second I heard this shit, I was ready to rock. I want to pull up to the prison right now where he's at. Like, whatever the fuck. Make sure he's labeled as a terrorist also, or whatever. I hope he gets the right label. I hope that they make an example of this guy in the right way and not the wrong way. He's very seen. That's all I'm gonna say.
Hey, Young Crypto, stay up in the chat. Don't want to holler at you.
Yeah, so you touched on a lot of things. So our history in this country has been this mob violence, this mob justice that they had. And it was always false accusations, completely false accusations. And they would, the local sheriff or local police, whatever, would leave the jail open, go to lunch, and let this mob violence drag a Black man out of the jail and do horrible things. Some of the things I read, I mean, I'm traumatized for life. You know, there's stories of 10,000 of these people murdering one Black man.
And then this is, I didn't even want to say, but we're in this space, we might as well say it. This is the one thing I fear. I hope this shit doesn't become a trend, right? I hope this guy is not a martyr in these little nerdy ass, lame ass kids' minds on some real shit.
If I can chime in for a second, that was one of my fears too. If that was Panda, I think that was your voice. That was one of my fears too, man. If certain parts of the manifesto, he did cite Dylan LaRue and even several other people that I didn't even know the names of. Of course, Dylan LaRue stands out. But that was my fear. I think people will see these characters or weirdos, if you want to call it that, as martyrs and people look up to, and you get your copycats and the people who already believe what he's doing. They say, well, if he had the guts to do it and sacrifice this after only being on these 4chan, stations for so long, well, I've been listening to him for, however many years or whatever. Why hadn't I done it? So I think it, unfortunately, may be a domino effect. I hope not. But I do believe that people will start to look at these people and say, if they can do it, why can't I?
I'll be honest with you. I saw what the guy looks like. I wouldn't have even been scared of him. Like, there's no, like, I would have never even been scared of him. Like, my guard would have been down because, like, he's a boy. He's a boy. He looks like he's never played any sports. He's never done anything physical. He just looks like he sat in front of a computer his whole damn life.
So let me say this. This is a continuation. It's all connected, and these events are accelerating. So yes, you need to be prepared to defend yourself. And I want to touch on the other thing, where you have some Black coworkers who are zombies. They're sleepwalkers. There's a lot of them out there, unfortunately. What we need to connect with like-minded, conscious, woke individuals who are wide awake, eyes wide open, and understand what's going on. And I hope as a young Black man that you do tap into this information to understand what's really going on. The fact that you did not see him as a threat is because of the way the society has programmed our minds to think. We think of each other as the threat. This is the program that we are under. But they have always been the threat. Always. And they will always be our greatest threat. Well, DJ Sedge won, Miss Latasia, and then Ross Hotep.
Yeah, I spoke for a while. I'll let Latasia and Ross Hotep, but Young Crypto, stay up here, bro. I'm gonna holler at you for a minute.
Hi again, family. I just listening to what the young brother was saying. Yes, most likely, most definitely, they're going to be copycats. I believe this guy again. Yes, he was inspired by this. I hate using these people's name, Dylan Roof, and I believe he even cited Kyle Rodden. What is his name? Rittenhouse or whatever his name is. It will always be that way. This is a thing of the most important thing they'll ever do in their damn lives is kill a bunch of black people. We had a shooter here in Michigan. I'm in Detroit, and we had a shooter here in Michigan in February. He looks just like him. The only difference is they hauled his parents to church. I'm sorry, not church. I'm sorry. My husband is in the background. I'm sorry. To jail right along with him, as they should have, because, well, there's obvious the parents were right along with him during this situation. They knew what was happening, did nothing about it. So yeah, they feed off of each other. This other individual was doing the same thing on these chat lines and, posting on social media what he's gonna do. These guns and, white supremacist, behaviors or, memes and stuff like that. So yeah, there's definitely going to be more. And that's why I'm such a proponent of trying to limit as much attention off of these people as possible and making it about what they have done, making it about their victims and not about them, because the more attention we give to them, it's bad enough that the white media is going to do it, but as, Black Americans, the less attention, the better toward the white supremacists, race soldier killers, murderers, the better. That's and I'll eat in there. So.
Thank you for that. Yeah, I remember that situation, and they did charge the parents, and we really probably, well, I'm not going to say probably, but yeah, we need to push for the same thing in this situation. The parents should be aware. They should have known this child, quote unquote, had this weapon of war, and they should have had some awareness of where he was at, and what his intentions were. Like, so yeah, I do remember that. I believe young Crypto is next, or is it Ross Hotep? Maybe it's Ross.
Yeah, I have something quick to say.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Ross Hotep.
All right, so I guess my views for Young Crypto, my views going to differ a little bit on viewing the video. Like, the reason I think it's important that you do, even though it's hard to watch, is because, back when I was like in my early 20s, when I was, my teacher showed a bunch of pictures from the 1930s of white people, castrating black men, burning black men, lynching black men, and this was back in this is a while back, that fundamentally changes how you view, the system we live in and how you view white people. And I feel like that's why you need to see these things. Like, yeah, they're hard to see, but you got to understand these people's mentality and why you have to arm yourself and why you have to be black first and why you have to be on code. Because if you're not, then you're just going to be a victim of these people. And again, like when you see those lynching videos, you see how these people's mentalities are, and that's why I think it's something you should watch.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it in mind, and if I do watch it, I'm gonna watch it with someone. But one thing I will say, because I did watch the Australian video, and that one was really bad, and I'm not trying to bring up gore things of the past, but one thing I do want to bring up, in honor of this moment, is actually an event that happened about a year and a half ago and it happened somewhere down south. When I bring this up, I'm sure some of you guys will remember it. But this white guy walked in to a Waffle House and he started shooting and killing people, and a couple of people, ran into the back, and a young black man that worked at AT&T had the courage, to come out and whip that dude's ass and take his weapon from him while he was reloading. So I just want to say, just in honor of this moment, sometimes, they don't get us. You feel me? And I didn't feel like that man was honored enough, on television. I felt like he didn't get his flowers enough because, that was one of the most bravest things I've ever seen a normal person do in my life.
I agree with that. I just want to chip in on that with the possible little knowledge as well. But yeah, I do agree that he definitely didn't get the credit he deserved, nor did the story take off. In my opinion, that the way the story would have took off if a white person met with death. But in the same tone, a lot of gun defense stories don't take off, and that could be the mission of national media or whatever, left, right, whatever, that could be the objective, to silence or suppress some of the, green light gun defense videos, so that the opinion can always be, hey, they're bad, they're killing people, they're never in a defense type situation. But yeah, if you just search online, you can find tons of gun videos where people actually defended themselves, but for whatever reason, that doesn't make national media. What I wanted to say was the sitting duck part, I think, is the real scary part about everything, because no one will think to really arm themselves when you're going to a Walmart, when you're going to a supermarket. Some states have open carry. I know we have a form of open carry here. It's going to be amended here in January. Right now, we still have to have. I'm sorry. Concealed carry will be amended in January. We currently have open carry, but I'm saying off to say, most of these shootings are obviously going to happen in places where people are unarmed. Yes, there's going to be the least threat of resistance, so that's naturally where these people will do those type shootings. I took a brief NRA class one time, and I haven't specifically narrowed down on all the information, so I don't want to put negative news out there or put some news out there that may get people in trouble. But the instructor was white, and it was mostly actually I was the only black person in the course, actually. But one of the things the instructor harped on several times throughout the training was that when you see an establishment that says no guns allowed, whether it be a sticker in the window, something like that, just letting you know guns allowed. His thing was, and again, I hadn't researched this, so I don't want nobody just to go do this tomorrow, but his thing was, you can't be prosecuted for that simply because there wasn't a metal detector. He says places like courthouses and airports, they have a metal detector there for a reason. And if you take a firearm past those limits, then yes, you would be prosecuted for that. But when someone simply posts a sign in the window and says no guns allowed, if you happen to get caught with a gun beyond those premises, then it's up to the owner to ask you to leave. And if they try to send you to court or something like that, a decent or a good attorney would be able to prove the fact that, hey, there's no metal detectors here, so therefore my client was allowed to go past these premises with a gun. He or she willingly left upon the owner's request or something like that. But basically, these places are sitting duck places, churches, malls, just places we frequent often, where you see these no guns allowed signs pretty often. So again, don't want to get anybody in trouble, but I hadn't done the research myself to really look it up. But that's just pretty much what I heard. And if it comes to me, I'm just going to live by it. Rather be safe than sorry.
Yeah, so what I want to add, and so I'm not sure if everybody's aware, in this event, there was an armed guard. He was a former police officer, and the shooter had on body armor, which protected him. They had an exchange of fire, and the elderly black gentleman was killed because he was not wearing body armor. And on top of that, you know, this assailant had a high-powered rifle. So just so we, you know, have that perspective to understand that there actually was an armed guard there, and they did what they did. He actually sacrificed his life trying to protect the people in the store, just so we understand that. So I don't know if DJ Sejuan, if you want to go now, and then Miss Avery has her hand up after you. Does anybody know who Joe Rogan Pornography is? They were in the room a little earlier. I see they got the I think that's FBA flag. So I kind of want to give them a chance, but it's hard for me when I see accounts that got 1 or 2 followers, and I can't really understand if they're a legitimate person or not. So if you know this person, just let me know. I'll let them speak, but I've never seen that account. So
yeah, appreciate it, Black Majority. So Young Crypto, I heard you say you from AC or whatever the case be, and what was the situation at your job with your coworkers again? Not to repeat, but you know, just
just to touch it on again. So I'm a YouTuber, right? I have a YouTube page. I'm a content creator, and I stream, right? So we use anybody who's on Twitch uses uses like the same program. So me and my coworker, he does gaming, I do crypto. We talk about it, and so he's on Twitch a lot. He told me to hop on Twitch and watch his stream, right? So this situation took place on Twitch in a world that he's familiar with, right? So when I brought it to him, I'm like, you're a young black man that's happened on the same platform you happened on, and they killed your people live on this platform. And his response was, oh. And at that moment, I realized there's no need for me to ever exchange words with him again. Like, it hurt me and made me sad at the same time, you know, because it's like, if you don't care about that, what do you care about? We talk about a bunch of shit. None of that shit is important as what I just said to you.
Right, correct on that one. So, like you said, you from AC, you sound like you're real young. You don't mind me asking, how old are you?
I'm 28, so I'm not super young, but, you know, I'm in my...
Right. Well, that's still young because you ain't 30 yet. Because once you hit 30, we all know it's all downhill. But that's a joke, though. But on that note, you know, one, you got to understand what we're talking about when it comes to like reparations and everything that's going on, and you know how black immigrants are coming here. Is that black person even black American? That's first of all.
Bro, both the people.
Right. Okay. So with that being said, hold on a second. Hear me out, my boy. I know you're passionate. I'm from up north, bro. I'm from North New Jersey. So I understand what it is you're saying. That's why I said I want to holler at you. Guess what? You got to leave them niggas where they be at, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Because they indoctrinated and they don't know anything. So my advice to you, if you feel that way about how it is you're feeling and everything that's going on, like you said, you could come here to a Twitter space and get more intellectual training versus going on Twitch and hanging out with your homies at the job or whatever the case be. You also need to move from AC, because not to diss AC, that may be your home or whatever. I'm from the bricks, but it's all Jersey, it's all love. But there's only certain places that black people that got a good mind state and wouldn't even think or say no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Congregate. You might have to come up north, bro. You know what I'm saying? Even though like black majority saying we need to move down south, you just may need to come up north just to get the fuck away from the fuckery. You feel what I'm saying? Because even though there is some fuckery up here too, but it's a lot of niggas up here that ain't playing that shit, bro. You know what I mean? And just to be on that on code too about something, this is what I mean. Like when we had not even to go off code about this all topic about what's going on. You know, we ain't prejudiced against anybody. We know that. You know what I'm saying? But when we're saying we're a group of people in our own neighborhood, a culture within their own neighborhood, you have to actually keep ties on people that it ain't from your neighborhood, even if they are black. You know what I'm saying? That I used to tell my peoples, the outsiders, I used to see Eminem all the time over here in North Irvington, New Jersey, bro. Real talk. I used to think he was a white fiend, fan, or some type of crackhead stick-up cat. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, he turned out to be who he was. But that's the type of level you got to be on. And then when you got black folks, like you said, like there's no even feeling, no emotion. You don't even feel bad. You don't even send out a tweet condolence, man. We can't even get that from you. And you telling me to watch some vitriol that's going on about our people right now, knowing we at war with every damn body, dog. So, as far as, just the land the plane, it's up to you if you want to watch it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Just know if you do, know what comes with that, because it's going to be indoctrinated in your mind forever. But if you don't, at least that way you know how to move on from here, because we're telling you that. It's up to you. It's your choice, but that's something you're going to have to think about,
Yeah, let me add in. So if Young Crypto, you're in Atlantic City, is that what I heard?
Yeah, I'm in Atlantic City, New Jersey.
Okay, great. So we advocate for the takeover of the state of Delaware. That's technically not the South, but it is a state that has a high Black population. We essentially need 300,000 Black people, voters, to move into that state so that we can take control of that state. So you are like literally within a drive of moving into the state of Delaware. So that's what I would advocate for if we were having a conversation. That's why we hold the space every Saturday, is to talk about taking over the state of Delaware. So I just wanted to put that into your thought process. Miss Avery has her hand up.
I just want to say, piggyback off of something you said earlier. You said that they are a threat to us, right? I don't know who said it. I thought you said it, but someone in here said it. But I just want to say the reason why they're a threat to us is because we're an even bigger threat to them. Okay? Genetic wise, population wise. Sister, or should I say mother, the young lady, rest in peace. What is her name? Oh man, I just lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. But she wrote all of the books and she talked about it. And her face is in my mind and I can't think of her name right now. But she spoke about genetic annihilation.
Dr. Cress Welsing, Ms. Avery?
Yes. She mentioned it in many of her books. Everything she said is coming into fruition. And she said all of these things like 30, 40 years ago. And it's just amazing that everything that she said, everything that Dr. Claude Anderson said, everything that Dr. John Henrik Clarke said, Neely Fuller said, everything is coming to fruition right now. And if we're not paying attention to our elders and we're not being on our best guard and paying attention and focusing about everything that's happening, they spoke about all of this 30 plus, 40 plus years ago. And we're just understanding it now. And I'm embarrassed to say it because I was one of those people. But I started seeing the signs years ago when I started seeing changes in my community. I started seeing it a long time ago, before my community was being gentrified out. I seen it. My grandmother's pastor said, if Black people, if you got homes, don't sell them because the white people are coming. And this was back in 86. In 1983, I remember I was 9 years old and I looked in a window of this apartment building and it said, save our homes, don't move. It was something that they knew the whole entire time. We just never picked up on it because we were self-indulged at the time. We thought about ourselves. But now they were talking to us for years and we never paid attention to what was really happening. That's the scary part. And we got guys like Young Crypto, we got the Freedmen Party. These guys are young. They are our future. They're our keys. And I think that we definitely need to have a chain, like a circle where we can network and talk about financial stuff, computers, technology. We can get the boat float. We can get the boat going. We just gotta, bring our ideas to the table, not on here, but we can do it in a private space and talk about all of these things so we can make situations better for ourselves and prevent future attacks like this from happening ever again. We cannot tolerate this anymore. We can no longer allow this to happen, especially our elders. You killed 2 grandmothers and a grandfather. You took the ancestor, you took these people away from their families. and you have no remorse and no empathy about it. And these same people that sit up here and talk about, oh, we're not all bad. No, I'm tired of hearing this. Every time a tragedy occurs, this is the same talking point that comes out. I'm tired of it. I am so tired of talking. I'm so tired of hearing the same rhetoric. I'm tired. We're all tired in here. We're all fed up. I'm tired of hearing it. The next generation definitely got to be taught. We got to be on our A game. Anybody else got something negative to say, it's screw them at this point. I don't have time for none of this. We got to get the ball rolling and get it popping. And that's all I'm going to say. And that's it. I won't bother you no more tonight. Bye.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my mic finally decides to work. Yes, it's not a bother. Thank you so much for speaking. Thank you for the energy. I wholeheartedly agree. I'd like to mention Dr. Amos Wilson, who I believe should be taught in our schools. It should be a part of our education curriculum. Our high school students should be studying every person that you mentioned in all their writings. That's what we want to do. That's like quite literally what we want to do. So there is a Freda Spill something. I'm trying to pull the name up. That came up to speak. A lot of people. Yeah. Is this Freda?
Yeah, Freda Spieleke. I'm African and I live in Germany actually. But I just wanted to give you people a perspective that we perceive of the Black community in America through your rap music.
Oh, God. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I figured that would be someone slipping in. This is part of the problem with the space. Some of these accounts that look very suspect end up being good people, like Ross Hotep and Crypto, and then you got that garbage that pops up. So we're gonna get rid of it quick.
Somebody,
my bad. I brought her up. I didn't know.
No, it's cool. Please bring everybody up. I'll disseminate and get rid of people as it comes. But I see Black American Homeland might be back in the room. And we had someone else that I recognized, but I think they may have dropped down at this point. But if anybody else would like to come up and speak, please do so. It looks like there's at least one space open. If anybody has said everything they got to say and they would like to drop down, please do so as well. So we can get a couple more people in here. And then, see, look at that. My face is gone from the top here. The space is glitching a little bit on my end. I don't want to leave out and come back in. Normally I'm able to do that, but I just don't want to do that tonight or this morning at this point. I'm gonna try to stay in here as long as I can, but so I do have a schedule where I work overnight. So I work from 3 p.m. to 3 a.m. Eastern, East Coast time. And so I can keep the phone plugged in. I could keep it on so you guys can continue the space. You would just have to operate the space between State Power and the Freedmen Party. I trust both of you guys to run the space. So you would just have to, bring people up, make sure the knuckleheads talk, and just keep everything going. So I'm going to try to hang in here for a little bit longer, and then I'm going to turn it over to you guys to do as you will. But yeah, so anybody that wants to come up and speak, please do. There's some more spaces now.
Hey, I'm gonna step off speaker. I'm gonna listen, but before I step off, I wanted to ask what was the name of the book by Dr. Amos that you guys just mentioned.
So I can see the cover is black, red, and green. I want to say it's Black Power by Dr. Amos. He's got a lot of video series. He's wrote a ton of books, but I think that's the one that stands out to me. But just Google Dr. Amos Wilson, and you know, a lot of his material should pop up. But he's got a lot of YouTube videos as well.
Yeah. Also, yeah, I was about to say that he actually has a lot of lectures on YouTube you can look into. I have to go myself. I do want to say one last thing before I go. Definitely a good, important investment for Black people as well. I think Tariq Nasheed talked about this a little bit. Life insurance. I feel like Black people definitely need to start investing more in life insurance and getting good life insurance policies. Anyways, I'm gonna leave right now. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for coming to the space. Yeah, absolutely. Dr. Amos, you can find him everywhere, to be perfectly honest, but I believe Black Power is the book that, you know, most people go to. And then we got Miss Judge, who is up to speak.
Hi, thanks. You know what? I wanted to make a comment to the young man. I think it's the crypto guy from Atlantic City, if he's still here. He seemed to be upset that he brought the subject matter up to a young Black man, and he didn't get the response that he expected. And if he's still here and everyone's here listening, first I want to say, please try not to be so critical of one another. And I have to be calm when I think about this. You have to understand, being the Black male in America, as a Black woman, watching Black men being murdered and things that happen to Black men, I can only imagine the psychology of a Black man in America. He may not have given you the response that you wanted because he may have felt like what's the purpose? Like, you know, he threw his hands up like, we can't win. Why get angry and get mad? This is what they do to us. You know, some of us are suffering from a defeated mentality, and it's expected. They've had their foot on our neck for over 400 years. So the point that I'm making, in short, is that please don't be so discouraged when they don't respond the way you do, because it could be some emotional shit, you know, like they're killing Black people. There's an attack on Black people in America, for real, you know, and we all are not going to respond the same way, you know. So I just wanted to share that because he seemed a bit upset with his friend or his coworker, but not everybody can deal the way that we do and be strong. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to share that because I've had that experience, and I don't want to talk too long, but I had one of my daughter's friends say another white kid asked him what he's doing about it. And like, what you doing about it? You mad about Black Lives Matter? What you doing about it? And my daughter's friend really couldn't say much. He was like, his position was like, y'all the one that's racist. You need to do something about it, you know. And then the white guy looking at him like, if you care, you should do something about it yourself. Do you understand what the point that I'm trying to make? The mentality of a Black man. All Black men don't think the same. My daughter's friend, of course, he cared, but he was like, y'all the one who's racist. You need to do something about it. You understand what I'm saying? If that makes sense. So anyway, I just wanted to say that because I heard the disappointment in the man's voice, and I think we just need to learn to love and respect each other, and that's very important that we have harmony amongst each other. When people don't react the way that you would like them to, don't immediately think that it's not a love or a lack of caring for Black people. And I'm gonna land there. Thank you so much.
Let me add to that. I really appreciate you sharing that, and I just want to give perspective from, you know, a Black American who is 35 years old. What essentially what you just said was that it's okay for some of us to be off code, and I can't co-sign that, and I can't agree with that. In this day and age, it's very important for every single one of us right now, as we get ready to be united, as we get ready to fight this battle, that we be on code with each other. And if you're not on code, that's fine. You have allegiances somewhere else, that's fine. That doesn't mean you're part of what we're doing, though. And so his disappointment that he had, I think it was very valid coming from a Black American. I felt disappointment when he told the story, quite frankly.
Well, please let me respond to you because, and this is exactly what I mean. And I appreciate you sharing your opinion and what you think because that is fully what you believe. What you heard him doing is not being on code, okay? But as a black woman, what I heard him being is hurt and pain and not knowing how to deal with it. And that's what I need you to understand. This is why they keep their foot on our neck. Is because we don't have enough unity. You heard it as off code. I heard it as a black man in America when he's walking down the street. If he can see a cop, he's scared. It's being black in America is experience, brother. Period.
No black man, but here's the thing. That's the problem with masculinity. No black man in this country should have to feel like that. And so I hear you from a black woman perspective, that might be true. Mm-hmm. But from a black male perspective, we got to start being a little bit more masculine about how we carry ourselves because we're actually held to a standard of defending our families. And so if there's a man that can't defend his family and he's very, what's the word I'm looking for? He's complacent with what's going on. He's useless. He's useless in my opinion.
Well, you know what, brother? I'm not going to keep going with that because what I recognize is you believe what you believe. And I can talk Tom Purple, you're not going to hear me. What I'm talking about is this black man's in pain. And that's one of the issues. Being a black man, you got to be masculine. Okay? You have to be masculine. You have to always pump your chest up and be masculine when they out here trying to kill you. Okay? So what I'm saying
that's exactly why you have to be masculine. That's exactly why you have to. I don't understand.
You said he's off code, but see, my issue is that you're translating a black man who's in pain, who's hurting, who's broken, to being off code.
One second. What man are you talking about?
Jeez, let me jump in here. Yeah, let me jump in here. So I don't know if you heard. I think they asked the crypto kid whether or not these guys were Americans, and I think his answer to that was that they weren't. That's kind of what I heard. Now, if I heard that incorrectly,
no, we don't need to go. We don't need to go too far. What he was saying was the white girl cared more than the black boys. That's
but
what.
But I don't think the black boys were American. Is what I got out of that.
They were not black Americans. Okay, either way, you listen. I appreciate you trying to squash this. I'm just, you know what? It becomes very emotional for me because I move with white people, so I know how they move and how they work. Okay, when they're against us, if they have differences, they put those differences aside. Okay.
Yeah, but we know how the foreigners are coming over here and not giving.
I don't know about that's going too far. I'm just saying, brother took it as he being off code. And black men, I hear you a man, and that's how you feel. I'm female, so maybe I don't see what you see. I understand you, like brother. I feel you, but at the same token, I'm asking you. Not every black man is going to respond the way you do, and I mean. As far as back as 2020, we saw them kill George Floyd. I turned my life around because a lot of foul shit happened to me because I'm a black woman. I am looking to have an update to the 14th Amendment in the name of Elijah McClain. Ain't nobody say that little boy's name. That little boy was walking home with teeth and they murdered him. Black boys are being murdered.
Let me interject. You keep talking about black men as if you are a black man. I am a black man, and I'm telling you right now, with all due respect, that it is a problem if we can't defend our communities. That's all I'm saying. We have to be able to defend our communities.
I didn't say you couldn't defend your community. You are speaking to me as a black man, and brother, all black men are not the same. Okay,
that's the problem.
You think we all should be the same? Listen, I'm a fallback. I appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
Yes, DJ Sedge one. I think you were the one who asked him the question about these guys. From what I remember, were these guys Americans? I thought that was the question. Was that cleared up?
Hey, Young Crypto, if you want to come, you still in the chat, brother. I guess right there. I see you. So I don't know if you want to request to come back up. to clarify your own thing. But I believe that's what he said. They are Black American. And that was the other argument why I was saying that you need to get away from them Negroes. Because Judge Sarah, what you fail to understand, it's not so much that we're all experiencing trauma, first of all. We're seeing our people get killed by another culture on live TV. We all fucked up from that. But what you fail to realize is more based off of his environment, where there are not a lot of Black people down in South Jersey. We're mainly in the north. And when you say South Jersey, Jersey is really split along three fault lines. You have a north, a central, and a south. Most of the Black people are in North New Jersey, Essex County area. Jersey City, Patterson, some Camden for the most part. You got
So you're not around Black people.
City.
So you're not around Black people.
Hold on. I'm breaking something down to you. Because if you look at the chat, Young Crypto is agreeing with everything I'm saying right now. You see what I'm saying?
And Young,
but hold on. I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna yield in a minute. I'm gonna yield because I gotta get off. I'm doing something on the side too. See somebody texting. You see that? So at the end of the day, like I said, Young Crypto, you're gonna either have to do one or two things. One for sure, you gotta leave them dudes alone. If you're not willing to take the time to give them the knowledge, and if they are so cold from the get-go about seeing another Black life being sniped out, guess what? They already fully indoctrinated because you can see Black life being sniped out on the movies, the video games. This is what Black Majority State has been talking about the whole time. So, of course, we're numb to the situation. You know what I mean? We've been seeing it our whole life because they put that stuff in our neighborhood. Liquor stores, drug spot, you know what I mean? And put all the bad foods surrounding us to kill us, yo. It's more than just a gun killing us out here. So at the end of the day, you got to be around some Black men, like State Power is saying, some Black men that's going to teach this young Black man, look, this is what it's really about. You're going to have some cool niggas, some bootleg niggas, and some real niggas. Which side you want to be on? He said, and I'm not just quoting him because he up here and he can get in the chat himself, that he felt betrayed by his own Black people, regardless of where they from in the diaspora. Guess what? These jokers supposed to be, we supposed to all be on code. You're right about that, Just that. But everybody ain't thinking like that. So
I need to respond to you, brother.
So hold on, you gotta stop interrupting too, because at the end of the day, we're trying to educate, but we're trying to educate though at the same time. So the more you interrupt, the more the point is being made. You see that?
No, we have a difference of opinion, brother. Because we have
interrupting though.
No, we have
as well.
No, I want.
If all you want to do is talk over everybody, nobody could come with a solution to the problem. And that's the problem. All we want to do is lead. Nobody want to be a chief and learn.
Nah, brother, we disagree. We disagree, and we're going to disagree.
It ain't about agreement to disagree. And those that say that always want to be the leader, to be the right person.
Here we go. So tell me when I can speak, brother. Tell me when I can speak.
No, you can speak now because you ain't gonna let me talk. So handle your business.
No, because I know, brother. You know why? Because I know what you was you. I know me talking to my purple. You ain't gonna get it. Just let me finish.
What is that?
Let me finish.
When I corrected you,
please allow me to finish. I'm gonna ask you respectfully.
And Black Majority corrected you. You're outnumbered 4-0.
Yo, and can I finish? Are you gonna let me speak? Because where we are, brother, is you and I have a disagreement. And I'm not mad at you because just like that brother didn't respond, speaking from pain, I know you speaking from pain the same way. So I'm trying to be the bigger person, and I'm trying to share insight that's different than you. Okay, so you're going to look at me funny because I haven't been around Black people for the past 20 years. Okay, I've been in middle of America, but I'm still blackity black. All right, but you might think differently because Black is not synonymous with poor and broke and uneducated. And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. What I'm trying to say.
Damn it. The space is collapsing all around us. The space is falling down. Space is falling down around me. I'm really not even, I can't hear anything in here anymore. God. Let's see if I can go to the main.
Testing. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. My
Can I
was
finish?
glitching.
I really want to finish.
Phone was glitching like crazy. So
So I'm on finish now, and I'm gonna try to take it down a notch. Okay, so I'm about solutions and achievement and achieving goals. Okay, I understand that you feel like his response was being off code. When I have dedicated my life to liberating Black people. That is my life. Okay, so I want to be successful. So I look at everybody across the board. Okay, as a Black man, you seeing him off code. That's how you feel. That's not how I feel. I know that many Black young men feel defeated and they don't have any power. And getting angry and mad might be more detrimental to their mentality than it is to yours. As we make change and as we grow and we become more unified and we make differences, then those who are feeling defeated, maybe that mindset might change. Maybe they get on board. Okay, if I sound disrespectful, please forgive me, because we've been in bondage for 400 years, and it's time that we stop looking at the other man and look in the fucking mirror and say, what are we doing right? Y'all might feel like he was off cold. I don't know the young man. Okay, I just know, as being a Black man in America, I can imagine how you feel, and every Black man is not going to remain feel the same. And because it sounds like you insinuated that this Black kid was not raised around Black people, or he lived in a majority of non-Black, so he feels some kind of way about Black people. But I'm trying to say to you, maybe it's just more. It's a lot. It's every week you seeing Black men on Instagram getting beat. Black men being murdered. I can name the people over and over again. Because you manning up and it's infuriating you when you like, we need to do something. Every Black man is not going to feel the same way. And if he doesn't react the same way, I'm asking you not to shun him and say he a traitor or he not down with us. You have to lead by example. I'm going to leave it there.
okay. So I want to offer apology, discovering that these gentlemen, co-workers, are Black Americans. I call them zombies. I call them sleepwalkers. What good are they when you have a story like this, a tragedy such as this, where 10 Black human beings were slaughtered, innocent, and then when you find out that they're women and that they're elderly women, their grandmothers, the stories of these women are that they were angels in their communities. All they did was give and give and give. If a Black man, I don't care how old, I don't care what he's been through in his life, if he does not have compassion and empathy for that situation, he's no good to anyone. He's not even good to himself, to be perfectly honest. He's just like, what good is he? What use does that person have? What value that you can just shrug something off like that? That's insane to me.
Hey, Gray. Actually, you know what? Look, like sometimes, right? Sometimes, what happened today was tragic, but sometimes, if it happens so much, or some people don't have the what's the word? That emotional. What's that word? Doesn't have that emotional. I can't think of the word. It just something that they can think about, but it's not deep.
Let me just get this out real quick, and I really want Young Crypto to speak on this to verify what I'm about to say. It wasn't so much of the fact that he lacked the empathy. This individual was using the same type of platform that these murders happened on today. He might have actually been made aware of this information before it even happened. he might have actually been involved in what happened, if you ask me. And so he's useless.
Yeah, we talked about the desensitizing of this first person shooter. These video games, they're really simulations that are meant to desensitize soldiers who are going to go into battle so that they can kill their enemy. Hours and hours and hours and hours and literally days are spent on these video games. So from that perspective, I could say, oh, okay, well, maybe these guys are just desensitized. They sit on these games, they just blowing people's brains out left and right. It is what it is. They just don't care about anything at all. However, they're essentially plugged into a virtual reality. Like their minds are gone. It's no different than if they were sitting there smoking crack cocaine, to be perfectly honest. So I just can't have sympathy for, these guys who don't have sympathy for Black people in this country. I just can't. I just don't. So, let's let Young Crypto say his piece.
Yeah, a lot was said, and I don't really know which part to start on first. I don't want to make this too long. I like to be direct when I speak. The first person I spoke to, so this incident happened on Twitch, and Black American homeland. This is not something that happens every day. This murder was a record-breaking murder. This is the first live streamed massacre, of Black people. This means something, and it wasn't one person. It was double digits amount of people lost their lives. And the person I spoke to, he streams on Twitch. I'm a YouTuber, but he streams on Twitch, and this murder happened on Twitch. And so I said, yo, 10 Black people were just murdered by this white guy on Twitch. And he was like, oh. And like we were doing surveillance, so he just went back to checking the cameras. Like literally did not say another word to me about it. And like that really bothered me. And the reason why I said I didn't want to talk to him again is because, what are we talking about? What are we laughing about? What are we, we have all these conversations, and they're cool, but they don't really matter. Like talking about girls or whatever, that stuff's not important. Like real stuff, like about our people, or it could be different things, your health, whatever, like serious things, your country, but like your people being murdered at this crazy amount on the same platform you're on, and you have no words, crazy. Then I told this older Black male, he's still young though, like late 30s. This guy does a great job at his job, loves to do security, loves to be a protector. So I tell him, yo, your people just got killed. Oh. And that bothered me, when I told him exactly what happened and how it happened. And two people cared, and they were both women, and they weren't Black. And the second woman that cared, I wasn't even talking to her. She just hopped in the conversation and was angry, and it blew my mind, And Judge, you said a lot of things. You said that I shouldn't, shun the person because, they, may feel defeated. I mean, like, I can explain to you my circumstance. I'll be very brief with it. Like, my father kicked me out the house, took all my belongings. Ironically, he's my neighbor. I've never been in his house. He's never invited me over. My sister lives over there. Her boyfriend was wearing my clothes in front of my face. I wanted to beat him up. I couldn't. I'm not going to get into that. But all I'm saying is I could feel defeated. I could feel that same way. I don't have anybody I can call for anything. I support myself and my son. you know, and I still am passionate about making change for my people. That's something that's still very important to me, you know. So I don't respect that. I don't respect that, and I don't have to respect that because I'm one of those people. And you know, as a man, you're not supposed to make excuses because, like, I can't make excuses. I can't call out for my son. I can't call out for that, you know. And you said I a lot. It's we, you know. If we're saying that's not right, it's not right, you know. And it's okay. Sometimes we have to check ourselves, and sometimes we grow out loud, and that's where humility comes into place. Sometimes we have to put our ego in our back pocket, you know, and that's sometimes hard for us, you know. And I'm not saying that the points you made weren't true, but like, nah, I'm not rocking with them. And me like being by myself, I realize sometimes it's okay to be alone, you know, and you'll find your tribe through that, and that's why I'm here. But that's all.
Can I say to you, Crypto, and to everybody else in the room, Crypto, can I say this to you? You're a leader. You need to understand that. The people in this room are leaders. You know what? I'm on my timeline, and not everybody's talking about it. When 9/11 happened, everybody in the world was talking about America being attacked. We on attack.
And that's why I'm here.
We on attack, brother. We Crypto, and to everybody else, we on attack, and everybody's not gonna respond. I mean, I'm looking on my timeline, and I'm seeing gossip people talk about gossip shit. Okay? So I don't want y'all to think that I'm minimizing this. I'm on my timeline, and I'm thinking about the state of black people in America. Every black person in this country should be discussing 10 black people being murdered for any of us. And see, I'm trying to hold my composure and not be angry and be calm because I know I'm a better youth when I'm calm and I'm rational. But this is an emotional topic. And you think I don't agree with you and I don't get it. We feel the way we do because we are leaders and we have to lead. And I'm not going to keep going here because I know y'all, I don't want to fight with y'all because I know y'all are emotional. But I'm saying we have to lead by example. Yeah, they're not behaving the way we want them to. Yeah, it appears like they're not on code. You know, I just can't stress enough that we're leaders and we're going to be leaders. We have to lead. And sometimes we got to take care of the weakest link, if that makes sense.
Judge, hey, sweetheart, I just got in here. I don't know who y'all talking about when y'all say somebody was off code, and I just want to get some context on that before I get to my turn to speak. I'm gonna put my hand back up and get back in the queue. But can you just give me a little bit of context? Like, who are we talking about that is off code?
You know what? I don't. You know what? If Crypto wanted, because I think we went too far on there. I think you just went too deep.
If it's not relevant to the topic, like, don't.
Yeah,
don't do
it is very relevant to the topic. I'm just trying to. I love black people. Like, I love the air, and I'm competitive. I don't like losing, and I don't like the fact that we've been getting our ass kicked for 400 years. I'm tired of it. And
right, but who was off code? Who are we talking about was off code? Can somebody give me some context with that?
You know what? If you can let me finish, and I'm sure that someone can answer that question for you. I'm trying to say to you people in here, I know you want to feel some kind of way about other people when they don't react the way you do. We are the leaders, and as we make change and we are successful, people are going to change their minds, how they feel and how they think. People get stuck in their ways. Okay, so you know I'm gonna leave it at that, brother. I know you're mad. I understand. I appreciate all you've been through, but brother, you're a leader, and you can't look at those who's less than you, who don't have the same integrity and the strength you have. You're a leader, so that's why you think the way you do, and we need to lead. I'm gonna leave it there.
Okay.
Can we get Latasha to speak real quick? She's had her hand up for a while.
Hold on. Let me say this to what young Crypto said, and I want everybody to think about this. If the shooter, this piece of shit that came into that grocery store, came to young Crypto's job and was in an active shooter situation, who do you think young Crypto would have had to come to his aid and his defense? It certainly wouldn't have been those two black men who barely shrugged their shoulder. right? So he's thinking properly. I love the way he's thinking. He's protecting himself. He's understanding the parameters of his situation. If the shit goes down in here, I cannot depend on these two people. And that's just the bottom reality of the situation. So I'm gonna say good night to everybody. But I'm gonna leave the phone on. It's plugged in. You guys can rock out as long as you got to. You know, I just want to give my condolences one last time. You know, for this space and for the people, and as the names come out, you know, just remember that was the reason that we were here tonight, was just about these particular people that lost their lives senselessly for no good reason. So on that note, thank you, and good morning or good night.
Night. Freeman, are you still with us? So I'm gonna let Copeland go.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Latajia Copeland. I hate when people do that.
I'm sorry.
I get it though. It's Latajia though. It's fine. Or Taji. Y'all family. Y'all call me Taji. I am a Black female, obviously, and I understand completely what Young Crypto was talking about. I am a writer, blogger, founder of the National African American Families First National African American Families First and Preservation Association, which is the first 501c4 organization devoted specifically to Black families, protecting Black families, specifically from CPS, child welfare policy legislation. So, and I started that in 2019, but I started my activism in 2016, and I've written over 60 articles regarding white supremacy and its effect on the Black family. So I have a little bit of experience doing the work, so to speak. A lot of people have a lot to say if they haven't really done the work, but I've actually done it. So what Young Crypto said really resonated with me, because as a Black woman, I've talked to a lot of people, obviously, a lot of fellow Black people, women, men, whatever. And you get a lot of apathy. You get a lot of people that don't give a damn. And that is the crux of what I gathered. Correct me if I'm wrong. I gathered from the story he told, it wasn't that they were traumatized and these young gentlemen were traumatized and they kind of just handled trauma. I'm also a therapist. I'm a social worker as well. So I deal, actually provide therapy. So I understand that people handle trauma in different ways. But what I gathered from the story was not that these young gentlemen were traumatized and they just were kind of like, handling it in their own way. What I gathered was they just didn't give a damn. And if you're dealing with people that don't give a damn about the killing of Black people at the hands of a white supremacist, and they don't care, yes, remove yourself from them. It's very lonely. Being that kind of person, I've been doing it for many years. Thank God to my husband, who gives, who's also an ordained minister and is very concerned about this situation. And he's much older, he's in his 50s. I'm 35. So yes, that's what I gathered from the situation. And this is coming again from a Black female who's out here doing the work for her people and doing it very, mostly by herself. So I understand you get a lot of apathy. You get a lot of Black people that just don't care. You just do. And that's one reason why I kind of didn't even know about this situation until I started getting into the Twitter spaces and seeing my people talk about it. Because I really didn't, because I really don't look too much at the white media, especially like I said earlier in the chat. I cannot stand when they keep, promoting these white supremacist race soldier murderers. I can't stand it. So I kind of, shy away from that kind of news. I get a lot of my news from the new Black media. Nonetheless, I was kind of late to the situation about this shooting, and it was very overwhelming. And if I talk to somebody, associate with too many people, because being pro-black and being really down like that, you don't gather that many friends. Okay, even in our community, you don't, or the black community, you don't. So again, make a long story short, what I gathered from the situation was, again, that these two gentlemen, this gentleman just didn't care. And in which case, if they didn't, he is doing the right thing by separating himself, seeing them for what they are, because when somebody shows you who they are, you believe them. So it's not about it's not about persecuting and, judging anybody. It's simply about knowing who is for your family, knowing who's going to be there and have your back and who's not. And if they're not, separate yourself. He did the right thing. I actually really applaud Young Crypto for him having the courage to do that, because this person clearly didn't care, period. So I'm going to leave it at that. I don't want to take up too much time, but I'm going to land the plane there.
Thank you. DJ Sage?
Yeah, peace again. So, not to even bring up what we were just really talking about, but, because Latasha just pretty much crushed it out. Black State Majority crushed it out. So, to you, Miss Sarah, you don't understand Jersey life. And I already reiterated that several times. There's 3 parts to New Jersey. Even people in New Jersey are thinking about splitting up the state of New Jersey, because we tired of the level of ignorance, not just among, black on black or white on white or mixed together, because we have that up here. You know what I'm saying? We just tired of the ignorance of the people like Young Crypto got to deal with when it comes to these type of situations. Because listen to what the brother said. Our own people are numb to this shit and act like they don't give a fuck, but the white people showed them compassion and consoled them, man. You got to get away from them niggas, man, because they ain't no good to you, dog. You feel what I'm saying? And that's anywhere south you go, I'm starting to understand, wherever state you may be in, wherever south you at, the most ignorant niggas could be there. So you could be in Atlanta, Georgia, but the ignorant niggas might be in the woods. You feel what I'm saying? That's the same thing. Niggas up here in North New Jersey, but the ignorant niggas might be in AC. You feel what I'm saying, Crypto? You got to go where the real niggas at. And it ain't to say you're going to fare any better up here in the north, or even go down to Delaware with black majority states saying. We just saying you just got to get the fuck away from the niggas in AC, son. You feel what I'm saying? They ain't no good. They indoctrinated. South Jersey fucking life, you know what I'm saying? I remember the one time, tell you a story, dog. Me and my cousin, we going to Maryland, man. And we wound up, for whatever reason, you know what I mean, taking I-95 all the way down to the tip of Cape May, and wound up getting stuck in a rainstorm, flat tire. State troopers, white boys, nobody would give us a fucking flat iron just to pull the lug nuts off our tire to replace the spare. It was the black cat I ran into at the little 7-Eleven bodega, whatever. It's like 11, 12 at night, man. You know what I mean? He was hesitant to even help me, man. Hesitant. But he saw like, yo, come on, bro. We black man out here, yo. Gave me a tire iron, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Thank you, dog. I won't forget that. So we got to remember shit like that. You know what I mean? I hope wherever that brother in his life, he's doing great and everything is cool. They gave me that tire iron. But fuck them cops. That was right there. You feel what I'm saying? And there's been times where my own people out here fucking up and never got no consoling from our own people, but there's another race consoling us. You feel what I'm saying? So you got to learn how to listen to stuff like that, lady. It ain't that day, he's upset about it. He should be. We all should be. But at the end of the day, if you ain't getting no reaction from your own people, that 10 black people just got murdered on national TV by white supremacists, man, if y'all niggas get the fuck out of here, I might pop y'all niggas. That's how I be on it. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all on some cool shit, nigga. You know what I'm saying? The white nigga gonna take you out any fucking way. What the fuck? I might as well do them niggas a favor. You feel what I'm saying? Fuck out of here. You know what I mean?
Hey, I can't see Mr. Crypto or cryptocurrency. Where you at, bro? Can you do me a favor and DM me right quick? Is he still here?
I'm Panda. I'm the Panda.
Where you at, bro? I don't see you. Okay, Young Crypto. So I'm gonna DM you, man. Okay. Yo, Black Man, I love y'all. Okay. So you yo Crypto. You're Yo Crypto, right?
I'm Young Crypto, yes.
I'm a DM you, okay, brother?
All right. Yeah, DJ. Just to respond to what you were saying, you're right. Jersey is broken up. Like, it's definitely a huge difference between North Jersey and South Jersey, and like there's like two, I would say, black towns, and like maybe three black towns in all South Jersey, like Camden, Pleasantville, Atlantic City. That's pretty much it. Like, it's farms down here. It's different, you know. But I love the ocean, and that's why I'm here. But I definitely plan on relocating in the future. Like that's on my schedule. You know, I just gotta make sure I stay with my son because that's a top priority. You know, but go ahead, Judge. I'm gonna let you rock.
No, I'm a DM you, but you know, you look at my timeline. My the first love of my life is from Atlantic City, from Pleasantville, and he died last year. And I just found out a couple of weeks ago. So I know what's going on in Pleasantville it's right near Atlantic City, right?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it broke my heart actually. But he was going down the wrong path. That's why I married someone else. Anyway, I'm gonna hit you up in your DM, okay?
All right, so I want to make sure we stay on track. You know, we got a topic that's very serious that we want to talk about. Mrs. Avery, it's on you.
Okay, I just want to say that I got more information on the latest victim. He's actually our youngest victim. He was just 5 years old. And his name is Caleb Harris. I got the picture. I don't know how to put it on the Jumbotron. So if I DM you the picture, can you put it up there?
Yeah, you could tweet it, and then you can also, and then when you tweet it, you can DM it to me, and I'll tweet it. I'll put it in the Jumbotron.
Hey, State Power and Black, excuse me, Miss Avery, not to talk out of turn, but since you're a speaker, what I realize about the Twitter Spaces is if you make a tweet of it, like he said, you can just share it, hit the share button, and the space should come up. It should say terrorist targets Black Buffalo community 10 killed. It should say the same thing when you share it, but if not, you could just tweet it yourself, and then you should be able to save it as a bookmark, and then come back into the space here, hit the share button, and it should pop up in there like that as well too.
Okay, I'm gonna do that right now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You know, I wanted to talk about something real quick before I open the floor up for more people. I spent 8 years in the military before coming home and actually working in social services. And you know, as Black Majority has always has pointed out, we hold these spaces every week in an attempt to try to get the knowledge out there about returning to the South as Black Americans. And there's a specific reason why we want to move back to the South. We want to consolidate power. Once we have enough people living within a state, we will then control the state guard. We will then control the state police. And then we can use our state police and our state guard as a de facto FBI agent, not the federal FBI, but a state bureau of information, and we can gather information on these terrorists, and we can defend our own states. We don't even need the federal government to do these things. We can do it for ourselves. We can defend ourselves, and we can prosper, just like any other people in this country have been prospering. That takes unity. And that takes being on code, and so we can't tolerate a lot of foolishness. It just won't work. If you're not on code, then you stay wherever you need to stay. But if you're on code, we need you to come to the South with us to build up our state, to build up our resources, and to build up our defenses, and to build up our political power. And so it's very, very important. And I just wanted to open up the floor. Anyone that wants to come up and speak, please send me a request. I'll let you speak.
I'm looking at that picture right now, and that just breaks my heart. My son's 5 years old right now, and yeah, man, I don't even know what to say. You know, it's just unfortunate, like, that you wouldn't even spare a child.
That's the pure definition of a coward. You got it, DJ.
Yeah, appreciate it, State Power. So this is the argument or the reason why I say, like, to you, young crypto, you got to get from down where you're at, bro. You feel what I'm saying? You know, and like you said, you either in Pleasantville, AC, or Camden. You can't even really live in either one of them townships, cities, or counties, because you know all we doing down there is killing each other anyway. At least this way, if you go somewhere else, maybe farther up here north, maybe to somewhere like Livingston. You know what I'm saying? If you want to keep it, you know, wherever AC side you're living on, I'm not sure what side of AC you're living on. You know what I mean? I know it's AC ain't but so big, but you know, it's still a nicer part and a bad fucking part. You know what I mean? So, but when you're around the mentality of the black people that you're on, because you're mainly around white folks down there. You know what I'm saying? I've been here 42 years, been up and down I-95. I know how it is down there. You know what I mean? But I'm starting to realize that's anywhere south you go as well. So it's like, you know, start, you know, trying to get yourself, and like I told the other FBA brother, you know, if you could pull 10 brothers or 10 families, you know, you and your family, and add 10 other families, go buy some land somewhere in Delaware, man, or somewhere farther in the south, and build on that, man, because at the end of the day, you know, some of our people just ain't gonna make it, bro. And what Lataji was saying, you know, about being by yourself, I've been by myself for the last 10 years, every day, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Because I can't be around my friends, black or white, because they don't understand the level of the shit that's going on in this country, yo. And they don't care either, bro. You are on your own, and we have no friends, bro. Yeah. And not to say you're on your own, because you got us. You feel what I'm saying? But everybody else around you, you're on your own. You know what I mean?
You got everybody that's on code, period. So again, we're holding this space, you know, because of the tragedy that happened today by the terrorists, the race soldiers and the white supremacists. And so I want to open up the floor to anybody who wants to speak on it. We've had some speakers speaking about it from firsthand experience, people that were actually there in Buffalo today. So it's been a very deep and heavy conversation. If there's anyone in the room that wants to add to that, please send me a request. I think we got a request right here. Black POW. This is an elder, and she's been spitting some fire today. She's been, you know, passing a lot of wisdom, and so let's see what she's got to say.
My dear, I want you guys to know that the system is an all-around fuckery system, if you want to say it. I have over 200 acres of land, and I've been fighting the USDA Agriculture and Farm Service Agency for over 3 years. I am planning to build the first 100% sustainable farm, agriculture, and conservation. Clean energy all together. I don't even have to drill. I have water rights. I don't have to drill, but I am privy to solar panels that create water above land. And I can't even get them to respond. I've submitted project plans. I have submitted all type of agencies to do every inch of my 200 acres. I have 3 LLCs. I have an Inc. I have 8 certifications in business. And I have 30 years of legal experience. And I've done all the documents myself, including my family trust, because all my land is in the family trust. I'm retired too, as well. I've done all I can, but we still need cash first. All of my plans and projects could come through with cash. So you can buy the land, but you can't build on the land if you don't have cash. Cash first, land grants, and then we go from there. But you can't have the land without no money to build on it, to develop it, I can live on it at any time. It's going to be in my family for the next 100 or so years. I've already written the irrevocable trust for it. Money. We must go for federal reparations. After today, federal reparations now. Congressional, Congress, White House, whatever we got to do. We have to ask for it now. And I mean federal. If we have to wait for 50 states, from California, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, we can't wait that long. We got to push the federal reparations. If we have to boycott, start working, and have all the riches of our black people in America help in front this so that we can boycott fucking America. Don't work. We are valuable. We are consumers here, and we get nothing for our tax money. I've done everything that this U.S. government rewards to every citizen outside of my black American woman. I'm a black woman. I'm a level 2 farmer. I'm a rancher. I could go on. I was able to retire at 45 because of this. I had 13 years post-education. Matter of fact, last semester, I went back to my alma mater, University of Maryland, and took some more agriculture classes. I'm talking about feeding America. 200 acres to feed America and establish us as black farmers in America, because we are the only ones that till the soil of this land. But in my investigation, I found out that every country in the world invests in the Americans' land. There are 5 world banks. Every country, every continent invests in U.S. agriculture. I am legally eligible for over 8 programs. 4 is just being a woman. They even give you land to become a farmer. I'm coming with 200 acres of land, and I can't get no help. I got my own land, and I can't get no help. I have local farm service agencies. I have where my land is in Texas, farm service agencies. I have registered with every farm service in America, 50 states, boilerplate letters. And not one person has. This is 3 years. This is 3 years. This is before the COVID. And you know what? 6 months ago, I put a full plan in. Business plan, PDF, vendors, gardeners. I even told them, it's Texas. I will help the minority, the Mexicans, El Paso. I'm right between Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk in that same region. Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos got 470,000 acres. My farm service representative at that agency is his farm service representative. There's nothing else I can do because we are being starved for money. Money is what makes everything move. We must concentrate on federal reparations. The world is against us. Always remember that. And there is never going to be an end on this game because we got so many countries to go to. But you know what? We need money to get the first start. And we got to keep that bag lineage-based, get our first start. And then we're going to go down the line and we're going to be suing a motherfucker for the rest of our fucking life. But we got to get the money first. So federal reparations push. Pull up something. I don't care what we got to do. We have to get that done. American Indians is just getting it for the boarding schools. Freedmen boarding schools were around too. Orphan trains were around. MSNBC had the representative from the BIA, Bureau of Indian Affairs, talking about, Well, they've already done the damn study. I got the report. This is do or die. And I'm not a man. I am still the woman.
Thank you for that. We got a couple more people that just entered to speak. I really appreciate you dropping that knowledge down for the room. I think Corey popped in, and maybe someone else, Ant popped in. Corey, would you like to speak? It's on you.
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I appreciate the space. Shout out to all of you in here. Condolences to you know what I mean, the Buffalo up there. I mean, our people up there. I used to work up Buffalo a few years ago. You know what I mean, just like every other in the city. I mean, I ain't been all through there, but I mean, that's a tragedy out there. I want to say to the young crypto, when I was younger, I had to get away from a lot of people who was desensitized to tragedies that happen to our people. Like a lot of them. Cutting friends off, cutting family off, getting away from all of them. Left and right, don't even matter. I mean, like, you talk about desensitized. I'm desensitized to the fact that they desensitized. So get the motherfuckers out your life. Don't bring them near you. You know what I mean? I keep the motherfuckers away from you. And all I care about is people who understand the truth that's out here. So your life gonna be serious 24/7. So be prepared for that. Like, you know what I mean, I watch all the comedy, I laugh, but it should be serious. Like, I'm serious 24/7. And don't let other groups of people tell you to calm down if you're passionate about our people. Fuck them. They ain't got nothing to do with us. You know what I mean? So, once again, condolences to our family up there in Buffalo. Like, I mean, that's some fucked up shit. You know what I mean? And Bulls, he a coward, man, but I understand who they are. Okay, your origins. Okay, you cowards because y'all slowly dying. It is what it is. And you can't stop it. But you can't stop this melanin either. You know what I mean? And I'm going to land on that. Rest in peace to our people up there.
Real quick before you go, War, I just wanted to say, Corey, you're right, man. I am, and it's about the being serious thing. I am serious. Like 95, the only time I'm really joking is when I'm with my son. Like, other than that, I'm serious. Like, I honestly don't even like to drink because I don't like the way what it does to my mind, you know? Like, I smoke a little bit, but other than that, I'm serious.
Okay, I used to be an alcoholic. Like, you know what I mean? When I don't want to say alcoholic, but like a functioning one. I used to down about 1.5 gallons of Patron, like the big bottle. You know what I mean? Every 3 days and shit, you know what I mean? Because I lost my mom and shit, so I was numb. You know what I mean? I can feel everything, but I'm trying to figure out, like, why I can't talk to my mom every day. So I'm down in them Jones, and I just got to remember what she told me before she passed, and she want me to, like, don't do that. Don't drink like that. Quit. You know what I mean? So I've been off of it, you know what I mean? And it's straight serious from here on out. And that's what it got to be, because, man, we as a people, we on life support. Let's cut the bullshit. We on life support, and we got the IV plugged up into us. And you know what I mean? And we got to understand that, man, and cut off all distractions, even our own. If they ain't with it, oh well. You know what I mean? So that's my other phone going off and working. I'm going to land right there.
Appreciate it. I think we got Ant. Did you want to say something?
I'm sorry. I don't want to derail the conversation. So I think we could just go to the hands, right? And then maybe I could come back.
No problem. We got DJ said.
No, I spoke plenty of times. I still want to speak, but let Frankie go ahead, and then Ant-Man could go, and I'll go after that. Oh, Ant-Man, Miss War on Black American POW, she go out. I'll go last.
All right, cool. Frankie?
Hey, what's going on right here? You know what? I came in just late, so I don't know what the vibe is on the room, but all I wanted to say was this. I feel like at the end of the day, we have to love everyone for who they are, we're all from the same place at the end of the day, and I think we're all like tripping about a lot of shit these days, and it's like it's right versus left, east versus west, black, white. I'm Italian, so it's tough because I don't even roll with the white people, but I also don't roll with the black people. You know what I mean? It's different. So I'm just saying it's very unique how everything's like rolling these days. But I feel like 1 versus 2, like 0 versus 1. Like we can't live our lives like this anymore. It's proven to be like
Frank,
not working.
Not to cut you off, but would you hop in a space about the Ukraine war versus Russia and talk like this?
About what specifically? Like if I hopped in, what do you mean?
Like I feel like you're not taking your words seriously.
In terms of,
I just feel like I feel like my question was very clear, bro. I feel like you understand what I just asked you.
Like if I went into a room and it was like a Russia room, like pro Ukraine, like pro like I don't understand. Sorry, can you clarify that?
Yeah, if there was a space discussing the war that's taking place in Ukraine between Russia and Ukraine, would you hop up and say what you're saying?
No,
to be fair, I don't think he got to his point, did he? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, listen, there's certain situations.
Let me hold up, Frankie. So let me see if I can just add a little bit of clarity to the room real quick. It doesn't seem like where you're headed at is going to actually be in line with the vibe of this room. And I think that's what Young Crypto is trying to say. We want to make sure that we're paying, respect to the victims of the terrorist attack that happened today. First off,
Totally.
And I'm sorry.
No, I said 100%. My whole thing is this, though. I just think if we keep playing, my whole point is this, and I understand exactly what you're saying, but I think if we keep playing like the 1 versus 2 card,
what can you explain what that means, though? I don't quite know what that means.
It means this: if we keep like, no matter what happens, it's always like an enemy versus like the right side, like right side.
We
left
are
side.
at war.
We are at war.
Yeah, we're never gonna get to a conclusion though that like we get better. That's my whole point.
I got a conclusion. I mean, I ain't gonna say it on here. Listen, man, our people being slaughtered. I don't give a fuck what you got to say, bro. Like, really don't. And you Italian. Y'all used to slaughter our people too. So, like, please shut the fuck up.
Can I say something? After 9/11, we went into Iraq. We killed 900,000
I don't give
people
a
in
fuck.
Iraq.
I don't give a fuck. You just kill. Oh, I don't give a fuck, dog. Like
we went into Iraq.
You Italian, dog. Do you know what y'all people did? Like it's what you saying right now. It's irrelevant. Yes, your people. Y'all immigrated over here. You Italian, right? You ain't business to the Americans.
Just drop him off the
room. Man, this don't even make sense. Why you even here? Why you here, bro?
Just drop him.
Please
just
drop
him
Frankie.
The fuck out the room.
So I muted the room. I let him speak. To be honest, I wasn't quite sure if he was foundational Black American or not. So I just wanted to hear what he had to say. And I appreciate, what everyone was saying. We really don't want to hear that. And so I'm speaking for the entire room. We don't, right now we're focused on one issue and you're bringing other issues into the room. And so it's a distraction at that point. And so if you want to give your condolences, that's fine. If you want to give a strategy on how you're going to help Black Americans not get murdered and how we can get our reparations, we'd love to hear those ideas. If that's not part of what you're about to say, then unfortunately the room is asking me to drop you, and I have to respect that. So I'm going to unmute everyone.
See, that's the privilege they have. That's how cocky they are.
Who's that? We're gonna do the hands. We're gonna do the hands thing. We want to make sure we keep order in the room. And so I'm gonna let. Where are we at? We're at Ant right now. Ant, it's on you.
I just want to say sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, it's cool, Frankie, but it's like if we're trying to have a constructive, productive conversation, you can't exactly enter and just. Basically, I feel like what you were trying to say is that there is no solution. That's pretty much what he was getting at. Did everybody get that same sentiment from what he was saying?
I think a lot of the room felt that way, and so we appreciate your apology. There is a solution.
I'm saying the way we're going now, there is no solution. That's all I was saying. Like, we're never getting to a solution. That's all I was saying.
And I'm saying that
no, brother, we are gonna get a solution. We are gonna get a solution. Don't you worry, we got this. We got this.
Wait, you Italian? You ain't. It ain't no we, man. There's no we.
Let me ask Frankie one question. Frankie, when you hear about what just happened, and you look up at the jumbotron and you see that little boy, how does that make you feel?
Terrible, man.
He don't give a fuck. They don't look like people. Yo,
I don't give a fuck. Are you kidding?
Hey, let's make sure that we're not speaking. Let's make sure we're not speaking out of turn.
Apologies. Word. Okay, but
let's see here. Oops. How do I send him? Okay. All right. Who we got next? DJ Sedge?
Yeah. So Frankie, you can't come in here talking none of that mess, bro, because at the end of the day, your peoples used to fucking kill our people right here in New Jersey, dog. So with that being said, I want everybody to take about good 60 seconds out. Go on YouTube and search Michael Wayne TV. Michael Wayne TV. Rest in peace to our OG. You might see a Michael Wayne 1 and a Michael Wayne 2. We used to fight y'all, man. You know what I mean? Just for trying to go to the local dance community, bro. So when you say, you know, I'm Italian, well, what type of Italian are you? Are you Sicilian or you from somewhere else? And with that also being said, like you said, you know, not to take words in your mouth, you know, you don't get along with your own and you don't get along too many with black folks because you're unfortunately you're strong in the wind, bro. You know what I mean? You on your own. So at the end of the day, I'm not sure why you saying that, oh, we went to Iraq and killed all XYZ ABC. Well, didn't black people die in 9/11? I clearly saw black people running from the World Trade Center covered in fucking dust, bro. So when you say all, you know, we don't start wars with people. We just fucking help everybody else fight them. Black Americans don't fight in every fucking war because we don't like other people fucking with other people, bro. That's why we're the most empathetic on the planet. And we allow other cultures, no matter where you come from, to come into our neighborhood, set up shop, do what y'all do. And nobody say nothing because we is trying to be on one accord. So when you say you feel bad for this little young man that lost his life, you're going to have to do more than just have words, bro. You're going to have to get out to your Italian community and say, look, you know, we owe black people because your people came here after the dust fucking was settled, bro. Real shit. I try to explain this to my Thai friends. They don't want to hear none of that shit either. Just like you don't want to hear, but you want to come with your talking points. We don't want to hear that shit. That's why our black queens is going hammer on your ass right now. So at the end of the day, you know, come with your condolences, that's cool. But all that other shit, saying that it ain't no hope, we over here trying to create hope. This is why we're having these spaces, trying to come up with an idea for solutions. Rather it be, you know, solely for black people or for us to unite on some MLK and have integration still. Because, you know, I don't mind going to the basketball game sitting next to you, but I'm not going to be, I don't want to sit next to nobody that's prejudiced. I refuse that, bro. This is why we're trying to have our own shit. So if you want to help us with that, help us with that. If not, You just got to sit back and listen, bro. Don't come up on the mic, yo.
And don't forget about Howard Beach, Queens, and Bensonhurst, Brooklyn.
Facts.
So I'm just going to refresh the room real quick. We're having this space specifically tonight in memorial for the tragedy and the terrorist attack that happened today in Buffalo, New York. We're here to strategize about opportunities on how we can actually improve our situation within the United States. We usually hold these spaces every week to advocate for repatriation to the southern part of the United States, to consolidate our people in the southern states so that we can have black majority rule in at least 9 different states, giving us 18 senators. Only then will we be able to solve these problems in the United States when we actually have a 60% majority of at least 3 states. We like 9, but at least 3 states. Then we would control the police, we would control the criminal justice system, the courts, the electoral votes for that particular state, the constitution for that state. And so this is what it means to build true community. And so I want to see if anyone else wants to come back up and speak. I think he might have left. I think he wanted to come back up again. I was going to let him if it was going to be constructive, but I didn't want it to really distract from, this tragedy that we had today and this terrorist attack. And so I just want to respect the room. Is there any, Corey, you got it.
Hey, I want to apologize to you, but I mean, it's highly disrespectful when an Italian has opinion on anything. Like, I've been around all groups, and I mean, I know about them Italians. I'm from Philly. I know what it is. Like this, I know what it is. It's really no need to explain anything. So when any of them got an opinion, it's like, no, don't even talk, bro. Like, just fall back, do what you do, go eat some pizza or whatever it is y'all do. You know what I mean? And fuck what you did overseas. That's wrong too. Goofy. Come on, man. All right, I'm done.
He's just the devil's bitch. That's who he is.
Don't get sidetracked, y'all. That's what I'm talking about. Ain't nobody gonna love us and be down for us but us. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm trying to tell y'all. But ain't nobody gonna be down for us but us.
That's it.
Yeah, I think your mama wanted to speak. Is there?
Yeah. I just wanted to say that I appreciate this room tonight. This is my first time actually getting into a room and being able to speak. I've been a listener, but I haven't had a chance to speak, but I need to say something. Tonight, I'm 70 years old, and I've seen too much of this bullshit. Way too much. And the topic about us moving back to the South, I'm living in Kansas right now. And my right hand to the Most High, I cannot find the black community in the city where I'm at anymore because there's a bunch of damn Mexicans here and other immigrants, and they've literally taken over the city. And I'm sitting here all alone, a 70-year-old woman. Don't get it twisted, because I'm strapped and I'm ready to take this shit as far as these motherfuckers want to go. And excuse my language, but this is war. This is truly war. I was in the late 60s and early 70s in the streets, fighting these racist cops, teaching people how to shoot, use weapons, teaching people how to dodge cops in a high-speed chase, teaching these women how to ball up a fist and bust a some bitch in the mouth. I am done. I'm ready for whatever you young people are ready to do. And to young crypto, the advice I've been hearing you get, young man, I cut these Negroes off in 1971 that were too scared, too stupid, too complacent, and too happy to be grinning up under white folks for my taste. I cut them all off, and that includes family. I don't have any family, none. The only ones that I had any contact with at this point are dead. I'm all alone in this world. I'm ready to move wherever I need to move to gather with my people and put an end to this bullshit one way or another. 70 years is too long to live in this hell. And I'm going to land right there.
Appreciate that. That was some real truth right there. You're more than welcome to join our space anytime. We're very open about allowing people who are on code to speak, and because we're trying to create we are creating a movement, and so everyone who's on code is very much welcome. Visual or DJ said, did you want to go first before Visual?
No, let somebody else always go. I spoke. I'm just got my hand up to just be in talking, bro.
All right, Visual, it's on you.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be very quick so that DJ can talk. But yeah, like all I'm gonna say is like RIP to the 10 souls that was lost earlier today. Black Americans, they need reparations. I know that's like really the original thing, but reparations is needed. And honestly, I feel like it should be reparations and also separation. Like being with these people is not gonna work. Like this whole diversity and inclusion with these snow roaches. Honestly, we like Black Americans need to separate from these damn people. It's never going to work. And the only time we can really solve this whole thing is just like you said, Black people need to be the majority of not even just 3 states, of the whole 9 states to be safe. And I'm gonna leave it like that. And by the way, I'm not FBA. I'm a Black African. My parents was born in Africa. I'm gonna just leave it like that. I'm not gonna say too much. But yeah, separation from these damn snow chimps is the best thing ever. Honestly, I'm gonna leave it like that.
We respect our brothers and sisters of the diaspora too from Africa, as long as they're on code. So I do have a couple more requests. If you don't think you're going to be speaking anymore, just go ahead and drop yourself down so I can bring some more people up to the top.
Hey, I appreciate you, man. I'm gonna drop down, man. Thanks.
Appreciate you.
Hey, yeah, State Power. So just to keep it on the Italians, right? So if anybody doesn't know the history of the Vatican, a lot of people just think like the Vatican is like, the way you see it on TV or whatever. But go do some research on the Vatican. It's actually several stories beneath the surface of the earth. And they have a lot of the world's history buried in there, because you got to remember, it was the Italian church, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of the European churches that okayed slavery, you know what I'm saying? So when we talk about, we got to go after these people and that people, we got to make sure we go after these Christian and Catholic churches too, even though some always may be Christian and Catholic, because they initiated and funded a lot of this stuff. So you got to think about that type of stuff.
I appreciate that. You know, so Frankie came back up. I'm not quite sure what he wants to say. I don't really want to engage, but I'll let him speak. But DJ Sedge, if you want to school him, it's all on you.
No, man, there's nothing to school. Corey already said what Corey said. I said what I said, but you know, he could speak. We could debate. Go ahead, Frankie.
No, I agree 100%. I think the Vatican Church and the Catholic Church is completely. I think it's Luciferian. So I'm into some conspiracy stuff where I think it's like 33 degree Mason, Luciferian stuff. Not to get into that, but I agree with that 100%. But all I'm saying is this: Italians, we never had slaves. We never appreciated that shit. We came here, we were prosecuted also. We were in concentration camps before the war. So you can look it up. And the Italians were hung too early on. You can look it up. So I'm just saying, we're not WASPs. We're not British. We hate the British. We hate WASPs. We hate Norwegian people. We hate like the super like.
They were considered black too, and then it changed.
Yeah, no, seriously, we were like the ones that we didn't speak the language. We still don't. My parents still don't speak proper English. My grandmother can't even say 2 words in English. So I'm just saying, it's like you have to understand. Like you can't like. And I get it. I get it where like the whole thing's coming from, where it's like.
So I get that you're trying to defend, you know, your heritage. I actually think it's a little bit of a moot point, to be honest. I want to hear from you specifically about how you think that Black Americans can advance within this country, and what is it that you are going to do specifically to help us get there?
All right, so I have one thought. I have one main thought on it, and don't take this the wrong way, but I have one main thought. Can I say it without being...
If it involves anything about, you know, black on black crime or anything like that, you're going to be immediately removed from the room. So I'm just going to, I'm going to paint that picture real quick. What can help us achieve where we need to be without this whole black on black talking points thing? Because I already know that's where you're going, so I've already muted you because of that. And this whole pull yourself up by the bootstraps things, we don't want to hear any of that. And so those are the parameters. I've set them. Now it's on you.
No, I'm not even going there. No, that's like, I would never go there. What I think is this, and I think it's the same thing that Italians have trouble with in this country. We don't live in communities anymore. If you look at the way tribes were structured in Africa, the same way communities were structured in Italy. We're not meant to live where like the next house is like a 5-minute walk down the street, and that's another house. And then we have like a shopping center that's 45 minutes away, and like that's how we communicate. We're social people. We need to stay within each other. We need to feel each other's vibe. I'm telling you.
All right, so you're, what's his name? Tariq Nasheed? I'm sorry. Tariq Nasheed always says, you're babbling. At this point, it just sounds like you're babbling. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not making any sense to me. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. I'm a really nice guy, actually. The room is coming for you, sir, but I'm a nice guy. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, but it just really sounds like you're babbling. I want to see what DJ Sedge has to say. So if you could please allow him to speak real quick, that'd be helpful. It's on you, DJ.
I got you. Hold up, man. I'm taking the total to cannabis noise. Hold on a second. So to make a long story short, right? Frankie, I understand what you're trying to imply, but like State Power said, what Tariq said, you know, you basically niggas explaining battling. You know what I'm saying? White honky explaining, whatever the fuck Tariq be saying and shit. You know what I mean? Glacier Donkey explaining. We don't want to hear that shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you're coming into a black space talking about your culture, trying to separate your Italian culture from white culture. And I just had a white guy recently do that to me on Facebook, speaking on reparations. And then when I checked him and said, hey, look, we don't need your opinion, sir, or even your advocation for reparations. You don't work for the budget committee. You know, you're not a politician I need to advocate to. You know, you're pretty much nobody, but not to say you're a nobody, Frankie. I think what your problem is, like you said, you don't fit in with anybody. And this goes back to what some of us are trying to tell young crypto. You got to get away from those type of people and go click up with some people that it really is about being together and not wanting to have any type of beef. But unfortunately, I think you fail to realize as a man, a grown man, life don't work like that. Not here in America. This is America with 3 Ks, not ICA, bro. You know what I'm saying? Colonizers conquering kingdoms, homie. That's the code we live by, though. You know what I'm saying? And again, my people used to fight your people all the fucking time, bro. You know what I'm saying? And I got some cool ass fucking Italian friends. You know what I'm saying? Straight up. But they don't understand this level of conversation, bro. They shy away from it. You guys don't want to have a conversation why we have a problem within our culture. All y'all ever do is when shit hits the fan, you do what they call white flight, unfortunately. You know what I mean? So, yes, Italian Americans have had some history in this country where they were also treated wrong, but it wasn't the wrongness of chattel slavery, bro. You feel what I'm saying? And the other thing is, too, you guys have a strong history in this country of doing us wrong. Drugs came into the black community because of the mafia. That's Italians. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the stuff that happened in the black communities from way back when J. Edgar Hoover became the federal FBI head of office, all the way up until right now, bro. You know what I'm saying? A lot of your people had a lot to do with that. You know what I'm saying? And until you understand that history, we can never have a conversation about togetherness and integration, bro, because we're going to be right back here a year from now talking about what you're trying to explain. Why can't we all just get along type shit? You know what I mean? Your people have to understand, bro. You know what I mean? That it ain't us. And I'm not saying it ain't no black people out here fucking with white people sometimes, because we see certain shit on the news and we ain't even saying all that shit is 100%, especially when it comes to this Asian hate crime shit. That shit fake to me, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Ain't no black person really fucking with no Asian person. Asians live amongst their own community, or they live amongst white communities. We know that. So the Asians that are in the black hood, they either own the Chinese store, the corner store, or they just passing fucking through, bro. You know what I'm saying? So if a black person that is happen to be a black American, FBA, Adolf Friedman, whatever, fucking with an Asian, that might be somewhere in New York City, or it might be somewhere in California. But unfortunately, those two places have a history of that. So even black people and Asians gonna have to come together one day and sit at a table and be like, look, this is the problem I have with you, and what is the problem you have with us. So until we get to that level, but y'all don't want to have that conversation, bro. And this is why we telling young crypto to get the fuck away from these coons, these house Negroes that are not even so much numb to the situation, but just don't give a fuck, bro. You know what I mean? And I can understand that in some ways too, being numb, because you're constantly being indoctrinated with this shit. Black death on in the streets or on the TV screen. That's all we see growing up as black folks. Us killing each other and us having to save you on the silver screen. So give up our own life in regards as well. You feel what I'm saying? So I'll land on this note. I'm not sure where you're from. When you get a chance, look up the Newark Riots, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Look up the Newark Riots, my boy, right here in Newark, New Jersey, and do some history. Do some history on the Italians here in Jersey. You know what I mean? And black relationships, like up there in the Bronx. Like I said, go on Michael Wayne TV, bro, on YouTube. Michael Wayne TV. You know, rest in peace to that OG. He got 2 channels on there, whatever. Look that up when they was talking about You know, we used to try to go to the dance halls across town or in the cities. We had to go through the Italian and the Jew neighborhood. We had to fight them just to go have a good time. Come on, man.
Appreciate that. We're allowing people to speak.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes.
This is your mama. I haven't learned how to put my hand up to talk, so I apologize for that. I just wanted to say I apologize for my passion earlier and my foul mouth. But I'm an old woman and I don't have time to mince words. And I just wanted to say to Frankie, you and I both know, in fact, the room knows, that you check that white box like everybody else in this country that gets a chance to check it. So we do not appreciate you coming in on a night like tonight and talking that kumbaya, let's all get along bullshit. We have tried and tried and tried as foundational Black Americans. We have tried to get along with everybody in this country. Matter of fact, if it wasn't for us, your hips wouldn't be here either. And we just don't need to hear that nonsense anymore. Those days are gone. This is a war. We are fighting for our literal lives and the lives of our babies. We don't have time for let's get along. We tried that with y'all. None of y'all wanted to do it. And the minute we start talking about doing for self, taking care of our own, looking out for us, then all of a sudden here y'all come, well, we're all Americans now. Well, bullshit. We've never been Americans. And there's a whole lot of us in this country that don't give a damn about being an American. I, for one, like I told you a while ago, I'm 70 years old. I've been a long time trying to get along with white people in this country. There ain't no getting along with them. I want my money so I can get away from you. And once again, my apologies to the room. I'm out.
Thank you. We got some other people that want to speak in the room that are kind of new to the room. I know Lataja, did I pronounce it right? I hope so. She's got her hand up. We're going to let her speak. And then we got a Dave that wants to speak as well. But I want to refresh the room, and I just want to say that this is a room to strategize about how we can defend ourselves against terrorist attacks and how we can uplift our community. Lataja, it's on you.
Hi again. It's Latajia, Taji, whatever you guys want to call me. It's Latajia, Taji. It's fine. I just wanted to. I love your mama. I just wanted to let you know that right now. I love you quite a bit. I'm already following you on Twitter, so you got a family now. Like I said, I can relate because I go through the same thing with mine and my husband's in-law. The same thing. It's so I get it. As far as Frankie, I'm a social worker, therapist, macro social worker.
Can you guys hear me? I can't hear anyone speaking.
I think she's cut out for me, bro.
I'm sorry?
I think she's cut out.
Yeah, she's probably calling the Masons. Lataja, hit the heart button if you can hear us, Mom.
She's coming back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry,
Mom.
I had some technical difficulties. Sorry about that. Make a long story short, because I know other people need to speak. Mr. Frankie, like I said, I'm a social worker and therapist and a macro social worker, so I definitely agree with the macro solution, period, point blank. That's full stop. That's what we need to do as a people, as Black people. But I think what you're not understanding is that, or what you're having a hard time understanding or copying to, is that there's a lot of anti-Black racism in the Italian community, period. There's no doubt about that. It's a lot of current, past, and I would say future anti-Black racism that is rampant in the Italian community, period. And that is one reason why we really don't care to hear the kumbaya where we all need to get along, we all are American kind of speech. Nobody wants to hear that because for obvious reasons. When you were speaking, you sound like a very nice guy, but one of the things that popped into my mind, the first thing was that Eddie Murphy Raw stand-up special I think in the 80s or whatever, where he was talking about Rocky, when Rocky came out, and the issues in the between the Black community and the Italian community. Obviously it was a joke, but none of that's changed. You see, it's still the same anti-Black racism. And I could see if your community was out there really trying to be quote unquote allies, because I don't like using that word, but if you were really out there trying to help Black people get reparations and get what we deserve in the protective legislation that we need, then you would have, there'd be some, we would be like, okay, maybe you can speak. At least, you're trying to do something, you're trying to help us. But as far as that is concerned, that's non-existent. And another thing your mama was right about is that you guys identify as white. You are white. So you benefit from the same white supremacy, the same white privilege that any other white group does. So that is basically where we are at. And I'm trying to be as diplomatic and nice as possible. But that's where we're at. You are benefiting from the same system of white supremacy as any other white group, and you have persecuted Black people and the same as any other white group, despite whatever, because you hear that from the Irish. Oh, we were persecuted too, and all that other crap. Okay, that's bunk. We're past that. You're still white. You've been white. You bestowed the white privileges way back 70, 80, 100 years ago. You're still white, and even at your worst, you were not treated like Black people. You will never be treated like Black people. You were not treated like Black people, period, in any way, shape, or form in any of your history were you or your people or Italians ever treated like Black people. I don't care. So that's where we are at. Full stop. I'm gonna land the plane there.
Appreciate it. We have Dave with his hand up. Dave, what would you like to say about what happened today? Unmic yourself, Dave. All right, so maybe he's not really up for conversation today. I saw 10 came in the room. 10?
Blessings, peace, and love. Grand risings, gods and goddesses. What's today's mathematics? So, first off, condolences to all the people that had to incur unimaginable, unexpected losses due to the hatred and insecurity and ingrained dispositions of the Caucasians and their offspring, their seeds. Now, I come from the era where I could remember Yusuf and Bensonhurst, 1973. The Son of Sam in 1976, where we all witnessed Caucasians living in fear. The only time I ever experienced them being fearful of something and someone. I experienced watching the KKK march down Rockaway Beach Boulevard in Queens, New York. Okay. And I also experienced the Great Blackout in New York in 1977. And remember watching the Twin Towers be built floor by floor by floor out of my bedroom window. I say all of this to say that never have there been a time where I can't remember having to run from school under the L, being chased by Caucasian boys, throwing eggs at us, and us always having to take the high road. Okay? I wanted much more for my children, so I uprooted us and moved to the Caribbean because I wanted to be around my people that resembled me, besides living in New York City, the so-called melting pot that I've known all my life. I went to the Caribbean only to be disillusioned to find that even Caribbean folks, even in power, had the mindset of the same Caucasian thought process. Okay? I don't see a solution other than separation and reparation. I too am alone. I am viewed as extreme, hateful, which I'm not, because my youth are now in the era where they have Caucasian friends. I'm sometimes jealous because I never got to experience that. But they're experiencing episodes in their lives where I learned from them. They're trying to teach me to be a little bit more gentle. And every time I try, there's something heartbreaking, unnerving, devastating, all the things that take place that bring me right back to ground zero. And they're starting to realize it. They're starting to understand that I'm not extreme, I'm not hateful. I'm not hateful. It's just the life that we're all living. And again, I'll say that I'm very alone besides my children now in this whole thought process. I've been in the understanding and living in the factual world and realm, understanding that every person that I've known and loved, I have got to leave them behind. I've got to leave them behind because if I turn around and put my hand out to serve them and save them, I'm going to turn into that pillar of salt. I can't. So as far as solution, I reiterate again, separation by causation, reparation for elevation. And I appreciate the sisters. I appreciate the stars and the bread in there that talk about removing ourselves for our immediate survival, because we are on a path that is just being expedited beyond our comprehensions. And too many are sleepwalking in broad daylight with their eyes wide open. And I'm ready. I'm ready. The signs are right there and people are not paying attention. We are given signs all day, every day. And everybody is looking for this distraction, that distraction. I don't read the Bible, but innately, by natural design, I feel that if you don't pay attention, you will perish. We will perish. Well, not you and I, not us, but the rest will perish, and I refuse to go along with them. So if that means that I have to leave everything that I've come to know as a symbol of comfort, because also I'm a survivor of 2 Cat 5 hurricanes. Remember I said I stayed out in the Caribbean, so we survived Irma Maria, and also a Cat 5 tropical storm, Jose. Okay, so I've been through loss, countless losses. So I've learned not to become too comfortable when it's time to pick up and leave everything that you felt you worked hard for. It's time to pick up and leave. And I'm to that point to where the bush, what we call out in the Caribbean, the bush, the woods, or off-grid living, that's where I'm headed. Me and my family. Because what's coming down the pike, nobody's ready for. Nobody's ready for. And this is happening overnight. This is happening overnight. The media shows us what they choose to allow us to see. Imagining what's happening as we speak now. That we have no idea of that's transpiring. I'm exhausted emotionally. I'm trying to contain myself, my emotions. Because I'm a Scorpio. I'm nurturing and I'm emotional by nature. But also I'm a ball of fire. I have so much energy and don't know where to send it. So I'm constantly, silently enraged. Because I know, I see what's happening to my people. And it's sad when you reach out and you get your hands smacked. So again, the solution is, for me, as far as I'm concerned, speak to who wants to hear you without exhausting yourself. And when you feel that you're being exhausted, stop talking. Like they say, believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. I learned to differentiate. I'm not wasting my time on nobody who don't want to be heard by me, who don't want to hear me. I'm not wasting my time on nobody who doesn't want to sit at the same table and break bread with me. I'm not wasting my time on nobody who makes me run the yard when I only know I'm supposed to be walking a foot. I'm not wasting my time on nobody who still believes on this system that was never intended for us. I'm not wasting my time on nobody who wants to walk around with their head consistently in the clouds instead of being grounded down here on earth. I'm not wasting my time on nobody who is not interested on spiritual growth. I'm not talking about religion. I'm talking about spiritual growth. I'm not wasting my time on nobody who hasn't walked through the portals and connected with their ancestors. I'm just not wasting my time. Thank you for letting me into your space. This is my first spatial experience. I'm not a Twitter person, but I like it. But this is the first space. It's not the first space I've been into. I sit and I usually listen. But for some reason, my energy told me to speak this morning. I appreciate you clicking on my name to let me at least try to release some of what I'm feeling. And I hope that all you brothers and sisters, we find a way to connect. I'm not trying to connect with nobody who don't look like me. I don't care how nobody takes it, period. And to the sister with the land, I feel you, mama. I feel you. I'm on the same track, but I'm going further, off the grid, without nobody's help, live off the land, period, by any means necessary. Our ancestors did it. We can do it better. We know better. We know much more. For reparations and separations, period. Thank you. I bid everybody a good morning and to walk with peace and love, I say.
Much love, sister. Peace be with you. We appreciate that. We got Dave with his hand up, but before Dave, Pika actually had his hand up before Dave. Did I say that right, Pika?
Yeah. Pika. That's it.
You got it first.
Alright, yo, people. First of all, I just want to say hello. And judging from my voice, you can probably tell I don't live in America. I live in England. I'm black as well, East African origin. Thankfully, the police here, they don't run around with the toys that you guys have to sadly, bear with. But it's pretty much the same sort of logic that they have. And I think what I'm wanting to say here is, I think sometimes
before you Pika, before you continue, I'm a little lost. But you got to read the room first. You're talking about police running around with guns.
No. My point is not to do with police. It's to do with.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah. Nah, it's nothing to do with the police. But I was just using that as a step to get into what I want to say. But I think the problem we're facing as black people is sometimes we don't understand that this thing that we're going through is a massive war that's bigger than what we see on the surface, bigger than what we see on TV, bigger than what we're getting told. It's spiritual. It's highly spiritual. There's a reason why they push certain narratives down our throat. There's a reason why they want to remind us that we used to be slaves. There's a reason why they paint a picture that Jesus was white. There's a reason why they always want to remind us that our problems and issues are internal when we know it's not. What I'm just trying to say to people is, I think, and 10 mentioned something, we need to tap into our sovereign beings, our higher selves. The answers are all there. Now, the question is, do we have?
So I got to stop you. Do you understand what this space is today? And I need you to answer that question before we continue. Pika?
Yeah, you can hear me? Yeah, I understand the space. The space is, how do we as black people, or in particular, how do, in your case, you black Americans, how do we move forward with the things the atrocities that we go through on a basis, a daily, weekly basis, and how as a community, as a nation, as a race, how do we move forward? That's pretty much what we're discussing here today, right?
Yes. However, it's in relation to a specific thing that happened today. You understand?
You know what then? Based on that, I think it's best I don't speak, because then I'll probably, because I think what I'm saying is more on the same thing, but probably with a more general blanket. So I apologize. You know what? I'll let those.
Hold on a second. Let me chime in, bro. Let me chime in for a second, bro. Let me chime in for a second. State Power, if you don't mind. So stay up on the mic, Pika. And this is what our elders, 10 and your mama, is talking about. Yeah. We've tried to educate you guys, and you don't care. You know what I'm saying? If you take the time, you would look in the Jumbotron in the chat and see what the conversation is about. Now, what you just reiterated was a side conversation between the elders or us in general and Frankie. You know what I mean? So we kind of went off track a little ourselves. Speaking on certain things. So, you know, you right at the same time, but uneducated as far as the topic at hand with what State Power is speaking on. So being that you over in the UK, respect to the brothers over there and the sisters, so over here in America, there was a terrorist attack in a black neighborhood in Buffalo with a black Buffalo soldiers for that, bro. You know what I'm saying? So they killed some of our people, these white devils, bro. And this is what we trying to explain to Frankie, bro. You know what I'm saying? That we don't try to get along with you guys, and there's no getting along with you. No, we tried that already, and we could see that here. Henceforth, while majority of us are in this space, and like your mama and Ken spoke on, you know, we feel like we don't even have family amongst the black people, black America or black immigrant, because our people are hard-headed. Africans are hard-headed globally, bro. Diaspora are hard-headed niggas, man. You know what I'm saying? We don't like to listen to each other. We gotta hate for each other for whatever the reason. You know, old school beef, who cares? You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, just to close, when anybody that is non-black American, when you want to come into a black American space, do what one of my Filipino homies did. Go take some black American classes, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he married a black American
Yo,
woman.
maybe you could learn something from Pika, though. Maybe you learn something.
Nah,
from
I'm just
Pika,
trying
though.
to give an insight because it's you know the things that I get. What's
Hold on,
going
Pika. Hold on a minute.
Sorry.
First of all, Ray, not you, and it's not you. First of all, Frankie, raise your hand. At the end of the day, it's not about learning, because we're talking about us teaching you about American history and not CRT, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Because that's just some made up name slang for fucking American history. So if you go back, bro, and start studying American history, bro, you can go on YouTube, Google, go to your local library, go ask one of your scholar friends at the college. I don't know. Ask your elder that's black, next door neighbor or whatever. Actually, you got to ask, man. But at the end of the day, what I'm explaining to y'all, you Frankie and you Pika, people that are non-black Americans that come to this country, you don't study the history of this country. You don't even study the history of your people being in this country. And that is the problem why we are always arguing amongst each other. While our peoples can't get along culturally, we have a vitriol against each other because we're not studying. Well, I can't say black Americans ain't studying, because I could tell you probably black Americans know more about Africa than some Africans. You feel what I'm saying? So y'all not studying our history. Y'all just come over here and just do whatever, and nobody checks that. So this is the check mark right here. This is the chess game where you're taking your queen right now. You feel what I'm saying? So you always got to be aware of what's going on with the community.
Nah, DJ, I hear that and I understand that 100%. But the thing is, I didn't even really get to say much before, you know. But I get it. I get what you're saying. That's why I was like, okay, maybe I should just, you know, take a step back and let others that can thingy. But what I just wanted to really just point out is it's like the problem that we face is we're playing this game that they set the rules on. We're fighting in their playground, and that's why these guys always seem to win and always seem to push the narratives down our throat. And I'm just saying, like, it's when Ten said separation, I understand where she's coming from with that. It's because we need to have our own rules. Like, you know, when we see politicians, black politicians in power, and then it seems like they're not doing much. But the reason for that is because they're still playing in the white man's rules. That's what I'm trying to touch on. And I feel
hold up, Pika. Yeah, I think I'm going to give you a little bit. I think you're halfway right there. And the only reason why you're halfway right there is because you live in the UK. Yeah. You live in a country that's not a federal system. You live in a country that is a unitary system, right? And so it's top down. Queen says everything, and that's how it goes. We live in the United States of America, a republic, a federal republic. And so there are rules that are set here, but you got to understand something. Our people have been in this country since the 1600s, right? We definitely understand the rules. We do. And so I don't think it necessarily applies. I hear what you're trying to say, but it's not the same thing. And I think that's what DJ was trying to explain.
Yeah. I get it now. But yeah, you know what? Can I just say thank you for sharing your knowledge, though? Because I've been listening for like an hour. I've been feeling it, and like emotions, and it's all carrying through. And I just want to say thank you for sharing your knowledge, everyone. Everyone that's been opening their mouths and saying stuff, you're dropping knowledge. So I just want to say on behalf of everyone here, thank you.
No, I appreciate it. So as as Black Americans, I think it's customary, the first thing you should do when you come in the room is just show respect. Show respect to the room, and then show respect to the topic. And then there could be a little bit of divergence, I guess. But if you just come in the room and you're not even showing respect to the people in the room or even the topic, then it just comes off a little weird, and people feel that energy. Black Americans definitely feel that energy. And so DJ is definitely, I don't have the control. I can't really make him a co-host, but he's definitely helping me co-host this since Black has left. And so I just want to put that out there for the room. Let's see, who do we have here? We wanted Dave. Dave wants to speak, but before Dave speaks, I want to ask him a question. Do you understand what the term foundational Black American means? And that's for you, Dave.
No.
Okay. So foundational Black Americans are a distinct lineage group within the United States of America. We are a group of people who not only descend from the transatlantic slave trade, but also Black Indians who were within these United States before it was a country. We've been here as early as the 1600s, even further back, depending on what records you're looking at. And so long story short, we were in this country before it was a country. And so that means something to this room. And so I just want to put that out there when you're in this space. It's on you, Dave.
Yeah, I get it. I would never try to, like the last guy I was talking, the Italian guy. I'm clearly a Caucasian guy with roots from the UK. So I think it's really hard to try to frame how Black America is from a different racial background, because you can't. So I don't feel it's feasible. So I kind of disagree a little bit with the way he tried to frame it. So I think the main thing is just trying to understand with regards to the shooting, why it happened, number one. And number two, like your title says, declaring it a terrorist attack, is the framework that the media and everyone doesn't want to spin. But the way that you frame it makes sense, and I think it's important to frame problems with the right narrative, and so I think your scope title makes sense, but it's just not really the way that the media spins things, and it's kind of unfortunate.
I appreciate that. And so what do you think is needed? You want to elaborate a little bit on that? I really appreciate what you said.
Yeah, I work in the crypto space, and it's a lot of different groups. We have Indians and people from Pakistan, Asia, everywhere. Some really good African American thought leaders like Arthur Hayes. You got people like Isaiah Jackson, who talks about Black America and how to opt out of the legacy financial system that was created by a bunch of white dudes in a room, basically. So I think opting out, like the last person mentioned, about going off grid, I think different ways to opt out. Again, I'm not speaking on behalf of the African American community. You guys, do whatever you want to do.
Wait, 1 second.
Yep.
When you say African American, I want that to be we don't consider ourselves African Americans because our ancestors were here before this was a country. Okay. We're foundational Black Americans. The term African American is for immigrants.
Okay, sure. Yeah. You get my point. My point is, for Black culture in America, you guys can speak for yourselves. I'm not going to try to be the guy speaking on behalf of your community. I'm just saying it's nice watching, in the crypto space and Bitcoin space where I work, a lot of people just opt out. Not even playing the game that's been created by, for hundreds of years. So that's the perspective I know. I obviously don't know this perspective based on, the Black culture in America. That's something I would never speak to.
No, yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. I think the room appreciates that too. And so we just want to make sure that we're educating, people who are outside of our culture on what our culture actually is, because oftentimes our culture has always been defined by other cultures. And so this is us reclaiming our culture, and this is us coming up with our own solutions. We can have allies, but the problem is that oftentimes our allies are often not really our allies. They're there for their own reasons, their own personal gain, or maybe they're even saboteurs, to be honest. And so we have to be very mindful about that. And so that's why we kind of gatekeep a little bit. DJ Sedge, it's on you.
Hey, no, Miss Warren Black's Prisoners of War, she had her hand up for a while.
POW?
Hi. It's my turn, dear.
Yes, ma'am.
You can go ahead.
I wanted to tell my lovely sister, I am a clean energy specialist. I build commercial, industrial, and residential solar farms, aquaculture, and agriculture. These 200 acres is my family's. This is to stay only for my families. And my tax money that I contributed, I'm 57 years old. My tax money is part of what do you call a taxation reciprocal system. I've done all of this with no support, no monetary support, but the family. 200 acres, I could build 264 units on just 3.5 acres. I design clean energy systems. I don't even have to drill my water. I have mineral rights. I create water from the sun. I'm an international solar energy specialist. I do off-grid, on-grid, transmission, megawatts, kilowatts, residential. It don't matter. I can design any system you need. The fact is, my point is, I pay taxes in this country, sister. Off-grid, on-grid, I'm already off-grid. I just told you I do that. My whole family, all of us on here, I can fit on my land. My family is going to have these acres. This is what we call forever property. My grandson is 3 years old. He is already in the family trust. Understand, I pay taxes. No one works for free. None of these immigrants come in here and they get my tax money and they build off my tax money. I don't care if I am Elon Musk. Elon Musk always want more money. Elon Musk gets free land to build on. His tax money is being reciprocated. Ours, as the Black American freedmen, indigenous peoples of Americas, do not get that benefit. We are the only ones. That's what I'm expressing. I am a graduate. I have 15 years of college education. I'm still in college right now. I go every so often, do my agriculture, do my aquaculture, study all the lands, agriculture. I'm level 2 farmer. I'm a rancher. I build these systems every day. But it's my money that are doing this. I want what's coming back from this government. This government owes every one of us on here. No one works for free. Taxes is the U.S. corporation's reciprocal system. I have 8 certifications. I've done it all. I have 30 years in law firm, the largest law firm in the world. I worked there at age 19 out of high school. Out of high school. I'm a Washingtonian. I know everything about the government. If we're in a system that does not allow me to reciprocate from a dime of my tax money, that's a system that will break you. No one does that. I have took people public. I have worked for the people who have done the commercial REITs for Dubai. He was my first lawyer I worked for. I built all this by myself, not one lawyer. There's so much that you can do on your own. That's why people go public. Facebook, Twitter. I've done Securities Exchange Commissions. I filed with the U.S. SEC, USDAQ. I also invest. I run the business. We have our own 401k plan. I can't do any more. No one comes to this country as an immigrant. No one. Without this government supporting them for their tax money that they put into the system. We are the only ones. So I've done it all. My family right now, they can go live on it. I can put all my family on 200 acres. I just told you I could put 264 units on 3. I design off-grid, on-grid, megawatt systems. I even have a connection with Taiwan. I'm an international federal contractor. 8 certifications through the Department of Transportation. I have agents, farm service agencies working around this country, east to west, south to north. But if I do not get what is due me, trust me, nobody builds with money saved. That's like me going to get a crate of liquor and say, oh, I'm going to set up shop and make money from that crate. No, that's not how this system works. We are being starved economically. I don't care if they like me. I don't care if anybody likes me. I learned a long time working for the largest law firm at 19 years old. We had 900 attorneys. When I'm outside that law firm, sister, the attorney that I support, the partner of that firm, does not say, how are you? He only speaks to me when I'm inside, because this is a reciprocation. You have no friends. We don't need no friends. But if every one of us Black Americans today had got the shake that everybody in this world gets in America, we wouldn't be going through the problems we're going here today. I grew up when we owned the blocks, Northwest DC. I saw one store, one by one, corner store, beauty salons, barber shops, mom and pop stores. We owned liquor stores. We owned all of DC. That's why it's called Chocolate City. And I saw it around 84 after that African American was forced on us. I saw each one of the block people, all the Black people that I've only seen on my block that own every business, one by one. From 1st Street to 11th Street to 14th Street to 15th Street, north, south, east, and west. We have been starved and very successful. Like I told you, I retired at 45. I'm 57 right now. The fact is, we are citizens of the United States Corporation, and we are starved out of the economic system, and everybody else comes here as an immigrant. We are not the immigrants. Everybody in here, they are on our land. But no one builds wealth on their own money. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a Wall Street. But at least I can say, I can die right now. My family, my daughter's my CEO, my sons are my directors. My grandson is 3 years old, and he's already in the corporate documents. It's called Curtis Family Estates LLC. They're going to be fine. And they already know clean energy because right now I design off grid. I don't even need to dig. I have water rights. I get water from the sun. I'm a conservationist. But still, nobody works for free. Nobody pays taxes for free. This is the United States corporation. So, anyone on here, is there any more than I can do? Except for keep grinding. But they're going to be secure. I can take all of you. You know what? All of y'all can DM me. And we can go and build that motherfucker up right now. I could take 20, 30, 40, 100. They're parallel lots. But it takes money.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. You've been really dropping some gems tonight. I want to refresh the room. I put something in the jumbo chat. We hold these spaces weekly, and I want to do a little bit of a history lesson before we continue the room. A lot of us know this history, some of us don't, and so this history lesson is for those who don't know this history. There were already Black Americans inhabiting the United States or North America, should I say, well before Europeans got here. How they got here, I'm not sure. That's up for debate. But it's obvious that there were Black people inhabiting the southeastern part of North America. When Europeans arrived here, they enslaved those people first. But it wasn't really that, should I say, profitable, because these individuals knew the land. So then they started to bring Africans from Africa as well. And they mixed those Africans with the Black Indians that were here. Those people became who we call ourselves now, foundational Black Americans. We're a hybrid group of people that have been here before this country was a country. And we've experienced more atrocities than any other group has ever experienced while we have inhabited these lands. And so they always talk about Native Americans this, Native Americans that. I mean, we are Native Americans to a certain extent. We're also descendants of the transatlantic slave trade as well. And so after slavery, we became freedmen, right? That was the next step. In 1865, after 200,000 Black Americans put on Union Blue and fought for the United States of America and saved the United States of America from the Confederate States of America, Black Americans did that. 200,000 of us served in Union Blue. And another 200,000 fought as saboteurs, spies, whatever you want to call them. But definitely almost 500,000 of us served during the Civil War to liberate ourselves and also to help save this country. Those people then became freedmen. We were the majority of the South right after the Civil War. We had political power right after the Civil War. We had Black senators and Black congressmen, and not just any Black senator or any Black congressman. These were people that were actually elected by a Black majority. And so here's the dilemma. In 1915, we lost that political power, or we began to lose that political power. We began to lose that political power by two ways: the carrot and the stick. All right. White supremacists within this country use the carrot, meaning they use incentives to help disperse us across the country so that we would dilute our political power in the South. Look at all these nice factory jobs in Chicago, in Detroit, in New York, in Oakland, in LA. And so they lured us out of the South that way using the carrot. They also used the stick by means of the KKK, the Red Shirts, and other white supremacist organizations to further dilute us and dilute our political power in the South. This migration was known as the Great Migration between 1915 and 1970. It effectively is the main reason why we don't have any political power in this country. We don't have a state. The United States of America is a country that is made up of multiple states. It's a union. If you don't have a state, you don't have political power in this country. And so that's our problem. They're able to do these little mass murders and these terrorist attacks on us in Minneapolis, in Buffalo, in Oakland, in New York, and choke us out and do these little things because we don't have any political power within those states. And that's a huge problem. So we advocate a return to the South so that we can get a 60% majority in at least 8 or 9 states, giving us 18 senators. And as prisoner of war, War on Black Americans had stated, we need money. We need reparations. We need them to cut that check. And the only reason why they haven't cut that check yet is because we don't have any political influence. We don't have any political power within this country. Once we get a majority of certain states in the South, then we have those senators. We have those congressmen. We might even be able to pass reparation bills at the state level, and then we can pass reparation bills at the federal level as well. But we won't be able to do that until we have a majority population in the South. And so I advocate for people to return to the South. Go back to where your grandparents are from. My grandparents are from Louisiana and Texas. They left the South in the 1950s, right after World War II. I'm going back to where my grandparents are from. I highly suggest you guys do the same if you live outside of the South. We need that political power. We need that political influence. And so it's really, really important. Any state that has a 35% or 30% majority can easily become a 60% majority if we just return back to the South. Delaware is high on the list. Mississippi is high on the list. Louisiana is high on the list. We don't want to go to Texas. We don't want to go to Florida. The Latinos have those states on lockdown. They've got the Southwest on lockdown as well, too. They've got California on lock. They got New Mexico on lock. We will never be a majority of these states. We will never have political power in those states. We have to go back to the deep South, the cotton states. And so I just wanted to put that out there as I refresh the room. It's very important. We need control of the police. We need control of the justice system, the courts. And you only get that when you have state power. DJ, it's on you.
Yeah, peace. Everything you said, state power is just pretty much it, man. But I guess he might have dropped out, the white dude that was just talking, Dave, though. But at the end of the day, what other people got to understand, man. I think they have the empathy to want to understand. You know what I mean? But the problem is they refuse to do the work. You still there? You can hear me? Yeah. Yeah. I hit the button by mistake. So they just refuse to do the work, man. And this is what I trying to explain to Young Crypto or whatever. you know, yeah, I understand that this is some of these people that you asking like, yo, look what happened to these people in Buffalo. These are people. Yeah, you should be fucking furious, bro. You know what I'm saying? Or at least have enough empathy to talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you ain't got to get upset. You know, I understand that some people react different to things, but you know, to have anybody come over in our spaces and saying like, you know, they trying to understand. Well, shit, you have fucking 400 years to understand. You know what I'm saying? You know, like the big mamas were saying, you know, we tried that shit with y'all. You know what I mean? So it's like, you know, we got to stop trying to explain this shit to these people, yo, because they don't give a fuck. And to reiterate on what we know, Warren POW said, you know, she got all his land. I actually do. Am a landscaper, agriculturist, horticulturist by trade too. So I understand everything you're talking about. So to get back what some people may not understand what she was saying is that, you know, we all need to start learning how to do sharecropping again. And you may be in the inner city, you better start learning how to do hydroponics, aquaponics. You know, start looking up how to set up grow bucket inside of a you know, you could do a 2x2 foot bucket and they'll yield tomatoes and all that other stuff and vegetables. You could grow potatoes inside of a dirt with no sunlight. You know what I'm saying? Long as it's warm, the ground, it'll yield a whole bunch of potatoes, whatever the size the bucket is. And you'll have potatoes for the rest of the winter. Real talk. This is stuff that I personally know, but I don't even do the work on that. So everything that she's saying, she making me get back on my grind. I gotta go start studying again, yo. Because I got 20 years of landscape, agriculture, horticulture knowledge. Real talk. And I always talking to my people about like, yo, we need to be doing this. Like, perfect example. They excommunicated all the, you know, black licensees or potential cultivators for the cannabis over here in New Jersey. So out of 36 black applicants, like, come on, man, you can't find one person that's suitable to get a dispensary or have a cultivation farm. These motherfuckers just want to ostracize. They want to grift. They want to colonize. They just want to conquer everything. And I'm not saying the Frankies or the Daves is like that. I'm just saying, damn, it's like 90% of y'all. And then when we try to explain this shit, you don't care, you don't give a fuck, and you ain't even trying to acknowledge none of this shit, but get mad and say, oh, well, my peoples ain't enslaved nobody. You know, yeah, man. If you don't get out of here, if your peoples ain't enslaved nobody, why you here, man? Sit back in the comments and just take note. You know what I mean? For the further notice, but, you know, I yield the mic, and again, what Warren Black said, you know, we just need to start getting on our sharecropping, start studying landscaping, agriculture, horticulture. Definitely hydroponics for sure, because, you know, it doesn't involve dirt. It's mainly water method. And basically what hydroponics is, what grandma used to have, the old school vase with water, and she used to put her plants in it. You know, you ain't even feeding the plants, grandma, but that joint growing, though. So we all saw that growing up, but I yield.
Appreciate it. I see we got some speakers. I saw John came in earlier. Did you want to speak, John?
Yes, how you doing?
Doing pretty good. Where are you from, John?
My name is actually Mark Belfort. I'm originally from New Jersey. I'm from Jersey City, New Jersey, actually. I grew up and was raised there. I've been living in Tennessee for the past 8 years of my life. I'm about 26 years old right now.
Say, what's your name again?
Mark.
Where are your grandparents from, Mark?
So my family is originally from Haiti. I'm not FBA, but I have a lot of love for black people. So, you know.
Appreciate that. And so what did you want to add to the room?
First off, I want to give my condolences. You know, today is definitely what happened today was a tragedy. It's my one thing I've been paying attention to as of recently on Twitter or the Twitter sphere periodically is someone mentioned on a tweet that the KKK has been recruiting people. It's not a fear of mine because they've been in the United States for as long as the creation of this institution. So, you know, I think when I look at things, being that I'm from New Jersey, taking my talents, coming down to Tennessee to go to school, you know, I learned a lot of things in New Jersey, and one thing I learned is that racism, it doesn't matter where you are in the country, it'll affect us. But what I did realize is we're underhanded up north. And the reason I say that is because I think DJ mentioned it. New Jersey actually is split up in like 3 sections. And he's right. There's North Jersey, there's Central, and then there's South. I live in at least 2 sections of New Jersey. I live in North and I live in Central right now. My family still lives in Central Jersey. So the things I've been paying attention to especially is the notion that white people have that they feel like they're starting to fall off. There's not enough of them. They feel like there's too many black people. They feel like there's too many Asians, too many Hispanics, you know. And ever since coming down to Tennessee, one of the things that I noticed is, even as a Haitian man myself, white people don't care about us when it comes to the distinctions of if you're black, where you're from, or anything like that. They just see you and they're just like, okay, you're black. Or they'll just say you're African American. And what I'm realizing is that in this country, like, what we need more than ever is to have our power consolidated. And what you guys are saying is revolutionary to me, because I haven't heard many people talk like that. I haven't heard many people talk about going back to the South, even though I lived in the South for the past 8 years. I've been amongst people that are now coming back to living in the South again after many years. And it's surprising me, because it's just like, when I was growing up in Jersey, I would always hear about negative things about the South, like, oh, you know, you don't want to go there, you'll get lynched, blah, 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 this, and that. I've lived here for 8 years, and nothing has happened to me. I've been more safe in the South than I've been in New Jersey. You know, so it just goes to show, I think this plan definitely is feasible. I think it works.
Yeah, we appreciate that. You know, you being from New Jersey, you know, the first state is going to be Delaware, and so we've done the numbers on this. Delaware's population is under 1 million people. It's about 900,000, and 30% of the state is Black American or African American, and which means that we only need 300,000 Black Americans to move to Delaware, and we will have a majority of the state. There's a reason why. I mean, I want to say this kind of very, you know, concisely, but every state is like its own little country. We have our own military. We have our own state language. We have our own laws. That's why if you ever go to court, it's always the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania versus blah, blah. The state of California versus blah, blah. All power in the United States is actually at the state level. States have a lot of power. That's why marijuana is legal in some states and it's illegal in other states. That's why our license plates are different in every state. We really are, you know, everyone plays this game except for us. And once you understand what a republic is and what a federal republic is, it actually makes a lot of sense. If you look at Utah is 70% Mormon, and the Mormons run Utah. Nothing gets done in Utah without Mormon consent, right? That's a fact. And so when we start consolidating in southern states, nothing gets done in Delaware unless it goes through us, right? Because we're the majority of that population. Mexicans are doing it right now in New Mexico. The Libertarians are doing it right now in New Hampshire. We got to get on board, and we got to start doing that too, so that we can have control over our defense, our economy, The United States, the federal government of the United States is responsible for interstate commerce, right? Every state is actually responsible for intrastate commerce. So what that means is like all the commerce that happens within the state is regulated by the state. That's why you got to get a business license through the state. If you want to get your real estate license, it's through the state. And so we talk about opportunities and we don't have all these opportunities. Well, we don't run a state, you know? And so they're able to make these little rules that disenfranchise us because we're not the majority of these states. Some of these rules say, well, you can't be a real estate agent if you don't, if you have a misdemeanor or whatever, or if you have a felony or whatever, just to throw a couple examples out there. Well, when we're the majority of the state, we get to craft what that looks like because we're in charge of intrastate commerce, not interstate commerce. So trade between the states is run by the federal government. And so we just have to be very mindful of these things because it's actually really, really important. And so another thing I want to talk about is defense while we're on these terrorist attacks. There are 3 types of military within the United States of America. You have the U.S. military, which serves as a federal military force. Then you have the National Guard. The National Guard is 2 things. It's a state militia force, and it's also the Federal Reserve military force. And so what that means is the National Guard can either be run by the governor of the state, if it's a militia force, or it could be run by the President of the United States if it's a Federal Reserve force. And that means the president can always trump the National Guard. The third military is the State Guard, and about 25 states have a State Guard. A State Guard is a militia force that's only regulated by the state. And so it doesn't answer to the President of the United States at all. 25 states have this military force. And so if we were the majority of a state, that means we control the governorship. The governor is the commander-in-chief of the State Guard. We would be using our State Guard to monitor these terroristic activities if we were the majority of a state. This wouldn't be happening if we were the majority of the state because we'd be using all of our state resources to make sure it didn't happen. And so a lot of Black Americans and some African Americans have a little bit of anxiety about returning to the South or going to the South. But like you said, racism is everywhere in this country. We might as well be somewhere where we actually have numbers and power if we're gonna be able to try to put up a fight against it. Languages. There are states that have their own state language. There is no language of the United States. But the state language of Hawaii is English and Hawaiian. The state language of South Dakota is Sioux and English. Well, heck, when we get to South Carolina and we have the majority of South Carolina, why can't the state language be Gullah Geechee? Right? That's the culture down there. Every state is supposed to operate in that way. And once we figure that out, we're going to be better off in this country. That Mississippi flag, that wouldn't have been up there that long had we been the majority of Mississippi. We would have already taken that flag down. We wouldn't have had to had such a huge fight to take that flag down or to deconfederize these southern states if we were the majority of these states. Now, 30% is good, but we need 60%. And so we need Black Americans and African Americans to migrate south. And we need to all be on code. It's the only way. It's the best way that I know. Let's see here. I've been talking a little bit long. I'm sorry about that. I got on my little high horse for a little bit. Anybody want to speak? Send me a request.
I'll speak. What's good? It's Rashad, man.
You got it.
So,
Peace, brother.
And you were saying some good stuff, man. I know I need to take my ass to bed. I just drove like goddamn 9 hours from checking out my property off grid. I got 87 acres down here in Texas, and when I heard about this white dude going up in here, I got the notification on my phone. I was actually talking to this old white dude, totally living off grid, got 40 acres out here, out down in Texas, like outside about 30 miles east of El Paso. It's a big ass ranch. He got 40 acres out there. I'm talking to him, got the notification, right? Now he's showing me his whole setup. Man, these white folks are ready, y'all. They ready. They ready. He got the whole setup, totally off grid, solar power, no running water. But they got everything he need. He lived off of $491 Social Security. Built his whole house for $32,000 on 40 acres. So, I'm back there and I heard the sister speak earlier, and then the other brother, talking about we it's time for us to really go back to our roots, y'all, because it ain't no way that we can prepare ourselves and do the things that we need to do living in the cities that we live in right now. There's no way. I mean, white folks know shit that they already know shit that's about to happen. Shit's about to hit the fan. Y'all hear SHTF, these little things. Shit's about to hit the fan, and they know it. So this little attack right here, as fucked up as it is, it's a distraction. It's a distraction. And it's fucked up, but it's a distraction. We need to get the fuck out of these fucking cities. And like I said, I'm all with y'all moving south. We got plenty of land in Texas. Only 6% of the land in America is developed. Most of the land is fucking undeveloped. So I got 80 acres out here, pay a little over $1,000 an acre. I mean, that's nothing. The payment on the land is $695. My rent, at my townhouse, is $1,450 a month, plus the water, plus the electric, plus everything else you gotta have. But you living around these white folks, so they see what you're doing. You can't hide nothing. You know what I'm saying? I got a cop living right next to me, matter of fact. This motherfucker just moved in. State trooper. Just moved in next door. I'm like, God damn. So, man, yeah, we definitely gotta switch shit up. Because these white folks, they ready. They taking their kids to the gun range. The kids got guns. This motherfucker was ready. So he probably been training with a gun since he was 10 years old. This ain't nothing for them. But we got the guns to shoot each other. That's what I don't understand with us. We got guns. Yeah, we got guns, but we ain't we shooting each other with them. We ain't defending ourselves or preparing our kids to defend themselves. Nobody had a gun in this fucking store? You fucking serious? Niggas go to the club with guns and shoot up the whole fucking club because somebody talked to his girl. Nobody had a goddamn gun in this fucking store to start busting at this motherfucker? That's shocking to me. That's shocking to me. I would have came up and shot his ass right when they were arresting him. Shit. Right when they was putting his ass in handcuffs. Oh, y'all think it's over? Boom. Shit. I mean, come on, man. That's crazy. That's just straight up crazy to me. This motherfucker actually got arrested peacefully. That's crazy. So yeah, we got to start preparing, y'all. Shit's about to hit the fan. It's about to be it's already a diesel shortage. I see gas prices I mean, it's over $4 a gallon in Texas now, and that's like we never see over $4 a gallon down here. We got all oil, we got resources down here. So for it to be $4 a gallon down here, I know it's jacked up, in California and New York or everywhere else. And white dude I was talking to off grid, he said he spends $40 a month in gas. I spend $40 every 2 days in gas. Like, that's unsustainable for us. Like it's what they're doing to us is economic genocide. I think Sister hit on it. It's economic genocide is what is happening to Black America right now. They are pricing us out. Now, some of this shit is affecting white folks too, so they're gonna be pissed off too. So that's why he had the little manifesto, whatever he's saying. So some of this shit starting to affect them too. So they're gonna be retaliating also. But yeah, shit's about to get real. So we at war. That's all I gotta say. I'll land my plane right there. We at war.
Brother Rashad?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you in Sunset Ranches or
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
yes,
ma'am. Well, I got 20 acres in Sunset.
Ooh, I need to talk to you.
Yeah.
I met some people down there too. So we got some people. I got the guy I met. He hauls water.
Yeah.
So,
but see, I know how to create water from the sun.
Yo,
so we don't have. We have water rights. You and I both have water rights. We don't even have to drill. I know how to create sun from horticulture, irrigation water panels, so we can get all the water from the sun.
Ooh, have you been out there yet?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You gotta have a 4x4. Yeah.
And then I had the 200 is in Gunsight Ranch, which is a little further down.
Okay.
Okay, so we can do something together. Just stay in touch. I'm not sure you go for
I just followed you too.
Are you off of I-110? Is it I-10, right?
Yeah, I-10. I get off on that exit 49. Exit 49 on that Fabens exit, and then I go all the way in from there. I go north from there.
Okay, because I'm in the southern end of the mountains, more southeast. So we're not far. We're still on the same property, but we can work together and do something there. Just stay in touch. Like I said, that's where all the land is. It's only 6%. It's a lot of land. I know he says don't do Texas, but I mean that's the only place we got at this point.
Tons of land out here.
Yes,
but you got to go way out.
I mean, there's a lot of land in Mississippi, Alabama. No, I'm not going to tell anybody. I'm not going to tell anybody where to purchase land at. But what I will say is this: it's okay to own land outside of the South. I don't plan on giving up my property in California. But what we want are voters in certain states.
Exactly.
That's really the key.
Mm-hmm.
So you can have land in Texas, but we need voters in Alabama, Arkansas, Mississippi, Delaware, and that's how we get the power. And you can use the land outside of the state to help fund your, to be honest.
Yeah, because I have a real estate investment trust as well, so I invest in investment properties as well. But Delaware, the land is averaging 8,600 per acre in Delaware, and that's where I incorporated at in order to be able to go public with my companies. So that's where my Inc. is. It's called Soluna Green Inc. So I've looked at land across the whole United States. Me and my husband, we're looking at some land in Wawaka, which is it has 36 beaches and 9 bays in the Yucatan Peninsula. So we're going down there on my birthday to buy some land down there. And it's a more African centralized, and more the Black originals down there have a lot of land as well. So we've been down there and we're looking at investments down there. And we're looking at also, so everybody's coming up here, but see, there's a lot of land down there as well. And the Mexican government is investing more money in this area of Huatulco, the whole Mexico and the Yucatan Peninsula. So we're about to get some land there. So we have to look at internationally too, because we may have to buy an island. Islands are very cheap. We might have to start our own republic there. I just don't see it with the way this system is monopolized. Because I can have $98 million a day and try to buy Crenshaw Mall. They still would monopolize it and not let me sell it. Let me buy it. So I understand this is our land, but we got to look at South America, which has a lot of land as well. And we are of the whole entire Americas, but as far as the United States government, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, some of the poorest states. But trust me, they will build some family trust to make sure that we do not get enough land to build anything that can benefit a community. Tariqos do that every day. They have literally won't let him get that hidden museums done. The Russians paid less for Crenshaw Mall. He had $98 million in investors, and they sold it for $70 million to the Russians. So I'm thinking also, like me and my husband are doing, is we're going to do a reversal on this damn country. We're going to come in as a Black immigrant and utilize the immigrant and do a reversal as well. And I'm meeting with the embassy because I'm going down there because I got a lot to offer. But we have to also look internationally as well. At the same time, benefit off of America like everyone else does. So that's just my little tidbit. But Rashawn, hit me up. We can do something down here.
Definitely. Because it's scary with no Black folks out there.
I know, but you know what? We Black folks got guns like they have too. So.
Yeah, and you got plenty of area to shoot it with nobody.
Yeah. We target practice down there now, matter of fact. And I have hunters. We have hunters rights down there too. So I've had a few people wanted to hunt on the land, but I'm not into that. I don't want to, I'm a conservationist, and I'm building a water hole for all the wildlife that roams through there. So I'm not doing anything with that hunting. If I hunt, I'll hunt and eat my own.
Yeah, that's what's up. Surrounded by mountains. But yeah, I was also looking at too, like as far as Texas, like the political map too. Like this is how I'm seeing how white folks are kind of running the game, running the table as far as their political power, because they're we grew up in the bigger cities like Dallas, San Antonio, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio. We grew up in the major cities, and there's only a few major cities. There's way more.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Sometimes the chat just get freezed up because Black Majority State. I guess he fell asleep on us and got the phone on charge. But I'm not sure if State Power is there. But I am here. I'm just over here actually. If anybody want to speak, you can speak. But I'm actually over here watching the news about everything that is going on in Buffalo, man. If this shit really did go down, the cops should have laid that motherfucker down, bro. You know what I mean? But y'all can go ahead and continue on with the land. I'm listening to y'all landscape talk. I'll do landscaping too. And, I'm trying to get some land and get the brothers over here in Jersey to do the same thing, man. So go ahead, don't continue on.
Oh,
I was gonna say we have a journalist in here, James Owens, a political journalist apparently. And I was wondering, since he's a journalist and he's hearing this conversation, will he discuss this with his readers, and what is his intentions for listening to this discussion in the first place?
Oh, I wanted to say to the sister, who is going to do the irrigation for your watering hole?
Yeah, I'm not sure who you're talking to, Ms. Wall on POW. I see your mama. You can put your hand down if you want. You can come in the chat and hit your mic. I'm not sure if you're up, though. Your mama. You there, mama?
Yeah, I'm here. I just wanted to say that I really appreciated the conversation tonight. I'm getting ready to hit the sack, but I wanted to leave two thoughts with the family tonight. With regard to this terrorist attack today, we have to understand that these white Americans in particular, but white people on the planet, their numbers are going down. They know it, and then now they know that we know it. They're running scared. They're cowards. They've always been cowards. And there is nothing more dangerous than a scared coward. So I just want everybody to be very, very careful out here. Watch your back. Watch your family's backs, your neighbors' backs, everything. Because we don't know what these fools are allowed to try next. But we do know that there will be another time. This is not the end of this. Second thing, since we are in a war, we need to know a little bit about their tactics. And like I say, I'm an old woman. I've been watching these people for a long, long time. And they've got these interstate highway systems designed so that they can cut off major cities at any time they want to. They can cut off food supply. They can cut off fuel supply. They can bring in their military. And if you just look at a United States map and look at the interstate highway systems, and you will see how every major city in this country is encircled. So they can cut us off at any minute, which is all the more reason for us to be thinking about getting our reparations, of course, because all this is about money, and moving to an area where we can actually control. So I just wanted to say I really appreciate the conversation, and I appreciate the idea of us moving back south. My family is from Alabama, Mississippi, and I was born in Kentucky. So I'm all for it. And with that, I'm going to say good night, family. Be safe. And the Most High keep you and bless you. And thank you again. Good night.
Good night, dear.
Good night, mama. If anybody, I guess, suppose want to speak, I see visual artists, you got your hand up. General Killmonger. Let's get General Killmonger up here in visual. You could go next if you guys are there.
Hey, peace everybody. How y'all doing? Peace to the victims of Buffalo. Unfortunately, we have to come together enough as a people to be able to put up any type of defensive action. And, that's what I've been here. That's what I've been doing since I left the U.S. military, trying to get the brothers and sisters, FBA brothers and sisters, to recognize their Second Amendment right and actually form a legal 2A militia. It's legal. I don't understand why we haven't done it yet. A lot of times we wait till something happens and then we want to react to it, but this isn't what that is. We should be more proactive. We've learned this lesson over hundreds of years about who these people are and what their capabilities are and how brutal and animalistic they can get. And so, prevention and deterrence and all of that extra stuff is out the window. Like the sister said earlier, we're at war. And as long as you stand around trying to figure out what to do, the more of us is going to be zipped up in a body bag. So, you know, my thing is get with your people, your family. You don't got to go gather with no strangers. You got family, cousins, brothers, uncles, aunties. Get something in their hand, teach them how to shoot, move, and communicate, and handle your business. Because a rose grows thorns. It don't ask a person to come and protect it. Would it need protection? It got its own thorns. Why would a flower have more sense to protect itself than black people? That's my time, y'all. Be easy. Peace.
Yeah, General Killmonger, we had some brothers up in here earlier speaking on weaponry and arms and stuff like that. And, you know, I guess just run the space back when Black State, whenever he wake up to go to work and he, you know, take the recording off and you could run it back and try to get up with those brothers. I think one of his name was Benny. I did follow him, but you'll get it. But, you know, speaking on that, to reiterate again, do you have any, I mean, I know you said you was in the military and all that, so you obviously got the training. So are you trying to teach other brothers and sisters, you know, you know, how to handle a gun, you know, how to clean a gun, you know, how to bore it or whatever the case be, you know, just training in general?
Absolutely, brother. We down here in Atlanta, you know, there's a lot of rural places we can go to. And so we definitely have the brothers that are trained. You know, there's no fanfare, there's no attention. It's just brothers getting together in the mud and training, because trying to figure out what to do when you're in the middle of a situation is just not gonna work for you. You have to plan ahead, you know. And so that's basically, you know, we created a whole company, you know, training not just in firearms but tactical maneuvers, communication, and arm signals when you don't want to get on the net. You know, we go to the full gambit of citizen to soldiery in the black community.
That's what's up, brother. That's what's up. Hey, shout your you know, this particular organization out and see maybe some brothers and sisters that's maybe near Atlanta or plan on coming there could come check you guys out. Because I'm constantly yelling at my female family members, you know, go get your pistol license. Like, don't call me when somebody banging on your door 10 at night. That's not me. I'm in my own house. You know what I mean? And you see how the police, they ain't even showing up for something as simple as a cat scratch. So it's like, our people don't get it, man. You know what I mean?
Right. Okay. I got my ID up. It's Strategic Readiness Solutions. Those 3 words tell the whole story, the solution to our problem. Strategic Readiness Solutions on Instagram. Just hit me up, and I can figure out what we need to do and how we need to meet up and get some training in.
Hold on again, General Killmonger. Say it again real slow. It's like your phone breaking up.
Okay. Strategic Readiness Solutions.
Okay, hold on. Strategic Readiness Solutions.
Right, that strategic, yeah.
I got you. Hopefully y'all heard that on Instagram, right?
Yes, sir, buddy.
Right. So Strategic Readiness Solutions on Instagram. You know, go get that training from General Killmonger. I'm about to go over there right now. But yeah, you know, let us know some more. What type of guns we should be looking for? Starting off, you know, I know what it is, but you know, let the chat know what it is. You know, hey, look, you know, it's first time, you ain't never. It was some sisters in here earlier saying, you know, I'm scared to pick up a pistol. I never thought about that. You know what I mean? So, you know, can you speak on that?
Oh, right. So you wanna get in the environment you know. So if you're in an urban environment, a city center, or anywhere near a large group of people, you basically want to take on a close quarters combat style of, you know, how to scoot between buildings, how to, you know, move through without being seen. Camouflage is a big thing. Look at the colors and things in your environment, or the plants and the trees, and try to, you know, get yourself hidden in that brush, or go and snip some of the leaves off and attach it to you if you out there like that. They also have ghillie suits and other things you can use for camouflage, but understand the difference between cover and concealment. cover something that, or filming something that's going to hide you, cover something you can hide behind and stop a bullet from hitting you. You know, we stress heavy on first aid, being able to do implement first aid or field trauma surgery right there on the spot for a gunshot wound or shrapnel, you know, even broken bones, fractures, stuff like that. You want to be able to take care of your people, you know, if anything was to happen to them, because a lot of times our people die in the hospital. See what I'm saying? And so it's so much, bro. You know, we took basic training programs and special forces programs, and we try to take the meat and potatoes out of that training and present it to, you know, different young people who show that propensity, that they don't have that fear. If you look out here in the young street tribes out here that's misguided, they don't have any fear. And, you know, my efforts are to rein those young brothers in and give them that guidance and everything like that. But as far as us, the men, the veterans, you know, you got a family to protect, then this is something that you should have been on 2012 when they thought the Mayan calendar was going to end the world, because that's how long these white people been training, going out into the woods. And it's not just standing behind a line firing at a piece of paper, because that is unrealistic training. You have to get out there. You got to set up a scenario and work through it, or it's not going to be a tenable situation. If anything, any major incident happens in the area, look what happened during Katrina. You know, the entire civil system broke down. Police left it was all kind of chaos. And so what we're trying to do is put you in that mind frame, give you that mental confidence, and put you in that state of readiness, so that when something happens, your first instinct is not to panic, but to follow the plan that you laid out for yourself and your family. I mean, it's very extensive, and, you know, I feel like there's not a lot of time left, but the information is there. I'm willing to train. You got to be FBA. I'm not going to set myself for no failure, though. So FBA only. That's what I got.
For sure on that. Yeah, we definitely trying to keep it black. You know, I'm an audio engineer where I'm from, bro. And I definitely try to put our people on as much as possible. You feel what I'm saying? So I respect that. Big ups to you. And I see your thing over here, man. I'm not a co-host here, so I can't share it in the Jumbotron, I don't think. I mean, you are a speaker here. You could try maybe sharing it yourself in the Jumbotron if you got something on your Twitter right now, like, you know, like a pin comment or something, where people could try to see it in the Jumbotron, and just to get it on tape, so whoever looking at this later or listening to it later, they know what it is. You know what I mean?
Word. All right, I'll take that.
Yeah, go ahead, visual artist, if you're there, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say a few things before I go myself. But what your mama said a couple of minutes ago, like, that is completely right. Majority of these white people are scared and are cowards. And I'm not gonna lie to you, I've done some espionage, some spying on my enemy. Because whenever we are at war, whether it's official or unofficial, I want to know what my enemies are doing. And I spoke to a lot of I didn't really spoke to directly, but I've been in a lot of talking groups of white nationalists, white supremacists, with these white people, and all they say is, white genocide, we're dying out, our race is going extinct. And they like to blame black people. They don't even blame the Jews now, or the Arabs or anybody else. They like to always talk about it. And even though it could be funny at first, it could be hilarious at first, but it gets dangerous when they start arming themselves, they start having drills themselves, they start picking up the guns, and then we see this type of shit that happened in Buffalo. So these people are fucking scared, and they're cowards, and I'm telling you, they're going to use that fear as a fuel to commit these heinous crimes against black people. We need to arm ourselves. We need to arm ourselves. And usually, I would say to the black gangsters to put the guns down, but honestly, you need to aim it somewhere else. you need to be responsible with the guns, honestly. Because what we're seeing right now is we're seeing a bigger threat, a bigger fish in the ocean. And we need to protect our children, we need to protect our women, we need to protect our kids. And this is a big, big issue. And now I know that state power is saying that we need 6% of control. I say we need 100%. 60% is good. It's good. I'm not saying bad. It's good, but 100% would be better. Because I can't imagine 40% of non-black trying to take control over a majority black state. We need 100%. We never trust anybody other than ourselves. So that's what I'm really gonna say. And once again, even though I'm not an FBA, you know, I'm African. I just happen, you know, happen to be in America. So I respect the FBA. I respect you guys, and I respect my brothers, my sisters in the diaspora. But yeah, this is what reparations is separation. That is what Black Americans need to get away from these people. Diversity, inclusion. We've been trying to do this for the past 60 years. Well, Black people have been trying to do this for the past 60 years. And it's not working. And it's not working. It's actually getting worse. And being with these people is the worst thing. The worst shit. So, once again, just with peace, respect, and love, and I'm out.
Hey, Vigil, yeah, actually, you know, I'm happy with at least 80% supermajority black.
Yeah, that's cool. That's perfectly fine. You know, I'm just, you know, 80% is good, 60% is good, as long as the majority holds out.
That's correct. So, DJ, you the only person holding this down?
Yes, sir. I'm in the building. I'm Mr. Working in the graveyard shift every night, bro. Night shift, brother. What was the word, Black America?
Yeah. Well, I just got back on, and I guess Gray is asleep, and State Power, I guess he's asleep, and
State Power right now. He's just messing with me. So I guess he's having the connection issues or whatever. Trying to get him back up there or whatever. So and I guess you know, the Freedom Party, I guess they conked out a while ago too. So, you know, I'm up here, but I'm about to conk out in a minute too. I've been up all night. So, you know, it's coming in a minute, Mr. Sandman, but let's get it though.
Right. So I guess I'll try to hold up the space when you're gone.
For sure. Yeah, keep this thing going because it's serious. You know, we had some really good conversations in here. You know, I wound up getting in here late because me and News Totter. Go follow News Totter. N-E-W-S-T-O-T-E-R. News Totter, y'all. So we trying to big up the, you know, black news on the daily of shit that's happening around the country. So, you know, big that up. So when I got off that space, you know, it was just so many conversations going on out there. And then, you know, I saw this space, Black Majority space. I said, damn, hold on, what the hell happened? And I said, damn, I did hear something about Buffalo earlier, but you know, going through your day and shit, you know, sometimes you got to get back to it and shit, man. But, you know, rest in peace to them people again, you know, arm up, you know, like Killmonger said, you know, like other people here have been saying all night, all day, you know, I'm pretty sure, you know, we all saying the same thing. We just got to click up with each other, man. Yeah.
I feel for you, brothers. I'm sorry for your losses. Just wanted to say that it is ridiculous. And I'm in full support of your movement. I know I'm not a black man, and I'm so sorry for what my white counterparts have done, but I support your movement 100%, and I would even fight side by side with you guys. Just wanted to say my little part.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, appreciate that, Mr. Mike. Raise your hand too in the chat. You know, we try to keep it respectful though. But we appreciate your words, brother. Raise your hand if you want to speak though, okay?
Oh, I'm sorry, man. Okay, I've never used this before. My bad.
Yeah, hit the heart emoji. You'll see the hands right there.
Okay. Got you, bro. Sorry.
Yeah, if anybody that's got a microphone, y'all can chat this out.
You know, I got a question, you guys. Do you think that we should get together and try to form a GoFundMe, or do you think someone's going to do that? See, I kind of feel like some maybe big companies will do it, but I don't want to like assume that someone's going to take care of them and no one does. You know, with black people, they don't give a fuck about us. Pardon my French. What do you guys think about that?
Before anybody speaks, Twitter Spaces works as a walkie-talkie. So everybody mute your mic, Mr. Mike and Black American Hero. Mute your microphone. Yeah, there you go. And it works better. So when, raise your hand if you want to speak. Everybody turn the mics off and let that one person speak. If you want to interject, hold your talking points, raise your hand and then, remember your talking points of who you want to speak to. But go ahead, say that again, Ms. Judge Sarah.
I'm just wondering if we should try to raise money. I don't know if we have the reach to really raise a lot of money. I don't know. It's 10 people that passed away, and apparently that wasn't a very wealthy area. So you guys, if anybody thinks of anything or wants to try something, message me. I don't know if we have the reach. I would like to assume that bigger companies will donate and raise money, but you guys, I'm so disenchanted with America right now. America hates black people, and that shit is real. So if anyone thinks we want to get together and try to do something, I just don't think that we have the reach to really raise a lot of money for 10 different people. So if you guys think that we should, just message me. Okay, please, thank you.
Yeah, appreciate that, Judge Sarah. I think we just ought to hold off a second on that one. I'm not saying you shouldn't donate anything. I just saying that, a lot of these donation things are like grift type organizations. We see
but
that.
We're not going to do that though. But we're not going to do that though, right? That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm not saying that you shouldn't donate. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying to hold off. Let's see what the families want to do first. You feel what I'm saying? And then if the families want to, right? If the families, some representative of the families say, "Hey, look, this is the actual PayPal, Cash App." You don't want to be throwing your money away like we did with Black Lives Matter. You feel what I'm saying?
No. That's why I'm saying that if we could get together, it might be a task. But we get together, and just raise money and be mindful. That stuff happens because nobody's minding the store. If nobody's minding the store, people will do shit, they shouldn't do. That's why you have checks and balances, have multiple people in charge, and you have checks and balances, and you have updates, and you check shit every quarter to make sure money's going where it's supposed to go. You know what I'm saying?
Right, I understand you. And just like you said, you gotta have. But hold on a second. Hold on a second. One thing at a time. When you say something, you gotta take the time out to think about what it is you just said. You just said checks and balances, right? So this particular situation just happened, right? So you gotta let the kettle boil a little bit and see what's going on, and let the families decide what it is we should do. But I agree with you that we should start to try to maybe get somebody to raise some money. But, we don't want to be the leaders of that. That's for, those people that lost their loved ones to figure that out. You know what I mean? This is why I speak about, like, if you got a driver's license and you got organ donor on your car, take that shit off and leave that shit to your family. Because this is how black people come up missing. And not even just black people, little kids in general come up missing. You know what I mean? Never to be seen again because their organs is getting donated to some rich fuck and they kid is dying. That's what the fuck we see out here. We see that shit in China. That's why they killing those Uyghur Muslims over there for their organs. They using them like some fucking damn slaughter pigs and shit. You feel what I'm saying? So you got to think about things like that. Let the families handle it. Keep an eye on this shit. If you see something reported like, hey, look, look at these 2 grandmothers we done lost. Look at this Black American hero, a retired officer that we lost, you know what I'm saying, that was working in security and tried to shoot this motherfucker, only to find out the bullets was fucking bouncing off him because he got a bulletproof vest, you know what I'm saying, and tactical fucking armor, you know what I mean? What the fuck, you drove 250 miles to go shoot up a grocery store? Fuck with the color who was in it. 250 miles to go shoot up a grocery store. Why you ain't shoot up your own fucking hood? You know what I'm saying? On some real shit, you know what I mean? So when you say something, you got to take the time to think about what it is you're saying. Yeah, we want to donate, but hold up. A lot of these donations be grifts. People be saying they the family. You ain't my fucking cousin. You know what I'm saying? You just saying that
I'm
shit,
not
you know?
saying donate. I'm saying create a fund so others can donate. And I hear you, brother, but if you could
Hold
give me a
on
moment
second.
to get my
Again.
thought, if you can allow me to finish my thought,
But
because
again, hold on a second. I'm gonna let you finish, but hold on.
I hope
So
so.
we're correct on the exact issue that you're speaking of. Yeah, we
I'm
can
talking to the
create a
room,
fund.
brother. I'm talking
But
to
hold on a
everybody, not
second.
just
But
you.
hold on a second. Nobody's
Right?
saying you're talking to me. I'm just
talking
trying
to
to
everybody.
correct you what it is you're saying, and stop trying to get loud because nobody's getting loud.
Bro,
It's
listen,
about what
I'm
it is
out.
you're saying
I'm falling
specifically.
back. I'm falling back.
Right.
Good night.
Please do that and let a king speak, and I'm gonna let you speak, Queen. It's about specifically what you're saying. Well, it's not that you shouldn't start a fund. Let the family do that, and then you donate. See how I dropped out of the chat? You don't want to hear the bullshit because you don't want to be told what to do. That's that unaccountable bullshit from black women. So Kevin Samuels is right, but that's another story because I ain't gonna fuck the chat up. You feel what I'm saying? But go ahead, Mr. Mike. But before you even go, again, let the families decide on that. Stay on the subject and let them decide, and then you donate like that because you got too many people out here that's out here already trying to grift off the death of somebody. Look what they speaking of Kevin Samuels again. You got people saying they his relative and all this other shit, and he was starting donation funds, and he died broke. That man died rich as fuck, man. You know what I mean? He was getting 50 grand a show. Stuff y'all don't know, man. You know what I mean? But go ahead, Mr. Mike.
Yeah, I was just wanting to comment on what she was saying. Yeah, I'm with you 100% of the way. I think the best way is to respect the families and see what their wishes are. Maybe they don't want to be in the limelight. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not black, so I can't understand what you guys are going through, and I'm so sorry. I honestly wish I was because I don't know. It's heartbreaking to see stuff like this, and I don't even want to call them my brothers or sisters, or my fucking terrorists who have my skin pigmentation happen to hate anything else, and I don't know. It's disgusting to see in this day and age. But hearing your group and your message, I think you're right. I think it's time for. I mean, I understand if you want it to be black only because, of course, you guys, trust each other. But I just wanted to say there are, a few good of us.
Mr. Mike, hold on a
Yes, sir.
second.
Yes, sir.
Hold
Yes,
on
sir.
a second. You don't have to keep reiterating your race or our race. If you want to give your condolences, do that. And if you want to speak on that. Ain't nobody holding you here, but we know who we are. You feel what I'm saying? We know who you are, and we know where we stand at. You missed most of the chat, so just to reiterate too, for those that are just coming up in here early this morning. Good morning, everybody. Get the bacon, orange juice, and the grits going. I'm starting. You know what I mean? So everybody go up in a jumbotron if you just getting here this morning or this evening, wherever you may be at in the world. Look at the jumbotron. Look at the conversation. Terrorist targets Black Buffalo community, 10 killed. So rest in peace to those people out there. Bless Buffalo. Wait for the family to decide what they want to do. Let this shit just ride out, and we'll take it from there. But other than that, everything else we've been talking about tonight, we need to be planning. You feel what I'm saying? As far as getting our arms up, getting your provisions up, start getting your asses to move back down south, because we need to hunker up around each other. You know what I mean? Go ahead, Mr. Mike.
Yeah, thanks, man. No, you're 100% right. Sorry I didn't look at the Jumbotron too much, but I hopped on Twitter and this is the first thing I saw. And I listened, and, at first I didn't know how I thought, but I think you guys are right. The white people are freaking riding around strapped with body armor. I mean, you're right. I think. Damn, sorry, was I muted?
Yeah.
I think that was State Power.
Yeah, State Power trying to come back into the chat, but it's okay, Mr. Mike. Go ahead, though. It's Twitter and it's technical issue. It's not really you.
Okay.
You know what I mean? But go ahead, brother. Sorry. You know what I mean?
No, you're good, man. I just wanted to say, where was that? That, yeah, I popped on Twitter. This is the first thing I saw, and I'm honestly sick of seeing it. It's disgusting, and I can't believe that, you know, not to bring up race again, but that it's people with my skin color, and I honestly hate being white sometimes, because right now, honestly, I'm living in Europe, and I mean, we don't talk about race. There's Muslims, there's blacks, it doesn't matter. Everybody says hi to each other. How you doing? You know what I mean? It can be done. It's just, I feel that America doesn't want it to happen. They want to keep black people down, and it's disgusting. It's and like I was saying, I think it has come to the time where you know, that whoever these people are targeting, whatever race, I think we do need to defend ourselves and take up arms, because that's what they're doing. You know, I know it sounds a little weird maybe coming from me, but I just wanted to say 100% with you guys. I'm so sorry for the loss of the community. If there's any way I could ever help, I'm here and happy to help.
Yeah, facts on that, Mr. Mike. We appreciate all the love, brother. And if you want to help, as far as like helping black people, you know, study black history in America, and pretty much follow people like Black Majority State Power that you see right here in the chat, Black America in our homeland. Follow those brothers and learn what's going on. And if you really want to help us and study reparations for sure, because the only way we're going to get out of here as black people is where we get what we owe for the most part.
Yeah.
But what you call it? So let's bring somebody else up. Makeup and Perfume, I believe. Come on up. You're welcome, Mr. Mike. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, man.
Hello. I'm just calling in to vent. Like you guys let dude talk is really annoying, because I feel like these people are being fake. It ain't no allies. Y'all need to wake up. Get them out of here. Like, why are they even speaking? Like, this is some fake stuff. Like, they're just in here trying to see what we're gonna do. Real talk.
Hold on a second. Makeup and Perfume, not to cut you off. You know, he gave his condolences and he said his piece. And I understand how you feel, but we had that conversation already.
I'm tired of this fakeness, man. Real
right,
talk,
right.
man.
I understand what you're saying. You know what I mean?
Fake,
I understand what you're saying. And I can't tell you how to vent, but we had that conversation already. He came up here, said his piece as a person, a human being. You know what I'm saying? 5 fingers, 5 toes, fuck the color. He said his piece to some people that lost their life. And I understand how you feel when we had that conversation. But it's up to us to correct him as far as the miseducation and the information that needs to be said.
Man, that's not our job. That's not our job. There's books out there. There's books out there. There's news out there they could go read. It's not our job to educate them.
You feel how you feel. That's just personal.
Like, I'm tired of this.
Listen,
like, what we gonna do? Keep marching? What we gonna do?
I understand you.
I'm tired of this.
Let's talk about
we need to really
side of it. Let's come up with a solution, though. Let's come up with a solution other than to go on Mr. Mike. What's the solution? We talked about other solutions earlier. Yeah, apologies about that. We're trying to get state power back up here, so it might be some interference or whatever. But yeah, we're trying to come with solutions, Makeup and Perfume. That's all we're trying to do. We understand the situation at hand. We just need solutions right now. But you could go ahead and vent still.
Are we back on me?
No, let Makeup and Perfume speak, Mr. Mike.
Okay, sorry. Just wanted to say there's no fakeness coming from me, you know. but yeah, it is what it is. Sorry, I'll shut up.
You know what's really interesting is my girlfriend, she's black. I'm half Mexican, half white, and we live in California, in the Bay Area, right? But she doesn't like to talk about black trauma, right? She doesn't like to watch trauma film. She doesn't like to watch these kinds of things that are about Black history. She doesn't like to learn about reparations. She doesn't like to learn about the history of African Americans in this country because it hurts. It's not something she wants to focus on. So I have an open question, which is like, do you think it's important that everyone has to learn, everyone has to educate themselves, or if they don't want to, think about these things, do they have to? Is it a responsibility, or is it something that people can opt out of? Because it's good to make progress, but is it everyone's responsibility kind of thing? That's my question.
I mean, I don't want to answer that solely as, the leader of all Black people, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's up to you to learn what it is that's going on right now. And don't be that person living under a rock. You feel what I'm saying? Know what your neighbor is like, if he white, black, whatever. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, we already had this conversation, I believe, a little earlier about, the one Italian dude that came up here, I think it was Frankie or whatever. He's saying the same thing. And I understand what Makeup and Perfume is saying, but we had that conversation already. And if a person like Mr. Mike just want to say condolences, trying to figure out what's going on himself as a white person, why is this shit even happening? Everybody want to know, why is this shit happening? It can't always be about fake shit all the fucking time. Because we need solutions as Black people, first of all. And we got to still, some way, some fucking how live amongst each other for those that want to live amongst all the fucking races. I'm here in fucking Jersey. I know that shit. You know what I mean? But I understand the level of fucking prejudice that go on here. So it ain't really all up to me to speak on it, or Ricardo, you know what I mean? And I understand what you're saying, though, but at the end of the day, there are some people from different cultures that shouldn't be up here in Black spaces talking about Black issues. So, but that's not what Mr. Mike's conversation was, in my opinion. But if you want to talk, Mr. Ricardo.
Yeah, it's just a curious thing. I'm an anthropologist in training, and anthropologists study cultures. They study humans. They study social society, right? And what I want to focus, I'm learning Spanish, Arabic, learning Mandarin. It's tough, to break down these cultural barriers. But once you learn these cultural barriers are imaginary, you can really, figure out how to talk to people one-on-one, and it's great to have these conversations. So I just want to, send out some appreciation for this conversation. I really appreciate it.
True, no doubt. Go ahead, Mr. Mike.
Thanks, bro. I just wanted to say that I like Ricardo's piece there, but I feel that as white Americans who have, I'm sorry, stop bringing up race, you're right. But as Americans who had brought people who didn't want to leave their homes over, I think that we do have a responsibility to learn the history. I don't know. I remember looking back at elementary school, middle school, all this, and they made it like it was no big deal. You don't even learn this stuff unless you look into it yourself. I mean, I didn't learn any of it until I started having some African American friends, and I think that's wrong. So I feel like it is a responsibility, but of course, there's a higher authority, the government, who happen to be, 70-80% white, who I think don't want that in the history books. And I think that's a big problem. I don't know if it's the main problem. But...
So to cut you off again, Mr. Mike, that stuff we actually already spoke about again.
Oh, okay.
And like, that's why I said get up in the Jumbotron.
Okay.
It's not to cut you off or anything. You don't got to apologize or anything about that, bro. It's just that, this is stuff that we all should be knowing. If the Jews can never tell the Germans to forget about the history and atrocities that they did to them. When you go over to Germany, mute your mic for a minute. Yeah. When you go over to Germany has memorabilia or, statues and monuments and stuff like that dedicated to the Holocaust. Ain't nothing like that over here in America. And then, during the George Floyd situation, we don't tore down a lot of them Confederate statues, but a lot of us even fail to realize that's all American history of the atrocities that the colonizers had done to Black natives and Black Africans. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like, where do we go from here after 400 or 500 years? That's what a lot of the conversations was. You feel what I'm saying? What's the solutions? And, this is not my space. I'm just holding it down to the state power, try to come back up here. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, we all want to know what's going on. How can we better get along, if anything? But, like I said, this Black majority space, his whole argument is we segregating from y'all, Mr. Mike. We trying to move on in our own shit. And, like Miss Perfume said, a lot of y'all do just want to come up here and learn what's going on, kumbaya and all that other stuff. but y'all ain't really with us. You feel what I'm saying? Because you refuse to learn the history, man, on your own accord. You feel what I'm saying? Fuck a teacher teaching you from K through 12 or going on to college or learning whatever you're learning. And then when your black friends tell you this shit, like, yo, this happened and for this reason, and it's not to be prejudiced or anything. It's just like, yo, you got to take this shit serious. You know, John Crypto was up here saying the same thing. Some young cats from his hood, you know what I mean? You tell you like, yo, you heard what happened up in Buffalo? Those same black kids didn't even react, but some white folks gave them love and showed them empathy and love. So it's like, you know, a lot of us are saying the same shit and want to be amongst each other and not be in all this prejudice, racist, segregation shit. You know what I mean? But at this point, like a lot of the elder women was in here saying, we done tried that shit already, time and time again. So the only thing that black people can do since Jim Crow Joe is letting everybody in the country freely. You feel what I'm saying? Letting them in the hood. You feel what I'm saying? Where we congregate at as black people and have them take over all the jobs, do all this other shit, and nobody even fucking bats an eye in that. I don't even see poor white people upset about what Jim Crow Joe is doing, Republican or Democrat. You feel what I'm saying? I don't even know how we could even survive with this man in office the next fucking 2 years. You know what I mean? It's gonna be fucking tough for everybody, but none harder than my fucking people, bro. So you gotta kind of, you know, say your piece and not come back with the rhetoric of what you're saying. And I understand you're trying to figure this shit out, but you gotta get in the jumbotron. You gotta start studying, start following people that you really want to know about Black American shit and history and the level of prejudice, racism, and just colonization is constantly going on. Black people are being gentrified out of North New Jersey right now. You know, being gentrified out of California. Have you ever heard of the movie The Last Black Man in San Francisco? The Last Black Man in San Francisco. You ever heard of that movie before?
I actually have. I watched it with my brother who's living out in San Fran. He just moved out because it's too expensive too.
Right. So you know what it is then. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna yield there, but you know, let Makeup and Perfume come back up, and then after that, Creaming Carter. Carter.
I just sorry. I just wanted to say, yeah, I understand, and sorry. Can I really quick?
Yeah, go ahead, brother. Just real quick.
I just wanted to say I apologize if I offended anybody. You're right. I do need to do my own research, and I never looked at it that way. That it isn't your guys' jobs to be educating us, and you're right. And yeah, I think that's where the school system, administration, whatever it is, need to step up. But I understand why you would want to segregate. I mean, nobody's been listening, like you said, for 500 years. So, yeah, I just wanted to apologize. Didn't want to offend anybody. Just wanted to give my love and respect and say that, you know, I am here if I can do anything. But either way, I support you guys' movements. And if it is segregation, it's what you guys want. It's America. We're supposed to be free. So, amen.
Okay, I'm getting a message from Mr. State Power. He wanted me to tell you, Mr. Mike, we're already segregated, and we want to segregate at a state level, and we want to segregate at a state level. So that's what the brother said. And to also hold on a minute, hold your thoughts. To also reiterate what well, hold on. He said instead of being ghetto, yeah, that makes sense too. So to reiterate back up here in the chat what he wrote again, so I'm not sure what that is, but yeah. So basically, again, to reiterate what State Power said, you know, we are already segregated. That shit is true because up here in Jersey, where I'm from, you know, black people where the black people at, majority of white people where the majority of white people at. You know, we got this thing called white flight. Have you ever heard of that, Mr. Mike?
I'll be honest with you, I haven't.
Right. So white flight is, right, when you know, since you're on your phone, it's all about multitasking. That's what I do. I teach, bro. So on your phone, look up the Newark riots. So when the Newark riots happened over here in Newark, New Jersey, most of the white people fled for the hills, Livingston, other parts of Union and all this other stuff. And it was all over, you know, you guys not wanting to share territory for the most part. You know what I mean?
I know, man. That's why I had said I don't support what, you know, my family, I'm first generation American, so I wasn't there, but yeah. Honestly, I'm at a loss for words. You got me. Yeah.
So I need to do more research. So hold on a second. When you say you're a first generation American, where's your father from?
From France.
Okay, so basically, you guys, you immigrated here. So basically, America was already built up by the time you guys came here. So you don't. I meet a lot of people as yourself, because I'm in the retail industry and I'm a professional myself. So you guys don't take the time to study the history here in America. That's the argument, man. You know, you don't know that you guys immigrated to a real racist, prejudice, segregationist country. Joe Biden is a segregationist. He has a 50-year career. Listen to me, brother. He has a 50-year career of fucking shitting on black people. And I don't understand how nobody else sees that shit. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, get on your grind, start studying reparations for black people that descend from chattel slavery exclusively. Lineage matters to us. You feel what I'm saying? As a group, you may see some other hashtags out there, FBA, ADOS. That's just code for black folk. You feel what I'm saying? Some nigga shit. You know what I mean? So being that you're just getting over here, welcome to America. Was spelled with 3 Ks, not ICA. You feel what I'm saying? And you know, could come to Jersey. Weed is legal out here.
I mean, I was born in Vegas. I should have said that better. I was born in Vegas, but
shit, Spring City, you're a wild boy. You know what I mean?
You know what I mean. But yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, definitely. Like my parents had no idea. I mean, my parents, they grew up in Africa, in Congo, so to them, they weren't.
Right. We understand, bro. We understand that a lot of people come here, they may not be, but y'all wind up adopting that moniker of voting white. You feel what I'm saying? Being with white, because this is a segregationist country. So like State Power said, we're already segregated. And I'm 42. I've been seeing that shit my whole life. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, we might congregate amongst each other at the basketball arena, at the football stadium, you know, go Giants or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So we cool on that level. Monday come, water cooler talk. Oh shit, you saw that touchdown? We cool for that. But when it's time to go home at 5 o'clock, we go our separate ways. Like we don't even. It's like the Berlin Wall. You live on one side, I live on the other side. The Great Wall of China. You know what I mean? That's how we live out here. You know what I mean? America. So
you're right.
It sucks that maybe your father didn't know that, and it sucks that you were born into that, not having an actual correct education and understanding to say, hey, like, damn, this country all the way fucked up. I see why black people be going hammer on white people, calling white people prejudice and racist and all this other shit. But I gotta yield you for a minute. Go ahead, makeup and perfume.
All right.
I want to make 2 points. I believe in segregation. I feel like we need to separate, like the Native Americans own school, own government, own police, for real. And also the second point I wanted to make, I did vote for Joe Biden. I regret it. A big mistake. But black people, we do not have to be enslaved for the Democrats. We need to shake up some stuff. We have power. Women got Joe Biden elected. Black women. Okay? So that's power. We need to stop voting for these Democrats. They're not for us. I'm not saying vote for Republicans either. All of them ain't for us. They're all not for us. Just wake up. That's all I just wanted to say.
No, I agree with you 100%. You know, I try to tell my white friends this, makeup and perfume. Try to tell all my Hispanic, Asian, same thing. They don't listen. You know what I mean? Been telling them fallers, Ahmaud Arbery, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor. They don't want to listen. They don't want to educate themselves to do anything. So when I say, fuck y'all, I'm out, and I don't call y'all and I'm on my own, and you fucking still talking shit about me through the fucking airwave because you know I'm a G, and shit gonna get back to me. But I don't even give a fuck. I'm moving on. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so, you know, you heard what she said, Mr. Mike. We segregating. You know, it is what it is, dog. But go ahead, Criminal Carter.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Wow, it's crazy to see y'all still going, man. Since last night.
Night shift, baby. Night shift. Well, good morning. What a Gris said. You got some burgers for us, fam? You know what I'm saying?
See, I'm way ahead of you, man. I got up last night, man, to put a pot of beef stew on, homemade, man. You know what I mean? I like comfort food, but I'm not sure I'm not sure what the topic is today. I know last night we were really staying on topic.
Yeah, we're still on topic. Check the Jumbotron. We're still talking about what happened in Buffalo for the most part. You know what I mean? But, if somebody got something specific to say, well, I guess bring that up too. I try to keep it on topic because this black majority's thing right here, you know what I mean? But he knocked out or whatever.
Okay. But I'll say this right here. I know somebody mentioned Germany a few times and, re-educating and things like that. I remember the first time I went to Berlin, they had like a festival, and it was crazy, man. Like, Berlin's a very, metro mixed city, all that kind of stuff. But basically, that festival was an apology to the world from Germany for all their atrocities, against, humans and, the Holocaust, like all that kind of stuff. Like it was it was their way of apologizing, but apologies are good, man. I tried to put it up in the Jumbotron, but I couldn't get it up there. But there is a gentleman by the name of Jeffrey Robinson, and he's a speaker. He's an activist, and if anybody's looking for, if anybody's not educated on the history of both Black and white America, he's a good person to listen to. He preaches, follow the money. Follow the money, follow the money, follow the money. Like the money from slavery, chattel slavery and stuff. Like it just didn't go up in the thin air. You know what I'm saying? Like the fight, a lot of the fight is money. Yes, the fight is physical as well. It's I mean, yeah, we're gonna have to it's gonna have to get physical at some point. Even if it's in small batches, but the fight is with the money, you know what I mean? And the fight is with the economics, So like these things have to happen. And we can keep talking about this thing in Buffalo, but we can only talk about it so much, because at this point, it's kind of like keeping the wound open, But if anybody knows, like if you're in a firefight, you get hit, and I'm talking about us as a body. I'm talking about Black people in America. If we're at war together, we take a hit. We got to patch that thing up and keep it moving. Stay in the fight. Stay alive. And that's where we're at right now. That's where we've been at. As far as people who are in this group that aren't African American, that type of thing. Now I'm going to say this right here. There was a gentleman in here last night. He was from Nigeria and he got cut off. He didn't have a chance to speak, and he was speaking on behalf of Black people across the globe. But he didn't even get to finish like whatever he was wanting to say. You know what I'm saying? So we have to be even with that all the way across the board. Honestly, I mean, at this point, I don't care who it offends. I'm not gonna call anybody's names or anything like that, but I don't care who it offends. But like, we have to have safe. We have to have safe spaces.
Hold on a second. It's best to leave that alone. If you're saying it's going to offend somebody, then it is. You know what I'm saying? So,
but you listen what I'm saying though, bro. Like,
but go ahead. I'm gonna let you speak. But again, Black state majority, he don't want to hear none of that on his spaces. So I'm just reiterating his talking points. So just know that too, okay?
Yeah, I get it, man, and I rock with bro. I sent him a message last night. But see, here's the thing, we can't, if that's going to be it, then we can't be hypocritical in what we're doing. That's what I'm saying. Like we can't say, hey, this person can't use our platform, you know what I mean? But we allow, this person to use the platform, like it has to be even across the board. I mean, unless you want to come across as a hypocrite, and lose all credibility.
I hear what you're saying, but we can't go into too many other cultural spaces and have debates as far as like, well, we want to have a say in your land. We can't go to the Congo and ask them for reparations for what King Leopold did to them. See that? So you're speaking on the same type terms.
I'm listening what you're saying. What'd you say?
I'm saying basically you're saying that, when you're saying other people need to have a accord and be on one accord and let people speak, well, certain spaces aren't built for everybody. Everything ain't for everybody. You know what I'm saying? So if you're saying that an African brother was in a space the other night trying to speak, and it was mainly a ADO space, an FBA space or whatever, you know what I mean? Well, you're a guest in this house, and if they don't want you to speak, you get your ass out of here. We call Sandman on you from Apollo. So it's like, I don't know. You feel what I'm saying? That's just the way it is, bro. You know what I mean? Because we can't go to no other cultural residence and say, hey, look, and speak out of turn, basically. You know what I mean? I yield there. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, my thing is this right here, man. So that's what I'm saying. Like, if we're going to do that, if we did that yesterday, with somebody from the Congo, it shouldn't matter if they're from the Congo, or if they're a white man from Arkansas or whatever the case is. You know what I mean? Like, it has to be even across the board unless, you want to be looked at as a hypocrite and it's not going to be credible. You see what I'm saying? Like, it has to be that. Like, I'm not even saying, like, this is what I want, but I'm just saying, like, in all seriousness.
Listen, bro, don't need no favors from no outsiders at this point, By outside of, Foundation Black American.
Raise your hand, Sammy. Hold on, Sammy. Raise your hand because that brother's speaking. You feel what I'm saying? You want to be respected as much as you want to respect everybody else too. And plus, you got other people in front of you. But go ahead, Carter.
Yeah, I'm about to land this plane though. But with that right there, I said it a couple times already. That's really what it is. But my thing is this right here. As far as bringing everybody back to the South. Setting up, home base here. A lot of the land down here is really owed to us. Just like in Oklahoma, where they gave so much land back to the Native Americans. It should be the same thing. And as far as like the Democrats and stuff like that, like this administration, man, like we're really at a war. Like we have to take a stance because this is the thing. Joe Biden's first couple of days in office, man, he signed bills, to protect trans people. You know what I'm saying? That was like one of the first things he did. And then on top of that, it was the Asian hate bill, Stop the Asian Hate bill. You know what I mean? So those two people, those two subcategories of people, man, like they went automatically. They didn't spare a minute, a moment, protecting those people, man. And this is something that we've been fighting for, for the longest. Like Asian hate, because of COVID. That was nothing, man, compared to what we've been through as people. You know what I mean? Like nobody was running up in grocery stores, like tearing down Asian supermarkets, AK-47s. Like nobody was doing that. Nobody was hanging Asians. The police weren't being called on Asians and they were getting, killed on TV and all this kind of stuff. So, we got to put the pressure on, man. It's time to cook. Like we gotta infiltrate politically. We have to take a stand. Yes, there has to be some marching. Yes, there has to be some protesting. And it absolutely has to be some boycotting. You know what I mean? Because we got to take our financial accountability more serious. Like we have too much power financially because of us being consumers, because of us spending, the money and and keeping the economy afloat. In a sense, like we have to use whatever strategy that we have. Claw, fight, nail, bite. Whatever we got to do. Like it needs to happen. That's what I'm gonna land the plane at.
Respect on that, brother, and we definitely touched on a lot of that. But go ahead, Black American Homeland is on you.
Earlier speaker was talking about segregation. Look, the Black American homeland, right? Going back to the South, it has nothing to do with segregation. I call it supermajority. We taking supermajority of the southern states, right? Look, United States is a big country. We got 50 states, right? So the country is big enough for Black Americans to take, a few states. I mean, look, we're 14% of the population, right? There's 50 states. 14% of 50 states is 7 states. So, we deserve 7 states. Look, white Americans are 60% of the country, right? But they control all 50 states. I mean, that's not fair. So yes, Black American, they deserve political control of several states, and I think we should go for it. That's all I have to say.
Agreed on that, man. 100%, man. But let's see who else. Latasha, go ahead.
Good morning, family. I had a few things to say. First of all, and I don't want to get too deep into it, but I think the difference between Mr. Mike and maybe the other guy, the Congolese guy or Black British guy or whatever happened with that, because I was there too, was that he really wasn't very receptive to learning anything. And then you have to kind of feel somebody's genuality, if they're being genuine or not. I didn't feel, personally, mind you, I can't speak for everybody, but I didn't feel that Mr. Mike was being disrespectful, obviously disrespectful, or ingenuine in how he feels about the situation. I felt like he was really ready to learn. And that's ultimately what we're trying to do. We know what we need to do. It's about helping to teach those who really want to learn. Same thing with the Italian guy who was clearly condescending, clearly not wanting to learn, clearly just here to just be here, and be an agent. And we had to, let them know. So I think that's the difference in anybody, whether it's a white, black, blue, yellow, what have you. If they're willing to learn and they genuinely want to, that's our job as leaders to teach. And I'm speaking again as somebody that's been doing the work for several years. I have to teach a lot of white people, whether they want to listen or not. It is what it is. Because I'm not going to lie, I'm not going to sugarcoat anything. But I have no problems letting a white person know this is what it is, and it's nice to see a white person that's courageous enough and genuine enough to actually want to hear the whole truth, nothing but the truth, because that's what you're going to get here. Another thing I wanted to do was kind of elaborate a little bit on Mr. Ricardo's question about his black girlfriend. I am a huge movie buff. I love movies. I'm like what they call them, filmophile or whatever. Like I love that. I think, now mind you, I don't know his girlfriend obviously, but what the first thing that pops into my head is something that I myself as a pro-black woman, I don't get off into torture porn. Things like Us and what's that Lovecraft Country stuff, where you just see black people being victimized over and over and over. And what makes it torture porn is that the black person can never retaliate. It's like we're making this stuff to supposedly teach white people this is what we've been through, but there's no sustenance about it. There's nothing not helping black people, because if that kind of thing helped black people, well, when Roots came out in the 70s, we would be in a different place. We're not. So just showing black people be tortured in mistreated and enslaved and abused by white people just for the hell of it. No, if I'm with her, I wouldn't. I don't watch that. I don't. If I get any, there's a difference between historical stuff and torture porn. Like I said, just stuff that are black. I shouldn't say that. The right terminology is black torture porn. You know, black trauma porn. I think that's the most accurate. Black trauma porn. That kind of stuff, no, I can't get off into, because like I said, it's hollow. It's turning black pain into some kind of commodity for white people who are watching it, and then they get to feel better. Oh, I'm not enslaving black people, so yeah, I'm better than my ancestors or what have you. That kind of thing, like I said, I totally agree. I wouldn't sit there and watch that either. But then again, there could be somebody that doesn't want to watch it, just like we had the issue with the young Crypto and the guys that he was around that simply just didn't want to know because they don't give a damn, and those are the kind of cooning people we don't need to be around. Okay, so that's I think that's. Oh, and another thing is somebody asked a question about the journalist. Now, mind you, I'm a freelance journalist myself, and I've been writing about white supremacy for years and years, and he never answered the question. Like, if you've been here this whole time, are you going to be making some kind of content about this? That's a question, a very good question that I don't think I heard an answer to. So that's about, I think that's it for me right now.
Yeah, I appreciate the input on that, because I think you're right. I think she feels the same way. My girlfriend feels the same way. Yeah, you know, it's a legacy of imperialism. I shared up at the top Frantz Fanon, who was a
hold on, Ricardo, hold on a minute, man. You got to get called up, brother. You got to get called up, man.
Oh, okay. All right.
You got to get called up. You know, you spoke once before, so let somebody else go for a second. So
Right.
go ahead, Simi. You had your hand up too, but raise your hand again, Ricardo.
You know, my whole thing about the segregation thing. You know, that's something we have to worry about too, because if we all were put in place, it would make us an easier target. So, you know, with that segregation thing, you have to kind of second guess that, you know. You put in one state, two states, and they just drop a bomb on us, and that's it. Segregation won't stop hate. That's my piece.
Yeah, definitely get them on that, Black American Homeland.
Hey, look, man. Look, you know, I've been fighting about that for years, since 2012. That seemed to be the major talking point. You know, they're going to poison the water, or they're going to drop bombs on the Black American homeland. Look, if you see how Black Americans are living right now in the northern states, right? Most Black Americans live in like a 30 square mile area of Chicago. They live in like in a 40 square mile area of Detroit. Black American, 3 million Black Americans living in a 30, 40 square mile area of New York, right? So that means that in the northern states, right, in the Midwest states, it's easier to wipe out Black Americans because they are concentrated in urban areas. In the South, right, Black Americans, right, we are in small towns, in medium small towns, we're in rural areas, we're in big cities, we're in counties. You know, they can't drop bombs on us, man. We spread out too much in the South. And also the South is 60% forested, and we have a lot of mountainous area in the South. That's all I have to say. Last thing, it's not called segregation. It's super majority population. Super majority. It's not segregation.
Black American Homeland, real quick. Could you speak on the Philly Move bombing? You there, Black American Homeland?
Can I stop?
Yeah, that happened in the 1980s.
Right. Well, you know, some people don't know the history of it. You know what I mean? As far as like, you know, when you say, you know, we live in all the other people that's in the Midwest, you know, they live in particular urban type areas, 40 by 40 square mile, you know, type stuff like that. That's how the move bombing was. You know what I mean? One black particular area, folks dropped a bomb on it, but you can't do that shit to us if we got a whole fucking state, a couple states spread across state, multiple lines. You know what I mean? Can't get us all. We gonna get you first. You know what I mean? Because we gonna see that bomb coming. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
that's a fact.
Right. I just wanted to reiterate on that. If you know about the move bombing, you know, see how they cornered us into a market, and they ain't nothing but redlining. You feel what I'm saying? We know that too as well. So that way they can fuck up the water supply, fuck up the air, bomb us anytime they feel like it. So I understand that too. That's why Black Majority State trying to get us together to get our asses down to Delaware, man. You know what I mean?
But look at this. Look, they would never bomb. Look, if they bomb the South, right, they're basically going to destroy the whole economy. You know, look, the big companies in the United States, they do not want the United States to go into war, especially civil war, right? Look, the rich companies, right, they say they don't care who controls the state as long as they control the economy. They don't care who controls the government. And it's the same way around the world. They don't care if Filipinos control the Filipino economy, or Thailand, Thai control the Thailand economy. The 1% of the world, they control like 80% of the world's wealth. So that's all I have to say about that.
Facts on that, brother. Appreciate it, man. Hey, let's get War on Black. What's up, mama? How you doing this morning? You got some food for us since you growing all that food out there?
Yes, indeedy. I'm making a pasta salad with shrimp, chicken, sausage, and some fresh basil leaves. You know how we roll in Big Mama's house. Now, first of all, I think the sister mentioned something about Roots. Sister, are you aware that Roots is a fictitious story? Is anybody aware that Roots is?
Yes, I am aware of that. No, the point I was trying to make was that there has been a lot of, like I said, all you can really categorize it as Black trauma porn content. A lot of movies, a lot of TV shows coming out where it's showing a lot of basically Black people being tortured, basically, you know, from slavery on up to before civil rights, that kind of thing. And some of us don't really want to watch that or support that because it's not productive. It's something that is created for the white supremacist lights out there to be able to look at and say, oh, well, I'm not, you know, lynching Black people, or I'm not doing that. I'm not racist. It's not really for us. It's just like people don't like watching torture porn. I don't want to watch, and there are a lot of us that don't want to watch Black trauma porn. So that and Roots was the first thing that popped in my mind, because it came out in the 70s and it was, you know, a big deal, but it didn't change the dominant system. It didn't change the white supremacist system that we live in. That was the point I was trying to say.
Roots came out in the 80s after we were classified as African Americans. Okay, I had a chance to tell you guys this, but I am a direct descendant of the first royal families of Virginia on my dad's mom's side. There was a document that was made with the Kent England financiers, businesses, and it's called the Virginia Company. My family lineage is on that list. They came over here and they have admitted that we are natives. King James was black. Daniel Webster was black. The Dark Ages is basically about black people being eradicated through disease and famine. Okay, I'm trying to tell you guys this because I am a part of both sides. And I've taken my lineage back to 1000, back to William the Conqueror. I've seen black wealth in my family. I grew up with black wealth, owning both sides of the road in Virginia. There is only on record 20 African slaves that was brought to America. And those slaves were stolen from the French and then was brought over here to America. Within about 10 years, those 20 Africans was down to 3. King James was not about to come here. It was about trade. He issued a document banning any removal or transporting of any slaves. British ships didn't get to Africa until 1901. Now, I know there's a lot of people that wants to say we're African. We're not African. We're indigenous to this land. And the reason why I know, because I'm on both sides of the aisle. 3/4 black, 1/4 European. So we have to get out of the fact that there is no record. Maritime law, admiral law, all exist. It's the same law that exists. Boats have tags, just like a car has. There is no record. We are indigenous. I'm a part of the Anacostans in Washington, D.C., and the Powhatans. Some were slaves, but it's more like prisoners of war. There weren't plantations that didn't have soldiers. All plantations had military from France as well as British. This is all a fictitious story. America did not become America until 1776, and then it didn't come into the bill as an act until 1790. Transatlantic slavery was abolished throughout the world in 1801. There are no maritime records. There are no animal records. And I had the king's documents that are verified because I'm part of that lineage. My 14th great-grandfather removed is Thomas Curtis. And he was one of the founders of the Virginia Company. We were enslaved as prisoners of war. We were Indians, we were already there. Martin Luther King even said that. Many of us know our history. The king said, my ancestor, King James, at the time he was the King of France, King of Scotland, King of England, and King of Spain. He said, no natives are
You still with us, War on Black? Hey, if everybody in the chat can hear me, just put like a heart or a fist emoji up or something. All right, that's what's up. Go ahead, Ricardo, until War on Black come back on. Matter of fact, hold on a second. It was, I guess they dropped down in the chat. Go ahead, Ricardo. They dropped down in the chat. Go ahead.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, just building on that, I think imperialism. There's a quote by Frantz Fanon, the French. He was from Martinique, right? This guy who was a he was a psychologist, he was a philosopher, he was from the French territory of Martinique in the Caribbean. He lived in the early 1900s, right? But this guy eventually moved to Algeria to fight against the French. And he fought for the revolution of, oh, did she drop down? Yeah, it looks like. For the revolution of Algerian independence against France, right? He said, imperialism leaves behind germs of rot, which we must clinically detect and remove from our land, but from our minds as well. I think that means a lot. You know, I think it's very valuable to read up on Frantz Fanon. He wrote some good books. But I got to dip out. I just wanted to, say I appreciate the conversation, but thanks very much.
All day, no doubt. Enjoy the day, brother. Anybody else want to come up? Going once, going to twice. You the next contestant up on this black majority state. Who's next up to get their comments? And better bring some grits too, you know what I mean? Rest in peace to the people out there in Buffalo. You know, pray for them. You know, it's a lot going on as far as us as black folks. You know, I feel a lot of times with Dr. John Claude Anderson always saying we're spread thin because we can't fight every war. You know, these people, they bring this terror to our front door. We don't do this type of stuff to, not even our own people like that. As much as I could see, even though I still see we kill our own, but that's a whole nother conversation. But we ain't bringing this shit to nobody else's doorstep like this. But, at the end of the day, we just got to keep loving on each other, staying around each other, looking out for each other. Start picking up some arms, man. Keep your eye on your 12, 3, 6, and your 9. It's military time. For watch your front, back, left, right. You know what I mean? Watch your man in front of you, your homie behind you, and your homie in the left or right, and your shorty on the other side of you. You know what I mean? That's all it is. So, if anybody else, go ahead, Mr. Engagement Black. You got it.
I would like to say thank you guys for keep going strong on this matter and this topic. It's something that should be trending throughout Black Twitter all day, every day right now. The other thing I want to say is this battle is going to be fought at your home. That means it's going to be fought with your loved ones first before it even gets into the streets. That's the part of getting everybody on code. That means working with your family members, discussing the urgency of why they should be talking about this. Like, we need to have those family discussions, have those family meals. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Where we take back a subject from the day and discuss it and build upon it. We need to be doing these type of things. I feel like some of these skills are lost for whatever reasons. I don't want to go that far into it, but for whatever reasons, we have lost those ways. We need to get those ways back immediately so we can be successful. Like, brothers, get your arms ready. Make sure you do it the right way. But always have a plan B, because these dudes ain't playing fair. They're not playing fair, and we see that. So I just wanted to share that with you guys. I'm glad that you guys are still rocking the mic 24/7 on this issue.
Yeah, we appreciate you, brother, for showing that. You know what I mean? I'm usually up on a late night, but Sandman is definitely trying to conk me out. But I figured, I guess it's Sunday. I ain't got to do nothing today. I could just chill out for a little while longer. But I was starting to get heavy, man. But that's what's up, though, for sure on that one, man. Hey, man, maybe we should do more of these 24-hour weekend rotation spaces where we start on a Friday, get your libations. It's about to go down, all that. I'm about to play some music. I'm a DJ, so I'm gonna have a party rocking the whole weekend long, yo. But that's what's up. We should do something like that. We got a plan for that, Mr. Engagement. Slumber party. Remember those? Remember the slumber parties, yo? Those was fire back in the day, yo. Anybody else want to come up? Make a perfume. You want to say something again, Mama? Rashad, you in there? Natasha, if you still want to speak. Hopefully stay power. I don't know if you're still with us, bro. You know what I mean? Hit me in the DM, dog. I'll say whatever you want me to say.
Hey, I usually have my hand up, but I'm just going to say, how come the ghetto's coming out on me for real? After a certain amount of time, you just start to just get out there a little bit. But how come why hasn't this journalist guy answered the question? this James guy, how come you haven't answered the question about like why are you still here? You've been here like for a long time. You haven't answered the question. Somebody asked you legitimately like what are you doing here so long? Like, are you trying to learn something? Are you going to be making some kind of content? Like, what are you doing? And you're just ignoring us. And I feel like if you're just going to ignore us, somebody needs to boot your ass out. And this is coming from a fellow journalist. That's not cool for you to just be here and then somebody asks you over and over again, like, what do you plan on doing? Unless there's some kind of malfunction. Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing here?
Hold up a minute, Latajia. Who you talking about again?
This James guy, this James old guy.
You talking about James Owens with the long hair looking like fake Jesus. I'll point him out.
I barely be looking in the chats. I usually stay at the top of the screen, so I don't be worried about who at the bottom.
Like ever. And somebody asked the question like hours ago. Like, I think he even was gonna. I thought he was actually where he was gonna say something or something, and maybe he had I don't know. I wasn't paying, but I do know we asked him. Somebody asked him a question, and he never responded. Like, but he's still here. Or what chat?
I don't know if you can hear me, Mr. James Owens, with the lumberjack shirt. You know what I mean? Working on the railroad all day. You know, looking like you're taking some model pictures for a country radio show. You know what I mean?
Like for hours.
What instrument you play, dog? You know what I'm saying? What instrument you play? I play piano. You know, let's jam.
I'm just saying.
But if you want to come up in the comments, come on up. Defend yourself, I guess. But if not, stay down or whatever the case be. I can't kick the brother out because I ain't the co-host or anything or a host, so I don't think I can kick him out. But it is what it is. Hey, let it rock, man. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, this is the one thing we gotta understand too, Latajia, and you smart on this. But they study us all day, every day. So if you look at what's going on with TikTok, right? So the one thing I give Trump some credit on, he's definitely right. We need to get the fuck off of TikTok. I just got like 1 or 2 posts on there to lead people back to another channel. You know what I mean? So, and it's just marketing for me or whatever the case be. So, the TikTok is owned by a Chinese firm. And Trump is always complaining about CCP, they doing some fucked up shit. So at the end of the day, everybody's spying on us. So it ain't like we could hide any fucking where because we don't own anything. And this is why I'm always advocating for us to have our own. You know what I mean? I'm not all the way 1,000 with politics. Certain things people be saying. I'm a Jersey boy. I'm born and raised here. I've been around all types of cultures. So, I ain't got a problem with anybody. But just don't fuck with me or any of my peoples and shit because I'll go against the grain automatically for y'all. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, we just need to really build our own thing. You know what I'm saying? This is the argument with, Black Greg from Black Majority State saying, hey, look, we need to all bundle together, get down south, do what we got to do, you know what I mean? And just start taking over our specific industries that we're already in. So you, like you, Latajia, you in the CPS, child protective type services, education. We need people like you because our black kids go missing every day. You know what I mean? So that always needs to be talked on. You know what I mean? And then, anything else that's surrounding as far as like black people, we just need to, like I keep reiterating, we just need to be around each other more. Start loving on each more, leaning on each other more, depending on each other more on some real shit. And then for those that depend on us too much, you got to get up your ass and be accountable, man. You know what I'm saying? And start, I ain't gonna say look for work because, I don't believe in that shit. I've been on my own for the last 12 years. So living off the land like the elders be saying and shit, you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, we got to just start doing for self, though. But go ahead, Mr. Gage and Black.
Hey, sorry about that, family. Yeah, I definitely want to weigh in on a couple of things. But I'm a little busy right now. Can I get back in a minute?
Yeah, go ahead, do your thing. Sound like you just clocking into work, brother. You know what I mean? Go ahead, get that money, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, all day, every day.
For sure. You know what I mean? So, hey, man, hold down on jobs. You see how this inflation is just fucking us up. I got a truck, man. That shit cost me damn near $100 to fill up. That shit stay parked in front of the crib nowadays, man. So I'll be home chilling and shit, you know what I mean? Word up, bro. So with that being said, trying to stay on topic as much as possible. The situation I have with Buffalo, and not get somebody else in the car. We can't talk about that all day. But unfortunately, we need to, because anything that surrounds anything else. We're talking like arming up, starting our own banking system. Black majority keep reiterating. We're trying to take over Delaware, which is Jim Crow Joe Biden, aka the architect of the '94 crime bill. He ain't nobody uncle. That nigga ain't shit. You know what I'm saying? Keep it fucking real. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, we see that he doing for everybody else except for black folk. That shit is some bullshit, because how you gonna help everybody else that ain't even from this fucking country? Our ancestors done paved this ground 1,000 times over with their blood, man. How much more shit we gotta keep spilling? But I guess, fuck it, they want the sauce. Fuck it, give them the honey mustard. You know what I'm saying? They want the sauce.
Yeah, brother, I wanted to add that we do have a couple of black-owned platforms. One of them is 6 Zeros, and the other one's EPRN. We also need to be backing those black-owned media networks that are already up and running.
Yeah, try to say that again. What media networks they are?
EPRN, and the other one is 6 Zeros. I have accounts to both of them.
Hold on a second. You say it. I guess my mic is starting to cut out again. Say it again, the names.
EPRN, brother, and the other one is 6 Zeros. Like 6 Zeros.
I got you. EPRN 6 Zeros.
Yeah, that one is the 6 0 one's be having a commercial for the Jason Black channel and all that.
I want to say I usually just keep my hand up, but I want to say that I write for them, 6 Zeros, and I know the owner, founder, and head nigga in charge, and he's awesome. So that's thank you, Black American, for bringing that up, because I should have been said something about that. That is.
Oh, it's not Black America. It was Engaging Black. I even got it in with. I even got it into it. I even argued with the brother, but I still support him because it's a black-owned platform. I might not agree with everything, but it's still our people, and we need to work with our people regardless. That's just my standard.
I agree.
Yeah, that's what's good. I'm trying to think. So, is it anybody else got a platform they want to promote? On top of that, since we know, my whole argument is trying to get with other people in the entertainment industry to talk to other people like Latasia, Black State, Black American Homeland, and so on. You know what I mean? To get our people to understand, hey, look, 2053 is here. We can't wait another damn day. Joe Biden, we should be all on the ground trying to impeach your ass. You know what I'm saying? And have you arrested for war crimes, bro, against black people on some real shit. You know what I mean? Because when you do the history of this sucker, he is a sucker MC. You know what I mean? He ate us, man. You know what I mean? And I don't understand how our people voted for this dude. We had a better chance of voting for Trump because he was probably willing to at least try to fucking do something for us, even though he didn't give a fuck either. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, we voted for a fucking career criminal that's been euthanizing us for fucking 50 years. You know what I mean? And I know that was what you call a space I had yesterday with News Totter. Follow News Totter, NEWSTOTER, News Totter, and he got the .com. We're trying to promote that as well. Follow Mouthy Megan on YouTube, or Empowering Adolf. She go by over here sometimes or whatever on YouTube. Follow Angela over at the Reparationist Perspective. You know what I mean? Who else? There's a bunch of other people, man. My brain getting fogged up right now. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to think. Follow Dr. Hassan T. Johnson on YouTube. He over here on Twitter too, though. But I mainly be on YouTube all day. Dr. Hassan T. Johnson. Follow Letigia Copeland right there. You know what I mean? She talking about the kids. Protect the kids. Wu-Tang for the kids all day. You know what I mean? Follow a Black American Homeland right there. You talking about Greg from our Black Majority State, and you know what I mean, and State Power. Those three brothers, they're moving on something. You know what I mean, as far as trying to get us down to Delaware. It's a lot of black media going on, man. Shout out to Black Junction. For those that don't know, Black Junction, they got their own type social media. You know, it's real shaky as far as it's glitchy like, but you know, I appreciate them brothers. They from Philly, I believe. You know, they've been working at that for a while. I know the app is kind of glitchy or whatever, but the .com, the actual website version, that works pretty good. So go subscribe to them. You know, pay that little $10 fee. Even though I don't even use it, so I still gave them the $10. You feel what I'm saying? Just trying to be about black people. Matter of fact, with that being said, look up Maggie Anderson, Our Black Year, or Maggie Anderson, Our Black Year. Buying nothing but strictly black-owned products. You know, at least supporting black people as much as you possibly can. Me, you know, prior to, you know, all this COVID shit happening or whatever case be, I watch a lot of international news. So I kind of knew COVID was coming over here in the summer of 2019. Real shit, you know what I mean? You get on YouTube, look up China in Focus, China in Focus. Look that up, start watching international news, y'all. African news, Caribbean news, Asian news, Hispanic news, whatever news, you know what I mean? Start watching C-SPAN as much as possible too, because that's politics here in America. C-SPAN and I forgot what's the other one. They had a Senate floor on all the time. I forgot the name of it. What else is going on? It's a lot going on, you know what I mean? But anybody want to come up and speak, though, you know what I mean? It's up to y'all. Anybody want to come up and speak on anything? And I'm not sure you still there, State Power? You still there? Hit the emoji, brother.
I think we lost my man. All right. Anyone, this is Black American Homeland. I guess I have to take over for now. All right. Do we have anyone that would like to speak? Anyone? Any hands? Any hands?
Hello? Oh, crap. I should have raised my hand, huh?
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I adore DJ. I appreciate everything you guys have done. I basically just want to say a little bit more about what I do before I pass out. Which is I focus on, well, I'm the founder of the National African American Families First and Preservation Association, but it's NAFPA for short. I founded that.
I think I lost you. Are you there? Oh, God. Okay, guys. Do we have anyone else that would like to speak? Matter of fact, you don't have to raise your hands.
Yo, my bad. I come and save you, brother. Yeah, I ain't gonna leave you talking to yourself, man. I like that. Yeah, it's a lot going on. I'm gonna say prayers, thoughts to the people that just recently passed. You know,
right?
We need to be on our square at all time. That's why I'm gonna keep on preaching. Go get your stuff legit. This is crazy. They're looking at soft people, and that's we need to look out for our loved ones. We need to be talking to our families about this issue. Take it a little bit more seriously. Because it's only going to be a matter of time that's going to come to our doorsteps. So, yeah, I think we need to be more proactive. That's just my opinion.
I agree. DJ, you back?
Yeah, I had to reset this tablet real quick, bro. It's all good, you know what I mean?
All right.
Yeah, not sure what was being said or whatever the case be. I wasn't even sure if y'all would heard me before all that shit I was saying. But now, go ahead. You can speak, brother. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. That was what I was just more or less getting at about what's going on. It's really devastating. It's even more devastating that our people are not talking about it. It's unison. That's what I'm concerned about.
Yeah, I think we all concerned about the same thing, dog. We all got the same talking points, got the same issues. You know, it's just the solutions, bro. You know what I mean? Like I said, I try to be a solution-oriented person, team player, whatever the case be. You know, just throw our cookies in the cookie jar and pluck one of them out. We'll work on that one first. Or while some other people working on the second one in the background. Gotta have solutions, bro. You know what I mean? You know, that's why everybody's talking about the firearms.
Yeah, there was a solution out there. People talking about they want to boycott on Malcolm's Day. They could send a message. I hear them on that.
Yeah, I heard that early on too. And yesterday somebody said that or whatever the case be. They was bringing it up. That's all good. But guess what? That Malcolm Day need to be for the whole year. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, this is what I've been practicing. You know, since Maggie Anderson did the Our Black Year. You know, Maggie Anderson, Our Black Year. Looked that sister up. She bought nothing. You know, tried as much as possible. You know, to buy nothing but black stuff. I mean, you know, black-owned products or whatever. You know, or support black businesses that might have sold white products or whatever. But you know, it was a black business that was doing the distribution, which is okay too. You know what I mean? We want what we want sometimes as consumers. I can understand that. But you know, we got to start supporting our own, bro. You know, go to what is it? Not blackenterprise.com, but I forgot the name of the site where they sell nothing but the black products. Somebody help me out real quick. Not Black Enterprise. It's black something though, but you know, look it up. Black products. They sell their own black toothbrushes, black bleach, all that stuff. You know what I mean? Support those people right there. And yeah, man, we need to be on our own, bro, Mr. Engagement, for sure, bro. But you know, what does that look like to a lot of us? You know what I mean? You know, and how can we, you know, like you said, have these better solutions, you know, around our people, whatever, to try to congregate around each other. Like, you know, my whole argument as a musician, I'm trying to find other black musicians to, you know, come along on the squad. Like, I already got everything already. You know, we're just looking for some talented folks, you know, that's really about something, you know what I mean? You know, and it's ready to go out there and help our people with this information that I got. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it's hard to get our people to budge, yo, on anything. Because, you know, they you know, they see the water, but they won't go drink it themselves. You know what I'm saying? They want to be force-fed some of our people. So I understand that, too. That's why you got to find that 144,000 and just move on with those right there, and then hopefully try to come back and get the other 90%. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely do agree. Definitely do hear what you're saying too. Definitely am picking up what you're putting down too as well. Yeah, we definitely. I've been in the business of supporting black-owned businesses. That's just. I feel like you need to get a economic base. And we always talk about Martin. Well, we need to be going the ways of Malcolm right now. And I think that starting off on Malcolm's Day is a good thing. I think it sets the right tone and the right message. But that's just my opinion, though.
Right. So with that being said, like, you know, we always saying like reparations is the goal, reparations is the leader, right? What does reparations look like to everybody other than like, you know, cash payments, land? You know, I know y'all saying 40 acres in a Tesla, but fuck that Tesla. That's just some bullshit. I'd rather get like a GMC or a fucking Suburban or something, you know what I'm saying?
You need that 4-wheel drive.
For sure. These Jersey streets fucked up, bro.
When I look at it, when I see reparations, I look at autonomy. I look at the economy that we can actually do our own thing. That's the first thing. We can raise and educate our children how we feel fit to address the needs of our issues in our community. I think that that's very important. I think that I could see us end up really supporting our educators. That's something that we're going to have to do and build that up from scratch, you know. Like, a lot of our educators don't sold out, you know. They need to, they're more concerned about paying that school debt instead of doing what's right by the people. So that's just what I want to share.
For sure on that one. That's what's up, my brother. Appreciate you, man. All the love, bro. For sure. Trying to think of some other conversations to talk about. You know, a lot of people was asking before, whatever, you know, can we donate to the families or whatever? You know, this thing just fucking happened. So I suggest, you know, not to donate to any type of Red Cross or any of that shit. You know, let the families decide and just stay up on them like that or whatever. If y'all really want to help, you know, behind the scenes. You know, it's going to be a whole lot of people probably fucking grifting off of this shit too, making money and shit, you know what I mean? I hate that type of shit too, you know what I mean? I'm trying to think of some other stuff to talk about real quick. You know, I'm getting sleepy myself. You know, it's usually past my bedtime around this time. Hey, State Power, hit me in the DM. What we talking about, bro? You know what I mean? Hey, yeah, go ahead, Latasha. Go ahead. You know what I mean? I don't know if you could come up. I see you down in the chat right there. Hilda, man, you've been listening for a minute. You want some creep stuff too? Come up here, girl. Calling y'all out. Fuck it. I'm calling y'all out in the chat. That's what we're doing right now. Who down in the chat? Unique, you've been down there for a minute. Come on up here, girl. B Sweets, Jersey in the building. Hey, you know what I mean? Who else down here? James Owens. Your ass ain't gonna come up to the next contestant yet, nigga.
We got that HJK, or like a woman that's drinking or something. It's weird. On the profile, that's crazy. I know it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Nah, I don't see that. Hold on, man. I'm scrolling. Hold on.
I know. Yo, it's a symbol, fam. It's a symbol. It's like one of those India symbols.
What's the name again? Yo? I see some E. Why your eyes looking at me, E? Come on up here, E. You know what I mean? You're going to be spying on here with the spy eyes, yo.
Yeah. This woman got a woman drinking like a glass beer, you know, in glass containers, and she just drinking with a white shirt on. Portrait.
Mistress Unknown. That's what you're talking about?
No. It said, "I want to live, not just survive." And her his or her at is at HJKLGGLXL.
Nah, I don't see that, bro. You know what I mean?
Oh, they there. They right next to I Am Richard, or that brother left. They right next to Sonny. He just moved up. Yo, point them out.
Right. Hey, I'm looking, man. You know what I mean? And look,
my man Thursday is in the house.
Yeah, my man James Owen, he got a fucking blue check. Who Steve Chambers? Who blue checks down here? Sassy blue checks come up to the request, man. You know what I mean? Wayne Dresky, Sevy Chambers. You know, the blue checks. Y'all always definitely be trying to get some talking points, man. Sassy blue check.
Yeah, you can't trust them. I think they're gonna be sitting with the DNC in a minute. Them guys, blue checks.
Public enemy, can't trust it. Can't trust it. Who else up in here? Yeah, good fan. You look like you creeping. What's up, good fan? Got some creepers up in here. Hey, where the ladies at, man? Ladies, come on up. All the fellas been talking all day, you know what I mean? We need some feminine energy up here, but that good stuff. Not that, and you know, that black man hate shit. Stay down in the comments if you hate Negroes. You know what I'm saying?
I see B Sweets.
Yeah, she don't want to come up. You know what I mean? You know, our Jersey women sometimes, you know, they got so much to say, they just be quiet sometimes. You know, let it be. You know, it's Sunday. We're gonna let you live this week. You know what I mean? Come on, and where the grits at, girl? Hey, Latasha, you hit the mic on button. I don't know if State Powers fell asleep, or I think he fell asleep because he hit me in the DM. State Power, come up. You the next contestant up on The Black is Right. I made D Sweets laugh. Let's see what else.
Hey, what time is it in New Jersey right now?
9:04 on the nose on a Sunday. I'm about to roll some more of this weed up. I guess I'm about to be up for a minute with y'all. You know what I mean?
Here is 9 p.m. in Southeast Asia.
That's what's up. Where you say you over in the Philippines?
I'm in the Philippines. I'm in Metro Manila.
Right. Hey, matter of fact, hold up a minute. You the brother that was saying that you had to you was telling what's his name, man? My brain fogged up right now. I'm tired. Charles Blow about the migration back to the side.
That's me. Yeah, we talked. Right. I talked to.
I lost contact with you after that space. I didn't know what the heck happened to you, yo.
Okay.
Real talk.
I thought I sent a DM to you.
I don't even know, bro. I've been doing so much background work for any and everybody that need background work. Trying to get the talking points out there to the people. That's what I was saying to you. You know what I mean? We need to connect so we can get that information out there. Fuck Charles Blow. He on some grip shit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
What up? And then, you know, my last couple spaces, I've been just constantly talking about the same thing. You know, we need to learn how to get paid off our talent, bro. It ain't that we grifting off our own people. This is work we've done personally on our own accord. It costed us money, time, energy, family, friends. You know, I know how that's how it is. Me being a DJ my whole life, I don't hang out or go to parties and none of that shit. I'll be right here in the studio. My cousin be like, yo, you know, da going on. I'm going to fuck home, man. To the studio where I'm supposed to be at. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got time to be hanging out because there's too much shit going on right now. You know what I mean? People don't be knowing. So you know, just I guess we know we ain't nothing else talking about. We'll talk about that for a minute. So to reiterate to you again, if it's 8 billion people on the planet, right? And out of those 8 billion people, only 4 billion people stream, right? So out of that 4 billion people, only 1 billion people are actual paid subscribers. You know, me doing my own research personally, you know what I mean? So, and that's 1 billion paid subscribers across all platforms as far as like just pertaining to music. So, you know, we're talking about Spotify, obviously, YouTube Music, Apple Music, Tidal, you know, Deezer and stuff like that, you know what I mean? So out of that, you know, billion, like 1 billion and one paid users, you know, you figure at $10 a month, you know what I mean? They raking in $10 billion a month, these streaming platforms, but they ain't paying us nothing as content creators. You see what I'm saying? This is why I talk about the physical. So what about the other 4 billion people on the planet? If they don't got a cell phone, don't pay for internet. No, we ain't paying for no cable because either we can't afford it, or we just don't care, or some of us may do it or whatever. So where's the other 4 billion people on the planet getting their information from as far as like entertainment, stuff like that? They still buying CDs, DVDs, flash drives, physical media. Vinyl records is back. You feel what I'm saying? So it's a market for this stuff. You know what I mean? And I've been through all the ups and downs from the tape era of the 90s. You know what I mean? Messing around with tape, so the end of that gold CDs was really here. Sort of fluctuation of the CD market up and down. Streaming came in, you know what I mean? Knocked it off for about a good decade or so, but it came back and it's been holding on. So physical media is a multi-billion-dollar industry. So it's not like you got to be out here hawking your material for X amount of dollars. You could just kind of give it away at a specific profit margin. So say for instance, like, with the CDs, it cost me 25 cents to produce a CD. You see what I'm saying? Right. So if I come out here and sell it for $1, well, damn, I just made a 300% markup, bro. I ain't had a job in 12 years, Black America Homeland. You feel what I'm saying? And
Right.
this kind of stuff I try to teach to our people, man. You know, you got the skill and the know-how and the data and the information. You ain't saying that you got to go crazy. You just got to understand the numbers. Say 8 billion people on the planet, bro. So you gonna at least sell 1 billion of this shit, bro. At $1 pop, you be a fucking billionaire overnight. You know what I'm saying? But we understand also the content of your content. You know what I mean? We're talking about specifics. You know, black stuff. You know, migrating back to the South, reparations. You know what I mean? So we already know it's only about 40 million of us, give or take. You know what I'm saying? I know Marcel said he think it's like another 20 million of us scattered to the winds, prison, just don't fill out sister form, don't vote, none of that shit. I can understand that because I had some issues with some black folks up here. They don't believe that a lot of our people is just walking around with no IDs. They don't vote. They don't got no social security card, no social security number. And I know that shit seemed real matter for a black American in 2022. But you got to think about a lot of our homeless out here, people that's walking the street mentally ill. They ain't got no paperwork on them. You know what I mean?
Interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I just wanted to say that right there. So, you know, start getting your talking points together, man. Hit me in the DM, you know. We can try to put a project together, bro. Start spreading the word of what's going on with our people, man. Because, like I tell everybody, our people is really in the street. You know, we ain't subscribing to no damn Spotify, none of that, YouTube, for free, because we get a free advertisement. For, you know, the ads, we don't got to watch it. I'm watching the ads because I ain't giving y'all a dumb, even though I'm a content creator. You know what I'm saying? Word up, you know what I mean? Let everybody else that's not a content creator pay for this shit. You know what I mean? That's the whole purpose of it. But, you know, these musicians don't understand, especially our folks. We be hard-headed, bro. So, you know, I'll be trying to get us to understand this stuff, man, but we don't. Taj, you still can't come up, mama? I guess that's no. Somebody hit me in the DM, man, which I want to talk about. You know what I mean? Got any topics on you, Mr. Black America Homeland, or Mr. Engaging?
Topics. I got. We can talk about the civic community. I want to hear the streets' opinion about this. Should white people be in charge of historical black groups? I know my answer, for real, but we'll hear what the streets got to say.
You said in charge of historical black groups?
Yes, sir. You heard me correctly.
Groups in what way? We talking NAACP, Black Caucus, you know, other black organizations?
Well, I'm part of a civic organization. Like, they have predominantly black group, whatever. Not whatever, but back in the day, like, they currently got a white leadership. It really rubbed me the wrong way. Like, I'm looking at some of my elders, like, you didn't reach to any of the black brothers and sisters in your community.
Right, so you're talking to like people like the CBC, you know, the Black Caucus, you know. So we had that type of conversation, you know, pretty much I guess yesterday too on Tata Joint, about Joe Biden. These black politicians, bro, and this is why I was telling young Crypto, you know, if you down in South fucking Jersey around like Pleasantville, Atlantic City, and fucking Camden, you need to get the fuck from out of there. Even though it's our people, that shit is like fucking Baghdad down there. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'd rather you come up here and be in fucking Newark, bro. At least this way, you got a better chance of being around some black people like myself that understand. You know, and unfortunately, our people are scattered to the wind up here too in Newark. We being gentrified. I know everybody looking at you know, Queen Latifah, she breaking land on some housing development. Everybody's saying, yeah, you know, go Queen. You know what I mean? But you know, she charging $1,500 to $2,000 for a 1-bedroom, bro. We don't make that type of bread. But I guess I'd rather have the queen be the landlord than some other joker. You feel what I'm saying? I almost said the J word, but you know what it is. Word up.
Yeah. I dig where you're coming from. Picking up, coming down with that, because it's like, look, I ain't trying to take a shot of our entertainment people, but some of them are a little too late. You know, like they should have been with us 10, 15, 20 years ago. They need to be creating institutions to empower our black people. instead of spending it on yachts and jets. Like, real talk. Like, that's the stuff that drives me insane. Like some of our entertainers, our big shot entertainers, could have built a brick and mortar business or something like that in New York and Times Square. You know, they could have set a big precedent. But they would just rather settle for a sign. You know, they would rather settle for a sign in Times Square.
Right. Well, you know, go ahead.
Nah. That's why I would leave it off with that. You can pick it up.
No, I was just gonna say that's why you can't be buying no LeBrons. Fuck Jordan, you know what I'm saying? He don't care about no black people. This joker got money invested in ankle monitoring, private prison systems. Bitch nigga Jay-Z doing the same shit, you know what I mean? You got money invested in the private prison systems, they say, bro. And then, you know, but if, you know, you turn around and do something positive, like, you know, give money to somebody. So, you know, that's the smoke and mirrors and shit, because, you know, excommunicated so many other dope musicians, other black Americans, you know what I mean? Sometimes I'm thinking Jay-Z be black immigrant his damn self, you know, the way you be acting towards black people. You ostracized Jermaine Dupri from doing the Super Bowl, try to stop, what's the other brother name? What's that Travis Scott?
Dame Dash.
Yeah, that's a whole nother story, you know. I'm just thinking about artists he messed over. You know, like
Kanye West.
Kanye, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, we know the falling out with Rockefeller, with Damon Biggs and all that other shit. You know what I mean?
Jay Electronica. I really think that he held Jay Electronica back.
LL Cool J, you know what I'm saying? He ain't dropped LL 10th album. Matter of fact, go check my man Aziz out. And She Means Biz. You know, we had a Twitter space about Eminem. He ain't the GOAT of hip hop, you know what I'm saying? You got white folks trying to make him the GOAT. You know, same thing with a lot of this Twitter stuff. This is why we got, not Twitter, but TikTok or whatever the case be. You got these white TikTokers stealing the black TikTok dance moves that we making up from scratch, you know what I mean? And not giving them the credit. And not only not giving them the credit, they monetizing that shit, you know what I'm saying? And this is the argument what I'm always, you know, hey, look, man, I'm a bootlegger. I understand how this shit go, you know what I mean? This is why people like, you know, these black entertainers, they like Pebbles and shit. You see, we all saw the TLC miniseries movie. She just, no, I ain't just say it was her, but you know, it was L.A. Reid and Babyface in on it too, in my opinion. You know, they was just fucking, you know, just dogging TLC for everything, y'all. You know what I mean? The show money, royalty money, and then I know y'all saw the miniseries how that one black dude was like, yo, y'all pulling off in the RAV4, y'all selling all these records. That's all y'all can afford, the shit. So that shit was like a wake-up call to them, yo. And it was like, damn, you right, you know what I'm saying? But it was hell on earth after that for them, you know what I mean? Once they woke up after that.
Hey, DJ, I got a question for you.
Go ahead, shoot, brother.
Yeah, okay. In the Philippines, right, there's a guy named Manny Pacquiao. I think you heard that guy.
Yeah, boxing home.
Yeah. Now, that guy, he was a congressman for 4 years.
Right.
Then he was a senator for 6 years. And in this year, he ran for president. And he placed third in the voting count. I have a lot of respect for Manny Pacquiao because, look, his people demanded that he be a leader in their country because you know, he's such an international figure to them, to the Filipinos, right? But in America, right, we have a lot of great athletes: Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Mayweather. We got all these powerful black athletes, but it seems like these guys, well, my question is, why are those guys scared of running for a political position to help black Americans?
You got Herschel Walker that's running. I'm being sarcastic. But
yeah, Herschel Walker, yeah. I got respect for him. I used to play running back.
Herschel took too many hits, dog. It's over, man. And you see how his son be acting towards Black Americans. That motherfucker's a bigot, bro. If you ever see him, you might have to slide on that nigga. No, no, I'm just playing, but you see how he be talking down to us, man. Niggas like that, you got to smack the shit out of. You know what I'm saying? And I don't got any problems with Herschel running for office. That's what's up, because we need more black representation, especially our peoples. But you got them deep white supremacist talking points to talk about, oh, I don't work my whole life, nigga, da-da-da-da. Yeah, I don't work my whole life, too, and was ostracized on the way up, bro. You feel what I'm saying? How many black Americans you know that don't work their whole life, lost jobs due to these, this immigration wave? I had that shit happen to me more than once, you know what I mean? You go file a case with the EEOC, Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. They don't do shit, and that's the federal government. So, just to try to stay on point with what you're saying, Black Homeland, they don't have to do anything, one. And the other thing is, two, they come from a long line of Boule class. So if you ever check, like, their type family history tree, you'll see, like, the lineage of where they come up from. It was like, it's like they're ordained to be who they are. You know what I'm saying? Not all of them, not Mayweather specifically so much, but his pops was the champ and was a boxer very well known in his heyday. You feel what I'm saying? So he kind of had like a leg up from that. You feel what I'm saying? Same thing with Byron Allen. He had the lawsuits with like Comcast, and the other company was called Charter, but they changed their name to Spectrum. So, the situation with the Byron Allen thing, what a lot of people don't know, Byron Allen worked his way up. Have you ever heard his story on the Breakfast Club, on other interviews, that, how his mother had to deal with like the riots out in Detroit and all that shit, and then they fled to LA or whatever. His mother wound up getting to school to learn communications and all that, and then she wound up getting her first job at NBC, you know what I mean, just by, hustling her mouthpiece, you know what I'm saying, as far as, hey, look, you may not have no room for an XYZ communication person, but maybe you need somebody to clean the office up, and got in there. You know what I'm saying? And so Byron kind of grew up in the music, in a television studio type setting, but he know his history. But to reiterate what you're saying, I can't, for the love of God, understand, all the bread you got, Byron. Nigga, if you just gave up $1 billion right now, that shit would set a lot of shit straight, but it wouldn't clean up everything. But at least we could fucking live for a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Because when you look at our purchasing power, that's only a little bit over 3 to 4 billion anyway. You know what I'm saying? The whole fucking world eats off of that. You know what I'm saying? Our little $4 billion. You know what I'm saying? As far as like, from what's the word?
Our purchasing powers is 1.5 trillion.
Excuse me, and in trillions, right? You know what I'm saying? As far as purchasing power, but we don't all purchase the same thing, right? You know what I'm saying? So you just got to think about on a small, the 90% scale of us. Remember, because 10%, to be in the top 10% of earners, you only got to make $350,000. I saw that shit selling drugs out here. You know what I'm saying? And fucking up. You know what I mean? So it's not to say there ain't a lot of money. It is, but if you only got to make $350,000, that's possible, bro. You know what I'm saying? Real talk, dude, on some legitimate shit. It really is. And, back to Tone Talks, you got to give him the credit on them talking points, because he done broke that shit down 1,000 times, you know what I mean? So, to be, when you're saying, like, we got this particular purchasing power, you got to remember, white folks, they got $100+ trillion of purchasing power, liquid assets, everything, bro. You know what I'm saying? We can't compete with that shit, you know what I mean? So, to answer your question, why these athletes and entertainers don't help us, one, a lot of them come from a Boule class, my understanding, and two, they don't have to help us. It's your money, do what you want, you know what I mean? But I think they are told not to, which is the same instance that when these black immigrants come over here, they are told not to associate with their Carter, the black American. Just completely leave us alone, you know what I mean? We helped you out, Oprah. We got you to the top, you know what I mean? You married your way up, or whatever, how it is, whatever you want to say about it, you know what I'm saying? And then, as long as you ain't trying to help your people, or whatever the case be, you can keep your billions of dollars. But we go back to our brother Michael Jackson. He told us, man, all I want to say is they don't really care about us. So that song came out of, him technically fucking owning half of fucking Sony, bro. These fucking Asians and these fucking jokers like Tommy Mottola and them, they didn't like that shit, bro. that our brother Mike was smart, super talented, the king of pop and all that shit, you know what I mean? Selling hella records, bro. Selling out arenas that, people was just trampling over each other just to try to get to our brother, you know what I'm saying? You saw them shows on, I think that was I forgot what concert out there in Frankfurt or whatever, over there overseas after a war in Berlin or whatever it was, you know what I mean? White folks falling out over our brother, you know what I mean? So Mike had so much money, that's why he was spending money on stupid shit, you know what I'm saying? Your brother had money, bro. He was probably a fucking half a trillionaire. If you add up all the shit he done fucking had, you know what I'm saying? So,
Yo, brother DJ, can I tag into something real quick?
Go ahead, shoot.
You brought up something about these athletes and stuff and why they might not help out our people. And one of the things I might want to highlight is that some of these people take tests prior to mental psychological tests, and I think that's something that we might need to do away with or look into more, because they're grabbing a certain amount of people that are predisposed. You get what I'm going at?
Yeah, I hear where you're going at, but speak about as far as like the psychological test, like what does that mean? We talking about like an aptitude test? Because I've been under them type of circumstances.
Not like an altitude test. Not like an altitude test or something like that. It's more like a psychological test.
Hold on a second. I understand what you're saying. I just wanted to get a little clarified that it ain't like an aptitude type test. So when you say psychological test, it's those type of tests to see like, hey, what do you see in this picture? You know what I'm saying? What does this look like to you? On a scale of 1 to 10, da-da-da-da-da. If a train is going to leave this station and the other train leaves this station, and what's the time that it's going to end up at the same fucking platform or whatever? You know what I mean? Those type of mental tests. Yeah, they used to do that shit to us in the 80s, bro. You know what I'm saying? World talk.
No, not an altitude test. I'm talking about like a test like psychological, where they're saying like a meaning of a word and what does this word means to you, and then they based upon those things, your reactions. They give you like 4 or 5 categories that you can choose from, and they basically kind of peg people out by like psychologically, like what are you like mentally weak to, and that's where I really think that they're getting these certain type of brothers that are in the entertainment industry that are predisposed to certain mindsets, and you see it play out when even more so when you have money. That's what I'm getting at too as well.
Right. Well, when you say when you have money, when you actually look at things like the NFL, I think it's basketball too. I know baseball really ain't like that. There's no baseballers, they making hundreds of fucking millions, tens of hundreds of millions of dollars, yo, for sure. Obviously like soccer and shit like that. When you coming in as a rookie, they got that like in football. I watch a lot of football, right? So they got like a pay scale now for the rookies where for like the first 5 years you can only make a rookie's pay cut, which is like only, I think it's like maybe $500,000 per year, depending on like your level of skill. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe up to $1 million. You might get $1 million contract as far as like for the first 5 years. And then you'll make that, $5 million for the total of that. And then that's when, it's like a quarterback or whatever, right? In that 6th year, they probably went to like the Super Bowl maybe once, maybe hit the playoffs 3 out of the 5 years. So he's going to get like that, $100 million type contract or whatever the case be. You some type of LeBron coming out of college and shit. Yeah, you're going to get them numbers, bro. You know what I'm saying? But, you also hear a lot of brothers, they wind up going broke, post career athletic life. They ain't got nothing to show for anything. You know what I mean? Wind up getting strung out on drugs. Certain other things happen to them during the course of their career where their family done used them up and took everything from them. And you got brothers like that right now in the NBA going through it. You know what I'm saying? Other brothers like not even to bring this shit up, but it is what it is. PJ Washington, how Brittany Renner just fucking stalked this dude. You know what I'm saying? When he was in college, yo, like she a fucking predator, bro. Now her ass should be locked up, bro. You feel what I'm saying? Because she's a fucking child predator in a fucking way. You know what I mean? Because you kind of coerced and stalked and groomed this dude into thinking that you loved him and all this other shit, and you had his baby only to you know, just use them nigga for money and shit. You know what I'm saying? So you got to watch out for shit like that. You know what I mean? So, you know, other thing is too, just to try to close out and stay focused on Black American homeland. You know, things like, that's why they say things like football ain't nothing but a plantation. It's a revolving door of employees and shit. You know what I'm saying? And it's a revolving door of contestants willing to step up without even being forced to. Similar to the Kevin Samuels situation. You know, no, he ain't never forced no female or no man to call the show and say, hey, look, you know, I'm trying to find da-da-da-da-da-da and shit. You know what I mean? It was all on you. So as long as you got people willing to do this shit without having any education of why they're doing it, you know what I mean? You always gonna have them type of people like a Mayweather just flashing money in your face. You know what I mean? Not even giving a fuck, buying $1 million watches and shit. Like, you can't eat that shit. You know what you could have did with $1 million in Africa, bro? You know what I'm saying? You could have moved the whole fucking New Jersey over there, or the majority of the fucking East Coast blacks. You know what I'm saying? Over to Africa for $1 million fucking dollars right now. You know what I'm saying? Because over in South Africa, the rand is so fucking cheap over there. You know, I sent one of my homies $20 and shit. That shit like 200 type shit. You know what I'm saying? So a motherfucker be living good over there, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, bro, I think my opinion is, one, they ain't gotta help because there's, you know, niggas look at that as pocket watching, even though that's not the conversation we're on. Other thing is, too, I think they come from a line of Boule. When you really study Boule, a lot of that old, you know, college dormitory, Greek fraternity shit, that shit ain't nothing but, you know, some other, you know, I ain't even gonna get into that. That's a whole nother subject, you know what I mean, in my opinion. I don't want to, you know, go too far off on the joint, bro. But these jokers don't gotta help us, bro. And we shouldn't look for them to help us. But I think, you know, when they hit their lowest points, because everybody fall from the top. You fall from grace all the time, no matter how hard you get up. You know what I'm saying? So when they fall, what happens usually 9 times out of 10, you know, they come right back to the black community. You know how we are. We accepting of our own people. Yeah, you fucked up, nigga. Come on back home. You want something to eat. You know how Big Mama do. You come on, baby. I'm going to pep you up and shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, Grandpa gonna told you, nigga, I told you so. You know what I'm saying? But you ain't want to listen. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, and that's life, too. That's life, too, bro. You know, sometimes we kiss our own ass, taste our own ass, and just want to go out and do our own fucking thing. That's what the Amish people do. Once their kids turn 18 or some shit like that, they let them go out on their own for a couple years of shit. If you find yourself out there in the world, knock yourself out, but you can't come back here. You know what I mean? But if you want to come back home, we'll take you back. You know what I mean? But you got to make that decision after like 10 years of being out there in the world. And 9 times out of 10, a lot of them Amish jokers, they go right back home, bro. Because they wind up getting strung out on drugs, you know, prostituted out, all types of shit. You know, gonna wind up missing. You know, it's a lot, bro. But, and then like the only other thing I could think of, you know what I mean? Black people got the Jeffersons mentality. We like the clout chase. We like white acceptance, you feel what I'm saying? And we like to be around white people, and we don't want to give them up for shit. That's why I understand why a lot of black folks, when the white folks come up in the comments, man, if you don't get your ass up out of here, man, you feel what I'm saying? We don't want to hear none of that shit. You can say your sympathies and shit, but after that, get the fuck out the chat. You feel what I'm saying? Because we don't heard that shit before, you know what I mean? And it ain't doing nothing good for us. That's why we need to segregate like a motherfucker, bro. I yelled though on that one.
Oh yeah, I see a lot of new cast and characters coming up here. Interesting. I'm looking through the chat, man.
Wayne Dresky. Oh, you ain't the DJ, is you? Let's see. No, you doing some other shit. I thought you was what you call it. James Owens, Blue Check. This sassy Blue Checks is like really in chilling with us today. Sevy Chambers, holla at your boy. You know what I'm saying? Come on up in the chat. News Trotter, what's up, homie? Good morning.
Yeah, News Trotter all day. Salute, fam.
All day.
Yo, I gotta head out. I gotta head out and go to work, guys. I'm gonna let y'all in a minute.
Who's that right there?
Gage Black.
For sure. Go ahead. Yeah. Go get that money, brother. Loan me 20 when you get it paid, bro. You know the game.
Yeah, I wish, man. I wish. If you can come back and bring it back for 40, man, I got you back.
Hey, all day, man. Yeah, I'll let your boy, man. Don't say. We could do that, yo, for sure. I'm the number one hustler up here. Oh, man. else down here? Amia Hampton. Hey, Bill. How you doing? Know what I mean? With the peace sign. Come on up. You want to talk, bro? Good morning. Would you got some turkey bacon, Amia? Or the turkey bacon that with the croissant? And put some cheese on my joint.
I got my man Kwame in the house.
Oh, John Polka Dots. Where you at, Kwame? Mm-hmm. And don't be leaving the chat either, y'all, because we about to, start joning on some of y'all. Don't be, oh, he spotted me. Got him. Oh, yeah, Kwame Lazarus, if you want to come on up, come on up. Come on up. First Lady of Love. Come on up, spread some love, girl. Yeah, where the ladies at, man? Us fellas been talking all night, you know what I mean? We need some female energy up in here real quick. Matter of fact, we can't even bring nobody up, can we, Homeland? We ain't co-hosting no fucking shit.
Yeah.
It's over. We the last to the Mohegans, son.
Oh, that's right. We can't bring anybody up.
Bring nobody up. It's over, yo. Hey, I got Greg's number. I'm about to call his ass to wake him up. Hey, yo, just put me as co-host and me and Black as co-host. You go back to sleep, bro. This shit's still going, man. You know what I mean? How many people we got in the chat? Look, it's 64 people here, man. Or no, it's a little bit more than I think it's like 100 or something.